My name is Ron, and after two souls merged inside me, I learned I had only 1 year to become an elementary apprentice, or I would die. Ron rubbed his temples. His head still felt like it had been thrown into a washing machine. Broken memories kept spinning and mixing together, and only now was the merge finally ending. One side of those memories was simple, an ordinary college student from Earth who died after staying up late playing games. The other side was far more strange, the fifth son of Count Ralph, a son with no right to inherit anything. Because he had no real duties, he spent his days living in comfort inside the castle, fooling around and chasing the pretty maids. Those easy days ended when he turned 15. The memory opened again, in Ron's mind like a dark painting. A quiet hall, candlelight shook strangely in the dark. Black candles stood in a circle, and their flames threw twisted shadows across the face of a white-robed mage wearing a mask. The mage's voice was cold and hard, like metal scraping metal. Spiritual power talent barely reaches the minimum standard. Her thin fingers moved over a crystal ball. Dark red mist swirled inside it, then slowly formed a symbol. The color was weak and dim. When Ron heard that judgment, his father's face froze. His back, once straight and proud, bent a little, and he looked like he had aged 10 years in a moment. Having spiritual talent should have been a good thing. But only strong talent was truly valuable. Weak talent was often nothing more than material for wizard experiments. The white-robed mage spoke again. According to the contract, your kingdom still owes several seed shares to the Black Mist Jungle, so I'll take this one too. She was not bargaining, she was only stating a fact. Then she turned toward Ron and waved her wand. After that, the memory kept repeating. He had been taken with other seeds from the kingdom and brought to the Black Mist Jungle. The school gave them only one free piece of mysterious knowledge, the basic meditation technique. But no matter how hard Ron tried, the results were very small. In front of him now were old, worn books. The basic meditation technique was battered and faded. Beside it were the frayed Abyssal Travelogue and Stargate Chronicles. Other than basic magic potion theory, the books were almost useless. The rules in the Black Mist Jungle were simple. The school would give free lodging, food, and basic shared facilities. It also offered paid classes, but every student had only 1 year to pass the assessment. If someone could not become an elementary apprentice within that year, they would either become test material for experiments or be thrown out into the dangerous wild lands to survive alone. Now there were only 3 months left. Mediate. Condense the will rune. Ron closed his eyes and tried to follow the book's instructions. Since the two souls had fully merged, he felt his mind becoming sharper. Then suddenly a strange feeling rose inside him. A semi-transparent panel appeared before his eyes. Current profession, none. Attributes, Constitution 0.4, Spirit 1.1, Magic Power 0.1. Skills, Basic Meditation, Beginner, Slime Splash, Beginner, Basic Magic Potion Making, Beginner. Special Talent, Dual Soul, Improved Comprehension. When spiritual power reaches a certain level, double casting is possible. Power Level, Ordinary People. Ron stared at it. Is this my golden finger? He was happy but not shocked. Since he had already crossed worlds in such a strange way, having a game like Panel did not seem too surprising. It looked just like the character screen in the game he had played before he died. He only did not know if it worked the way he imagined. He quickly checked the skill page. Basic Meditation, Beginner 22/100, Slime Splash, Beginner 19/50, Basic Magic Potion Making, Beginner 5/50. Since the panel showed experience points, its effect should be real. So Ron decided to meditate once and test it. He followed the memory of meditation he had practiced countless times before. He controlled his breathing and entered the meditation state. Inside the dark space of his mind, spiritual power training meant drawing the most basic rune. It was a simple symbol made of 3 curved lines, like 3 crescent moons overlapping each other. The book said this rune could gather scattered spiritual power and bring it together into one shape. Ron focused hard, deep breath, clear the mind. Imagine the rune. His mind became like an invisible pen, carefully drawing in the darkness. But the first curved line had only just begun when it twisted and broke apart. He had to start again. He tried dozens of times. At last, the 3 curved lines stayed together inside his mind, but they still trembled like a candle flame in the wind. Then Ron felt a faint trace of spiritual power. Answer the rune's call. It slowly gathered in his sea of consciousness. It felt like finding a weak little fire on a cold night. You would naturally want to move closer to it. So this is what growing spiritual power feels like. Time passed. Sweat slowly appeared on his forehead. Keeping the rune steady needed complete focus. Even one small distraction could ruin everything. Finally, when he could not hold on anymore, the panel appeared again. Basic meditation experience +1. Current progress, basic meditation, beginner 23/100. Today's cultivation limit has been reached, please rest. Ron let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was only 1 point, but he could clearly feel that his control over spiritual power had become stronger than before. So this is the power of the panel. I can clearly see my progress and build on it. But even so, this ability was still far from the miracle cure he had hoped for. Ron looked at the panel and frowned. At this speed, I do not know if I can reach the next stage before the deadline. Meditation can only be done once a day, so this is going to be hard. Time was tight. 3 months remained. Basic meditation had only just passed 1/5 of the needed experience. If he failed to advance before the deadline, he would face 2 choices. Could become meat on someone else's chopping board, or he could be thrown into the wilderness full of twisted creatures. Ron took a deep breath and turned his attention to the basic magic potion theory book in front of him. This book was his most valuable item after the basic meditation technique. He had spent a lot of magic stone fragments to get it. Basic magic potion making, beginner 5/50. Life profession, magic potion apprentice 1 star after changing profession. 2. Unlock basic profession skills, magic potion refining, herb recognition. 3. Special bonuses. Magic potion experience gain increases. Spiritual power growth speed increases. Magic affinity increases. Profession change conditions. 1. Basic magic potion making skill experience proficient. 2. Open the basic meditation experience accumulation method. 3. Collect the required number of magic stone fragments. This profession panel was one of the most special systems in the game he used to play. He remembered that there were hundreds, maybe even thousands, of amazing professions, from weak to strong, and their evolution paths were as complicated as a Digimon evolution chain. And if he remembered correctly, he had once used a modifier on his player panel to open a backdoor for himself. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow activate. Current profession slots 0/infinity, woohoo. I thought this kind of modification would not come over with my profession panel. This time, I really hit the jackpot. Ron could feel that his smile was probably wider than an AK magazine at that moment. If you want, I can also turn this into a more natural audiobook script with smoother pacing and stronger emotion. What a pity. If only I could actually bind a Wind Spirit Moon Shadow modifier to come over. That would be great. At that time, I could directly max out all attributes and skills and become a patron saint in the other world. Ron flipped through the basic magic potion theory in his hand, carefully memorizing and taking notes while sneaking moments to indulge in his imagination. However, this isn't bad either. The growth bonuses from stacking multiple extraordinary professions will snowball, with various values exploding as they progress. Basic alchemy experience points +1. Another prompt appeared, and Ron could feel his understanding of magic potion making deepen further. This feeling is like weaving a large net, with each knowledge point as a node on the net. Each time understanding deepens, new connections arise between these nodes. This is growth, watching the numbers creep up, feeling knowledge take root and sprout in one's heart. It's not an elusive, seems to understand, but a clear and quantifiable progress. If learning on Earth could be like this, how wonderful would that be? He couldn't help thinking. If everyone could see their efforts being permanently retained in real time, quantified into specific numbers, this sense of tangible growth, this certainty that effort will pay off, would be enough to make anyone addicted to knowledge pursuit. In Ron's view, this was more fulfilling than his past life, as he could feel himself growing every moment, with each effort leaving a clear mark on the panel. Then time quietly passed by in the absorption of knowledge. In the small room, the candlelight flickered incessantly day and night, casting wavering shadows on the pages and notes. Throughout this week, apart from necessary eating and resting, he almost devoted all his time to studying magic potion making. The activity of evening primrose will decay as time of picking progresses, but if harvested during a full moon, its potency can last a whole month. Spider grass must be cut horizontally to retain its magic power as much as possible, and silver calamus should be cut at an angle to increase its efficacy. These properties of the once obscure materials are now forming vivid connections in his mind. Knowledge is no longer stiff words, but has become an understanding integrated with flesh and blood. Basic alchemy experience points +1. Basic alchemy experience points +1. Basic alchemy experience points +1. Basic magic potion making, beginner 5/50, right arrow basic magic potion making, proficient 9/100. Acquired additional trait, high-speed memory enhancement. A week had quietly passed in this near-obsessive research. The increase in this number represented countless moments of focused attention, with an average daily intense study yielding about 10 experience points. Fortunately, acquiring this high-speed memory trait was quite nice, considered an unexpected delight. Moreover, the progress becomes increasingly slow at later stages. It's foreseeable that reaching the next phase would likely require months of hard work. Therefore, the urgent task is to quickly transfer to the most basic magic potion apprentice, as the experience point accumulation speed of a professionless whiteboard is akin to a turtle's pace. It's just unknown what the transition conditions for the wizard apprentice combat profession are, as he seemingly hasn't yet met the conditions to unlock the transition information. Just as Ron was planning the next steps in his mind, there was a gentle knock at the door. "Hey Ron, are you still alive?" A slightly teasing voice came from outside the door. "I haven't seen you in the common area for a whole week. I thought you'd quietly turned into a corpse in your room." Ron looked up to see a handsome face peering at him through the half-open door. The person had brilliant blonde hair, and even the most ordinary gray and white apprentice robes couldn't conceal his elegant bearing. Searching his memory, Ron recalled that this familiar-looking fellow was Andre, the 13th prince of the kingdom, and one of his few countrymen in this black mist jungle. When they were still in the kingdom, unlike other royal members showing sharpness unveiled, Andre always behaved modestly and courteously, even overly low-key. It said that this relieved his several elder brothers, believing this brother had no interest in competing for the throne. Yet now this 13th prince was leaning against Ron's simple doorframe, dressed in the same gray and white apprentice robes. "Is your highness concerned about me?" Ron teased. "Unfortunately, the Ralph clan we serve is not loyal to you, your highness." "Come on, don't call me your highness." Andre waved his hand, leaning limply on the doorframe. "Here we're all the same. As the Count's son, or the 13th prince, these worldly titles are merely nominal before wizards." His gaze swept across the table, suddenly pausing on the well-thumbed basic magic potion theory. The pages were densely interleaved with sticky notes. Some of the page corners were curled from frequent reading. "Could it be?" Andre's voice held a note of incredulity. "You've spent this whole week studying this." Seeing Andre's somewhat surprised expression, Ron suddenly realized how crazy his week's behavior might seem to an outsider. It's known that most candidate apprentices with no hope of advancement choose to spend time in the common area. Or they try finding shortcuts, like trying to ingratiate themselves with those who have already become official apprentices. Locking oneself in a room to intensely study, like Ron did, is probably rare. Indeed, Ron nodded, his fingers unconsciously stroking the pages. "I find magic potion making unexpectedly interesting." "Interesting?" Andre raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming serious. As a prince raised in the royal court, adept at observing nuances, he could naturally perceive Ron's change. The focus and composure in Ron's eyes were not something that could easily be feigned. "It seems you've truly gained something in this field." Ron was just about to respond when he noticed Andre's eyes falling once more on the stack of thick notes on the table. These notes were almost twice as thick as the basic magic potion theory itself, with every page filled to the brim. "Are all these what you've noted this week?" Andre looked at the topmost notebook, neatly inscribed with charts and annotations. Many places were marked with supplementary notes and questions, with the age of the handwriting showing that some queries had been answered in later studies. To be accurate, Ron pointed to the thickest notebook. "This is the one I first started with. Back then, many concepts weren't clear, so the notes were particularly detailed. As my understanding deepened, the notes gradually became more refined." Andre's eyes lingered on the basic magic potion theory for a moment, his expression somewhat complicated. Too many have hit a wall in magic potion making. Some apprentices struggle for years without mastering the basics, let alone reaching proficiency in a few short months. This book was initially given to Ron by Andre, after realizing he had no talent in magic potion making, thus handing over the book that had cost him significant magic stone fragments. "Do you remember where this book came from?" Andre asked seemingly casually. Ron thought briefly, quickly recalling. "It was from you, Your Highness. You mentioned at the time that magic potion making wasn't suited for you, so you planned to shift to studying alchemy." Andre's gaze swept over the dense notes on the table, showing a strange expression. "It seems you've surpassed me in effort. To do so many notes in just a week is impressive." "Honestly," he said, feigning a relaxed tone, "I didn't expect you to find such reward in this field." Laughing lightly, he didn't finish his sentence, but the underlying disbelief was evident. "A talent in this isn't common, not 1 in a million, but at least 1 in 100, and even he, Andre, had tried magic potion making and failed miserably. He, of all people, once locked himself in a room like Ron, only to fail to master such a demanding field." Ron, sensing what Andre was thinking, wasn't offended. He casually changed the subject. "By the way, I haven't seen Trish in a long time." Just then, Andre's elegant face showed a moment of emotional turmoil, though he quickly readjusted to that characteristic refined smile. "Oh, she has already become an intermediate apprentice." Andre spoke with an air of lightness, almost as if on purpose. Upon hearing this news, Ron was not surprised. Trish had the poorest background among the few from their hometown, but she had the best spiritual power aptitude. He still remembered when he first saw that frail girl, her brown hair casually tied into a bundle with twine, clothes patched in places. According to Andre, who was well informed, she was the daughter of a simple hunter from the mountains. She was found by that white-robed mage from who knows what remote valley, and astonishingly tested to have a third-class star spiritual power aptitude. The so-called star level is a standard of spiritual power aptitude promoted by wizards based on astronomical concepts, with first-class star being the highest and sixth class being the lowest. Ron tested as a sixth-class star, barely scraping the baseline, while Andre did a bit better, being a fifth-class star. The gap between each star level is a full 2.5 times, compounded, meaning the difference between first class and sixth class is 100-fold. Third-class star is the dividing line between mediocrity and genius, believed to have hope of smoothly advancing to an official wizard, as long as they don't die prematurely. As for a sixth-class star, becoming an advanced apprentice would be a struggle, slightly better than a muggle, perhaps akin to a blockhead. Ron, while inwardly mocking himself, put some scarce black quill leaf into his cup, preparing some tea for Andre. "Well, not bad, you're rather generous today." Andre scrutinized the ceramic cup handed to him, with steam rising, revealing faint black particles floating in the tea. In these times, it's not easy to even get a taste of black quill leaf boiled bitterness. His rough and calloused fingers gently caressed the cup's rim, a faint, contemplative smile on his lips. "But I didn't expect, young Master Ralph, you'd be willing to take out such a treasure for a guest." Indeed, this kind of tea, capable of invigorating the spirit, was a rarity in the Black Mist jungle. Its taste was far from delicious, one might even say quite awful. First a spicy sting on the tongue, followed by a bitterness that incites nausea, ending in a throat-paralyzing discomfort. All thanks to the microtoxins it contains. Yet it was precisely this trait of keeping one awake when drowsy that made it a revered treasure among candidate apprentices cramming for advancement. Watching Andre's pretentiously elegant appearance, Ron chuckled to himself. This prince's current situation wasn't much better than his own. "If you like it, Your Highness, I can prepare more next time." Andre raised a hand, his smile unwavering but now tinted with caution. "Your peculiar behavior only makes me more worried. Speak up, what's the matter?" Hearing this, Ron chuckled lightly. He knew this 13th prince excelled at such matters. Back in the royal capital, Andre was renowned for his subtle sharpness, a reason why his brothers were particularly wary of this seemingly amiable sibling, finding an excuse to send him here. "Well, since Your Highness is so direct, I won't beat around the bush." Ron adjusted his posture to sit up straight, his tone becoming formal. "I wish to purchase the crown breathing technique from you." Andre almost spat out the tea he just sipped, his elegantly maintained expression finally cracking a bit. He hurriedly set down the cup, a flicker of incredulity flashing across his face. "What did you say?" "The crown breathing technique," Ron reiterated, his gaze exceptionally firm. "I know it's one of the core heritages of the Pharaoh royal family." "The finest breathing technique in the kingdom." Andre's expression instantly turned serious. His earlier gentle courtesy replaced by a sharpness unbefitting his age. "I didn't expect you to make such a request. This is the foundation of our royal family, I certainly understand." Ron interrupted him calmly. "Precisely because I understand its value, I am offering this price, saying this." He pulled out a pouch from his pocket as the contents spilled onto the table. Andre's pupils narrowed slightly. It was a pile of crystalline shards, emitting a faint glow under the dim candlelight. Magic stone fragments in this black mist jungle. Magic stone fragments were the sole hard currency among apprentices. 100 magic stone fragments could be exchanged for one complete magic stone, though few were willing to trade, and a single magic stone fragment could enable lavish indulgence at nearby marketplaces. 10 of them could even purchase a robust alien slave. As for the basic meditation technique, distributed by white-robed mages, was priced at only one complete magic stone, 30 pieces of magic stone fragments. Ron stated slowly and deliberately, however. Andre merely sneered, not even glancing at the magic stone fragments on the table. "Are you trying to send a beggar away with this?" "You're right." Ron's lips curved into a bitter smile. His gaze lingered on the pile of magic stone fragments for a moment. 30 pieces are indeed too few. Once more. He drew a few more fragments from his pocket, placing them lightly on the table. "How about 40? Andre maintained his cold demeanor. Only his eyes squinted slightly. As if pondering something, Ron knew it was time to reveal his ace in the hole. "You know as well." With my spiritual power aptitude, he paused. A tone of self-deprecation in his voice, that miserable 6th-class star. "It's almost impossible to achieve advancement in 3 months by then. It won't mean anything other than becoming a test subject or being exiled to the wilderness. And I." Ron's voice softened with a barely perceptible tremble. "I don't want to die. At least not without dignity." Andre's expression relaxed slightly but quickly returned to its indifferent state. "So, therefore, I need the crown breathing technique." Ron met Andre's eyes. "Among all the breathing techniques I know of, it has the most potent effect and highest potential with that." He added 10 more magic stone fragments onto the table, 50 pieces. "That's all I can offer." Andre gazed at the small pile of glowing crystals on the table. Falling into silence, Ron understood his hesitation. Ultimately, these secular nobles, in the eyes of the high and mighty wizards, were not much different from ordinary folk. Yet these extraordinary heritages that wizards overlooked were the very foundation that allowed the Pharaoh royal family to rule over commoners and other noble knights, providing a foothold in this world, you know. Andre finally spoke, his voice carrying a trace of weariness. "It's not just about money, I assure you." Ron stated solemnly, "This breathing technique will never fall into the hands of a third party," and his gaze lingered on Andre, seemingly choosing his words carefully. "I noticed you've been delving into other wizardry skills lately. Surely that requires some extra resources as well." This clearly hit the mark. Andre's eyes flickered briefly before revealing a wry smile. "You certainly know how to hit a sore spot." He sighed softly. "I must say, you're more cunning than I imagined," reflecting on the silent, reticent son of a count from a week ago, and now looking at this eloquent negotiator, Andre couldn't help but lament, this change might not be a bad thing. However, he adjusted his posture, his tone returning to its usual elegance. "Since teaching you the crown breathing technique, we must start from the very basics. Speaking of which, the breathing technique passed down in your Ralph clan, though not like the royal one. It's not bad either, right? Why didn't you?" Andre asked curiously. Ron scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, in his original memory, his father and elder brother repeatedly asked him if he was interested in night cultivation. But back then he was immersed in indulgence, disdainful of the bitter and tiring night cultivation. Now he deeply regrets it, but it's already too late. Andre noticed Ron's expression and immediately understood everything. "I see, back in the royal capital, you were famous for being a profligate son." His tone suddenly became playful. lightly swirling the tea in his cup. I remember once, in the royal garden, you were so drunk that in front of several ministers, you actually— Ahem, Ron hurriedly interrupted him, a trace of embarrassment on his face. Those absurd memories of his former self, to him now, were nothing short of a nightmare. Seeing Ron's restless demeanor, Andre couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, in exchange for these 50 magic stone fragments, I won't reveal your past. He placed his teacup on the table, his expression regaining some seriousness. But seriously, Ron, have you really thought this through? The crown breathing technique is indeed powerful, but precisely because of that, its cultivation difficulty far exceeds ordinary breathing techniques. Andre's eyes flashed with a hint of concern. Even in our royal family, not everyone can master it. Moreover, he paused. With your current physical condition, hastily cultivating a profound breathing technique might— I know the risks, Ron interrupted him, but compared to my fate in 3 months, what do those risks count for? It didn't matter, after all, he had a cheat. And another reason he wanted to cultivate breathing techniques was to see if he could activate an extraordinary profession related to knights, gaining additional strength growth. Seeing Ron's determined eyes, Andre sighed deeply. Since you are so determined, I won't try to dissuade you. He stood up, rummaged around, and pulled out a bundle of crumpled handwritten notes from his bag, obviously for ease of study at any time. These are the manuscripts I copied back then, with some cultivation essentials and precautions. But I have to remind you of one thing. Andre stared into his eyes intently. If you think you can practice on your own with the notes, you are gravely mistaken. Ron looked at him in confusion. High-tier breathing techniques are not that simple. Andre shook his head. They require a rigorous guidance process and specific body refining methods, otherwise it's easy to go astray. He looked at the bundle of crumpled notes. For example, the first stage and the following second stage require the use of specially formulated scorching essential oil to temper the physique. If you get the potion ratio wrong or take it at an inappropriate time. Andre pointed to his chest. At worst, your body gets burned. At worst, it ignites starting from your lungs. Ron gasped. He finally realized how naive his previous thinking was. And different stages require different body tempering medicines. Andre continued. For instance, the third stage requires magma dew and the final stage requires. Seeing Ron's slightly pale face, Andre smiled. Don't worry, since I've taken so many magic stone fragments from you, I'll naturally see this through to the end. Saying this, he handed the notebook to Ron. I've recorded the formulas for these medicines, but the specific refining process requires my personal guidance. Ron accepted the notebook and opened the first page. Amidst the dense writing, besides the essentials of the breathing technique, there were numerous annotations on potion refining. To be honest, Andre said as he pocketed the pile of magic stone fragments, I'm quite curious to see to what extent you can practice this breathing technique. There was a trace of mischief in his tone. Even in our royal family, there aren't many who can fully master the crown breathing technique. Most people get stuck at the second stage and can't progress any further. Are you trying to dampen my enthusiasm? Ron smiled wryly. How could I? Andre's smile widened. I'm encouraging you. He stood up, straightened his apprentice robe. Let's go to the herb store first. Though the materials for the scorching essential oil aren't rare, the ratio is critical. I must personally help you choose. Seeing the other's gleeful demeanor, Ron finally realized this prince had probably been waiting for a good deal. After all, in this world dominated by wizards, what significance do secular royal inheritances have? It's better to seize the chance to exchange for some tangible benefits. As for those so-called sect distinctions, who would care about those trivial things in life and death situations? After leaving the dormitory area, Ron followed Andre through a winding stone path. Don't tell me you haven't been to the market much these past few months, Andre asked as he led the way, occasionally looking back at Ron. Ron, feeling a bit uneasy, rubbed his nose. Indeed, previously he hardly ever went out, spending all his time cooped up in his room, wrestling with the basic meditation technique, even for daily necessities. He relied on a runner to procure them. His only monthly outing was to collect the magic stone fragments sent from home. I remember you even had your meals delivered to your room. Andre chuckled. If I hadn't come to find you today, I'd have thought you starved to death in there, The stone path was illuminated by eerie blue moss. Various strange plants on either side emitted an eerie glow in the night. Some swaying as passers-by moved, others blooming with illusory colors in the darkness. Be careful of these plants. Andre pointed to a clump of mushrooms glowing purple on the ground. These are nightmare umbrellas. They will, I know. Ron instinctively stepped back a few steps. It was written in the entrance guide. They'll release hallucinogenic spores, oh. Andre raised an eyebrow. Looks like you read the entrance guide carefully, after all. Aside from those books, there wasn't much else to see. Ron smiled wryly. During that period, he immersed himself fully in meditation and reading, knowing little about what was happening outside, and I did fall for it once. In my first week, I ended up sleeping in that area for an entire day, waking up to find myself hugging a poisonous mandala ever since. I've been very cautious of these things. Andre found it amusing. Just as he was about to speak, a shrill scream suddenly came from afar. A gray-robed apprentice staggered out from the roadside bushes. His right hand twisted into a vine-like structure. This sort of thing happens several times a month. Andre shook his head. But you needn't worry. Living like a recluse, you're actually safer. Up ahead is the apprentice's market. Andre bypassed him, pointing to a worn stone arch ahead. Here. You can find almost anything an apprentice might want, of course, provided you have enough magic stone fragments passing through the archway. They were greeted with a peculiar scent of herbs and potions. A boot-wearing cat walked gracefully past them, its fur shimmering with a metallic luster in the dim light. Next came a group of chattering little elves, chasing a crystal ball that hopped on its own. Ron was so absorbed that he almost ran into a tall figure at a nearby stall. The imposing tentacle-like body made him hesitant to get close, so he stepped aside. Don't be nervous. Andre chuckled. The Kraken race may look terrifying, but they're great business partners. Just be careful when they talk. Their saliva is corrosive. As they gradually approached the marketplace's center area, Ron's eyes began darting around continuously. Everything here was filled with a sense of novelty for him. Various peculiar cries of vendors rose and fell. Fresh demon snake gallbladder, guaranteed freshly harvested this morning. Superior illusion scale powder, imported directly from the land of the fairies. Special offer, half price on failed experimental specimens. The market stalls were filled with dazzling goods, many of which Ron had only seen in books. Glowing little figures in glass bottles, colorful crystals floating in midair, magical beasts under an immobile spell. A vendor with goat horns enthusiastically waved to them. Gentlemen, take a look. This is genuine goblin craftsmanship. Don't pay him any mind, Andre whispered. This guy's stuff is all fake, aimed to deceive us candidate apprentices. Not far away, a female snake-person vendor with a long tail was skillfully weighing a chameleon salamander, occasionally flicking her slender snake tongue as she spoke. Hiss hiss, this batch comes from the abyss edge, 3 times more potent than normal ones. Buy from me and I'll give you a discount. Let's not look for now. Andre patted his shoulder. What's important now is to find the materials for the scorching essential oil. Let's move quickly. Amidst their passage through the marketplace, a scene in the distance caught Ron's attention. A middle-aged man in a white wizard robe was leading more than 10 apprentices, making their way to the school's central hall. Who is that wizard? Ron asked softly. Andre followed his gaze, a glint of respect passing through his eyes. That is Master Fernandez, an official wizard who specializes in elemental magic. He holds several paid consultations monthly, specifically to answer questions posed by talented apprentices. Official wizard. Ron's heart tightened, filled with a mix of reverence and fear for someone of that level. In his understanding, official wizards possess the power to turn apprentices into experimental materials, beings of unchallengeable terror. Andre seemed to notice his thoughts and smiled slightly. Don't be so tense. Although official wizards indeed wield formidable power, most don't abuse it. Especially those who choose to be mentors are genuinely enthusiastic about nurturing potential newcomers. Are you saying they won't randomly grab apprentices for experiments? Ron asked, not quite believing it. Of course not, Andre shook his head. They only punish those apprentices who violate significant school rules or handle dangerous targets that have begun to mutate. In fact, if you show enough talent and potential, they'd be more than willing to offer guidance and help. Ron's understanding shifted, differing somewhat from his previous knowledge. Then why is everyone so fearful? Because the power gap between official wizards and apprentices is immense, existing on a life tier akin to different species. Andre explained earnestly, even an advanced apprentice looks as fragile as a child before a true wizard. This explanation relaxed Ron a bit, as at least he wouldn't worry about being taken as an experiment for outstanding performance. Perhaps in such an environment, performing outstandingly and following the rules is actually the best survival strategy. After we're done buying materials, if there's time, you should check out the mentor notice board. Andre suggested. It lists the direction each wizard is willing to provide guidance in, as well as their criteria for choosing students. Although you are still a candidate apprentice, being aware is always beneficial. Thanks a lot, Ron said sincerely. Upon pushing open the herb store's weathered wooden door, a variety of strong scents instantly hit them. The shop was dimly lit, the flames flickering on bronze candelabras, casting twisted shadows of densely packed shelves on the walls. Andre pulled out a crumpled notebook, searching for materials by consulting the list. First, find red sand grass, we need 3 portions. Pointing to a glass jar dotted with red spots, he said, "It's this one, remember to choose ones with intact rhizomes." Ron looked at the assorted materials on the shelves, somewhat overwhelmed. What is this? Ron pointed at a round container, where clusters of translucent spheres were floating, resembling some kind of eggs. Egg sacs of the moonlight jellyfish. The blond boy replied without lifting his head, used for making transparent potions, but too expensive. A single piece costs 20 magic stone fragments. Over here, Andre moved to another set of shelves, peacock feather pollen. Ah, here it is. He carefully took down a bottle sealed with golden powder, the powder twinkling with fine sparks in the dim light. This stuff is very delicate, it will fail upon contact with any moisture. And we also need the stem of carbon breath grass. He continued searching. That's the one emitting smoke. Yes, that one. Ron watched Andre skillfully shuttle between the shelves, occasionally stopping to carefully check the quality of a particular material. This silverlight mushroom looks a bit aged, he said, inspecting a mushroom that emitted a silver glow with a frown, but it will have to do. Placing the last item into the cloth bag, Andre clapped his hands. All right, that's everything. These materials are enough for you to practice making a few batches. At this point he hesitated, glancing at his waist, where his money pouch was noticeably thinner than before. Just as the two were about to leave after paying, the raspy voice of the shopkeeper suddenly sounded. Wait, you 2 young guests. It was an old woman with a face full of wrinkles, one eye gleaming ghostly green in the dim candlelight. Are you interested in magic potion refining? I just happen to be looking for an assistant. Ron felt a flicker in his heart, but Andre already pulled him towards the door. Sorry, we have other matters. It wasn't until they had walked far from the shop's doorway that Andre pursed his lips and explained. That old woman is notoriously strict, and she changes her assistants frequently. Although the pay is quite high, she doesn't even give a piece of magic stone fragment during the probation period. Over time, no one wants to waste their time there. So that's how it is. It does seem to fit him well. Is that so? Ron mused. But if she offers high pay, then her skills must be decent. Andre saw through his thoughts. You're not thinking of. I'm planning to give it a try tomorrow. Ron nodded, then revealed his plan. Since I need a place for practical experience now, rather than spending a lot on materials to explore on my own, it's better to find an experienced master for guidance. All right then, Andre sighed, but I must remind you that storekeeper's temperament isn't great. If you can't meet her standards, you probably won't even get through the probation period. I understand, Ron smiled slightly, so I ask you to accompany me tomorrow. He helped Andre start sorting out various materials. I'll go back and arrange a time with her later. Seeing Ron's confident demeanor, Andre suddenly had a strange premonition. Perhaps this time the application result might be different. He handed the cloth bag filled with assorted materials to Ron, a flicker of undetectable worry in his eyes. These materials should last for now, Andre said with some reluctance, adding, remember, every failure is a waste of materials. Ron took the cloth bag, noticing the other's concern. He's probably worried I'll want a refund if I don't meet the requirements, Ron thought silently. After all, 50 magic stone fragments are quite a fortune for the 13th prince right now. Back in the room, the blond boy said nothing else, immediately starting to teach Ron how to concoct the scorching essential oil. The tools were extremely rudimentary. A chipped clay pot served as a furnace. A few crooked iron bars stood in for stirring sticks. Even the measuring tools were replaced by crudely homemade graduated cups. First, chop the roots and stalks of the red sand grass. Andre, bowing his head to watch the special reaction in the clay pot, continued guiding. Yes, just like that. Make sure not to discard the root hairs. That's where the richest fire element is contained. As the materials were successively added to the clay pot, a peculiar heat flow began surging within the pot. Red liquid bubbles burst continuously on the surface, occasionally emitting a slight popping sound. Now add the peacock feather pollen. Andre's voice suddenly rose. Wait, don't pour it in directly, the reaction will be very intense. Sprinkle it slowly, letting them lay evenly on the liquid surface. Ron carefully followed the instructions, watching the golden powder form a complete ring on the surface of the liquid, then slowly sink in, stirring up ripple-like flames. The first trial proceeded smoothly under Andre's guidance. When it came to the second batch, Andre deliberately stepped aside without speaking, intending to observe Ron's true level. To his surprise, Ron's movements were fluid, as if he had done it hundreds of times. Every step was measured just right, the timing precisely handled. Though it was still far from true magic potion refining, Ron believed he was capable of managing this relatively simple process of concocting body, tempering essential oil. Could this kid really have a talent for magic potions? Andre murmured to himself, back when my father guided me, the conditions were much better, yet it still took me numerous trials before. As the second batch of scorching essential oil was successfully completed, a string of semi-transparent information suddenly appeared before Ron's eyes. Successfully completed a refining square root. Conditions for profession change met. 1. Basic magic potion making, proficient 9/100 square 2. Completed 1 refining square root. Would you like to immediately change profession to magic potion apprentice? What happened? Andre noticed he suddenly froze in place. Is there a problem? It's nothing. Ron took a deep breath and silently chanted in his heart, confirm profession change. In the next moment, a strange energy surged from his heart, spreading through his body like a warm stream, making him feel like he was soaking in a hot spring. Being a blank slate with no profession before, even the most basic life profession brought an upheaval of changes within him, transitioning from none to existence. The previously murky magic power gradually cleared up, like mixed iron filings suddenly getting ordered upon the appearance of a magnet. His perception underwent subtle changes as well. The magic elements floating in the air were no longer entirely elusive. Although still vague, he could now faintly sense their existence. The most noticeable change occurred in his hands. The herbs, roots he had touched, and even the magic power drifting in the air left unique imprints in his perception. It was like a blind person suddenly gaining the concept of color, making the world rich and three-dimensional in his perception. This level of perception ability is probably what is meant by the saying, there's a specialized skill in every field. The mystical feeling persisted for a few seconds, finally coalescing like water drops along his blood vessels, ultimately settling around his heart, forming a faint source point. Profession change successful. Acquired profession, Magic Potion Apprentice 1 star. Basic attributes enhancement. Spirit plus 0.3 Constitution plus 0.1 Magic Power plus 0.2. Activating profession skills. 1. Magic Potion Refining entry level. 2. Herb Recognition entry level. 1. Slightly increased skill experience acquisition speed related to magic potion making. 2. Slightly increased accumulation speed of spiritual power. 3. Slightly increased magic affinity. Ron closed his eyes, feeling the changes within his body. The previously vague fluctuations of spiritual power became clearer, like a painting behind a veil suddenly unveiled. And in the depths of his consciousness, it seemed he gained a peculiar sense of perception ability. When he focused his attention on the scorching essential oil on the table, he could faintly perceive the energy flow within it. Andre's voice suddenly rang out, your aura seems different. Ron opened his eyes, finding Andre looking at him with a somewhat puzzled expression. I don't know why, Andre furrowed his brow though unsure. I just feel like you have a special aura, like those advanced apprentices specializing in magic potion making. Ron's heart stirred, realizing these changes must be the result of his profession change. Not only were there improvements in data, but his demeanor also underwent a mystical transformation. However, he remained outwardly calm. It's probably because I just finished concocting a potion, hence the exercise of spiritual power. He casually rubbed his temples and dismissed it. I feel my spirit is a bit better than before. Andre nodded, somewhat believing. Makes sense after all, it's your first encounter with so many extraordinary materials. A slight impact is normal. Speaking of which, Ron deliberately changed the subject. How long does the efficacy of this scorching essential oil last? Usually about 3 days. Andre yawned. It's getting late. You should look at the manuscript I gave you when you have time. I'll come teach you the specifics of body refining tomorrow. After Andre left, Ron finally heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't wait to test the effects of meditation with his current state, adjusted his posture, and started entering a meditative state according to the methods in the basic meditation technique. As soon as he closed his eyes, he noticed a huge difference. Conscious runes, which initially took a long time to outline, now formed in mere moments. Moreover, the runes were much more stable than before. Even more delightfully surprising, the gathered spiritual power was noticeably more abundant than before. It felt like using a spoon to scoop water instead of a pinch straw. Basic meditation experience points +1. Basic meditation experience points +1. Today's cultivation time has reached the limit. Rest is advised. This improvement. Ron opened his eyes, looking at the data before him, feeling both surprise and trepidation in his heart. The difficulty of gaining experience from meditation techniques must be much more than before. If he tested his aptitude, he might even achieve a higher star level. Such an immense improvement came just from successfully securing a life profession unrelated to combat. It seems I'll need to be more careful, Ron murmured to himself. Luckily, the wizards are kind to candidate apprentices. As long as I follow the rules, there is no need to worry about interference from high-ranking individuals too soon. Everything happened too quickly, making him feel a little overwhelmed by these changes. He felt a particular need to carefully sort through his current situation and clarify his plans and goals for the future at this moment. Ron stood up and tidied up the scattered instruments on the table. The black mist jungle at night was especially quiet, with only vague, strange noises in the distance. He began to inventory his current situation in his mind. The key changes, starting with the basic attribute improvements brought by becoming a magic potion apprentice. Constitution 0.4, right arrow 0.5. Magic power 0.1, right arrow 0.3. Then there were the 2 entry-level professional skills and 3 special bonuses. These improvements are not insignificant, but still far from the threshold to break through to an elementary apprentice. Ron pondered himself. Just as he was lost in thought, unconsciously fiddling with the scorching essential oil in a small bottle, a new prompt appeared on the panel before him. Detected scorching essential oil, start using it. Tip, on the first use, it will unlock the profession change for the combat profession Knight Squire. Observing the prompt on the panel, Ron finally understood why Andre mentioned teaching him how to use it tomorrow. This type of body-refining potions, initial uses are particularly crucial. He carefully tucked away his notes and the potion bottle, ready to rest early. Tomorrow, he planned not only to begin cultivating the crown breathing technique, but also to apply for the assistant position at the herb store. While tidying up, his peripheral vision caught the sight of the basic magic potion theory on his bedside. Looking back now, choosing the path of magic potion making might have been destiny's will. The attribute enhancements and special bonuses from becoming a magic potion apprentice, alongside access to various resources, would undoubtedly allow him to progress further along both the wizard and knight pathways. But for now, the most important thing is to conceal these enhancements. Ron lay on the creaky wooden bed, gazing at the rough shape of the ceiling. At least until I have enough strength to protect myself, that day shouldn't be too far away. Early the next morning, before the sky had fully brightened, Ron was sleeping soundly when a series of rapid, but not too forceful knocks on the door startled him awake. He almost immediately became alert. A conditioned reflex developed at Ralph Manor. After all, one never knew when his father might pay a surprise visit. "Ron, are you up?" Andre's slightly hoarse voice came through the door. He was about to respond when he heard the other party lower their voice and continue. "Don't make a sound. That lunatic Darren next door has been researching sound wave magic. Too much noise will disturb him." When Ron quietly opened the door, he found that Andre's condition was quite poor. The usually well-groomed prince was now disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and even his typically tidy apprentice robe was stained with several scorched marks. "Your Highness, you are..." "SHH." Andre raised a hand to stop his inquiry, signaling for the two to leave the dormitory area first. It was not until they had walked a distance away that Andre let out a long breath. "Don't mention it. There was a little accident last night while researching alchemy." He took out a magic stone fragment and gestured. "I blew a hole in the wall next door, and fixing the rune cost me 10 fragments. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have already been sent to the lab as material." Ron caught the underlying implication in the black mist jungle. Any form of accident could be used by wizards as a reason to requisition experimental materials. Andre pulled out a crumpled notebook from his coat and flipped through it rapidly. "However, this incident reminded me, the first use of hot oil, the location is crucial." He looked up at the sky. "Now the sun is just rising, it's the best time for body refining." The two of them proceeded along a secluded path. The morning chill carried a faint but discernible stench, unique to the black mist jungle. When passing a patch of fluorescent bacteria, Andre intentionally slowed his pace. These are markers left by pathfinders. They fade in sunlight, so wizards use them to guide their way. A few minutes later, the two arrived at an open space. A few broken stone pillars stood crookedly, with some blurry runes carved on the tops. Andre patted the nearest pillar, stirring up a cloud of dust. The black mist jungle isn't very large, so abandoned experimental sites by wizards are common, and usually, no demons or abominations dare to come near, making it relatively safe. In the morning light, the runes occasionally flashed weakly. Moreover, although the runes are damaged, they can still isolate magic power fluctuations. He crouched down to carefully examine the ground. Back then, who knows how many test subjects died here, the tiles have been stained by various energies to this color. Ron noticed that the ground was indeed showing a strange bluish-gray hue. The color was not painted on but seeped out from within, as if the tiles themselves carried some sort of curse. But precisely because of this, it has become a safe place for us. Andre stood up and dusted off his hands. He signaled Ron to sit on the bluish-gray stone platform in the center. "Take off your clothes until you're only in your boxers." Ron was taken aback, the morning chill making him instinctively hug his clothes tighter. Did he hear wrong? Back in the kingdom, there was no word that this 13th prince had a fondness for men, right? "Don't overthink it." Andre rolled his eyes. "I'm not one of those perverted masters who like to prey on handsome boys. The hot oil needs to be applied directly on the skin, especially on certain important." He paused, seemingly contemplating the right words. "According to the wizards, they're called acupoints." "Are all these pieces of knowledge passed down from other worlds?" Ron asked while unbuttoning his shirt. "Much of the mysticism knowledge here has extremely complex origins, primarily because wizards are particularly keen on absorbing transcendent knowledge and cultivation systems from other worlds." "Not sure." Andre shook his head. "The royal records say this breathing technique is a revelation from the sun god. But in my view, rather than dwelling on its origins, it's better to focus on what's in front of us." He opened his notebook, carefully verifying something. According to records, the first body refining should target the crucial areas of the heart, spine, and limb joints. The order is important, any slight mistake. At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared in the interface. "Detected in use, extraordinary item hot oil. Upon use, the first body refining will begin, entering the transition process to combat profession Knight Squire. Combat profession Knight Squire 1 star. Magic power growth 1 star. Physique growth 2 stars. Spirit growth ½ star. 2. Unlock profession skills basic swordsmanship, breathing body refining. Increase skill experience points, gain speed for martial arts related skills. Slight improvement in physique training efficiency. Transition conditions. 1. Physical attribute reaching 0.5 square root. 2. Complete a session of breathing technique body refining. Warning: the first body refining will determine the basic attributes of the knight profession. Hint: magic potion apprentice profession detected can trigger profession linkage for additional benefits. There really is profession linkage. Ron lowered his head, revealing a slight smile. This kind of linkage bonus effect was precisely what made that game so appealing. Players were willing to spend substantial time and money just to discover the most perfect profession combinations. Now that he had unlimited profession slots, what did that mean? The attribute stacking, skill complementation, and growth bonuses between different extraordinary professions. These would all become his exclusive advantages. Back in the game, players could have at most 3 professions at the same time, whereas his potential now was limitless. Given enough time, he could leverage this profession linkage effect to its fullest, building a perfect growth system. This might be his greatest support in this perilous world. Ron ended his train of thought and glanced at Andre, who was deeply focused on his notes, seemingly checking every detail. This caution reminded him of last night's almost blew up the dorm accident. In this world full of danger, any small mistake could be deadly. All right, Andre finally closed the notebook. I need you to listen to every word I say with full concentration. During the application of the oil, you might feel an intense burning sensation and might even hallucinate. His voice suddenly became extraordinarily serious. No matter what happens, don't struggle or move. Once the oil penetrates inside you, it will start affecting your meridians. This process must be completed otherwise. Ron nodded, sensing the gravity in Andre's words. This wasn't merely a simple body refining, but a crucial choice that would determine his future path. Just to make sure you're prepared, I'll tell you in advance that I'm about to start. Andre picked up the bottle of hot oil and poured some into his palm. Ron noticed that the pale gold liquid began emitting a peculiar glow the moment it contacted the air, along with a faint sulfuric odor. Remember, everything starts with breathing. As Andre applied the essential oil to Ron's spine, he said, "Follow the rhythm I taught you. Inhale for 7 counts, hold for 3 counts, exhale for 5 counts." The moment the cold liquid touched the skin, a sharp burning sensation came through. But Ron forced himself to concentrate and began adjusting his breathing rhythm. Inhale for 7 heartbeats. He felt a warm stream of air rush in through his mouth and nose, following the airway downward. Hold for 3 heartbeats. The stream of air moved within, resonating with the penetrating, scorching oil. Exhale for 5 heartbeats. With the release of impure breath, he felt the internal heat seem to ease a bit. Very good, keep this rhythm. Andre's voice came. Now begin to silently recite the calming spell of the crown breathing technique. As the spell was silently recited, Ron felt his breathing rhythm start to resonate with some kind of energy inside him. Each breath felt like a tide of energy surging within the body. Those scorching oils flowing within began to outline the contours of the meridians. The pain still existed, but seemed to become regular. Now enter the second breathing level. Inhale for 9 counts, hold for 5 counts, exhale for 7 counts. Remember, follow the direction of the meridians. With the change in breathing rhythm, Ron felt the energy flow within becoming more intense. Those meridians illuminated by the scorching oils seemed to pulse in the gaps of breathing, each pulse bringing intense pain. Strangely, though, this pain was no longer unbearable. Instead, it seemed like a symbol of some kind of life rhythm, gradually gathering strength through regular breathing. The final level of breathing. Andre's voice came. Inhale for 12 counts, hold for 7 counts, exhale for 9 counts. Remember, imagine the brilliance of the sun. Following Andre's instructions, Ron adjusted his breathing rhythm, and with the change in frequency, he felt his consciousness undergo a wondrous transformation. In the regular rhythm of his breath, he seemed to see a golden sun, its brilliance so intensely hot yet carrying an ultimate pure power. Magically, this image was not an illusion, but a tangible feeling triggered by the breathing rhythm, moving all the body's energy. Each inhalation made him feel a surge of blazing energy, rushing toward the center from every limb and bone. Very good, maintain this state. The oil started to generate a burning sensation, and Andre's voice became less clear to him. The next part is the most dangerous. The body's energy will peak in an instant. With the final thread of hot oil penetrating his body, Ron felt his blood boiling all over. Those illuminated meridians started to pulsate intensely, like countless burning rivers surging within him. "Hold your breath," Andre suddenly shouted. Ron immediately held his breath, and within the short span of 7 heartbeats, he felt all the energy in his body coalesce at the heart, forming a blazing vortex. The pain reached its peak, but his consciousness remained exceptionally clear. Energy is about to reach the critical point. Detected magic potion apprentice profession, gaining additional enhancement. Meridian transformation efficiency increases. Energy absorption rate increases. Ron was secretly delighted in his heart. The profession synergy effect seemed much better than he had imagined. In this extreme state, he could clearly sense the path of every meridian, every flow of energy. This enhanced perception ability was undoubtedly an additional benefit brought by the magic potion apprentice profession. Following Andre's command again, Ron gently exhaled a breath of impurity. At that moment, the accumulated energy flooded his body like a broken dam. The once painful meridians suddenly became unimpeded, like blocked rivers being dredged. All over his body, every muscle and bone underwent a subtle change. First-time body refining completion, 87%. Received basic evaluation, excellent. Unlocked profession, Night Squire 1 star. Note, detected some meridians not fully connected. Recommended to conduct secondary body refining 24 hours later. Acquired profession, Night Squire 1 star. As a main combat profession, the attribute enhancement brought by Night Squire far surpassed ordinary life professions. Ron could feel unprecedented strength surging within him. Basic attributes change. Constitution, 0.5 right arrow 1.2 plus 0.7. Spirit, 1.4 right arrow 1.6 plus 0.2. Magic power, 0.3 right arrow 0.4 plus 0.1. Unlocked professional skills. 1. Basic swordsmanship beginner. 2. Breathing body refining beginner. Special enhancement. 1. Skill experience point acquisition speed related to martial arts slightly increases. 2. Physical training efficiency slightly increases. Compared to the mild improvement of magic potion apprentice, the change brought by the combat profession was more intense and direct. The original vague muscle perception became extraordinarily clear, as if he could feel the existence of every muscle fiber. Those meridians reformed through body refining showcased a brand new vitality. Detected profession synergy. Night Squire plus magic potion apprentice. Acquired additional synergy enhancement. Potion absorption efficiency slightly increases. Meridian enhancement effect slightly increases. With the synergy effect of these two professions, plus the added growth from unlocking more professions in the future, reaching the requirements for elementary apprentice within 3 months now seemed within reach. And when the last trace of energy fluctuation calmed down, Ron, drenched in sweat after the body refining, even a small puddle of sweat accumulated on the stone platform. To withstand to this extent, it's already very good. Andre handed over a robe. Most people pass out during their first body refining. Ron took the robe and realized his hands was still slightly trembling. The feeling of the meridians being reshaped was so powerful that even now, a residual heat remained inside him. "Is this the power of the crown breathing technique?" he whispered. "No, this is only the beginning." Andre shook his head. "What you felt now was just the most basic breath guidance. To truly complete body refining, you have to build on this foundation." His words suddenly stopped, his gaze landing on Ron's back. "Wait, this is..." Ron turned his head and saw small golden patterns appearing on his skin, shimmering like threads in the sunlight. "Sun Meridian," Andre's voice trembled a bit. It said that only those under the sun deity's protection exhibit this sign during their first body refining. Unlocked special talent. Sun's protection fragment. Positive energy affinity slightly increases. Meridian strength slightly increases. Breathing technique, related skill experience point acquisition, speed slightly increases. Looking at the prompt on the panel, Ron felt a mix of joy and concern in his heart. This special constitution was undoubtedly a good thing, but it also meant drawing more attention. "I suggest you dress more conservatively in the future." Andre's tone returned to calm, though his eyes still held a complex look. Such a constitution easily attracts certain people's interest. He didn't say it explicitly, but Ron knew who he meant, those wizards always looking for experimental materials. Speaking of which, Andre suddenly shifted the topic. Didn't you say you were going to apply for that herb store assistant position? Ron nodded, still feeling the discomfort from body refining, but since he agreed to go, he couldn't break his promise. Then I'll accompany you, Andre said thoughtfully. That shopkeeper is said to be someone with a significant background. I'm not exactly sure, he shrugged, but anyone who can open a shop in the Black Mist jungle must have an unusual background. The two retraced their steps, and the morning light had already driven away most of the gloom. Passing by a cluster of mutated fungi, Ron noticed that the colors of the luminescent fungi appeared more vivid than when they had first arrived. Your perception has improved, Andre explained with a slightly amused smile on his face. After body refining, your 5 senses become more acute. Such changes are roughly equivalent to enhancing an ordinary person's senses too. He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully, a qualified knight squire, but not comparable to an elementary apprentice. Ron's heart stirred. This change was indeed noticeable. Not only visually, but even the faint magical auras in the air seemed clearer. Of course, a significant part of this enhancement came from the boost of being a magic potion apprentice. However, he wasn't planning to disclose this to Andre just yet. The two stood in front of the herb store, its mottled wooden door tightly shut, with a bronze wind chime hanging on the door frame, producing a clear sound as the breeze blew through. Strange, Andre furrowed his brows. The shop should be open at this time. Just then the wind chime suddenly shook violently, emitting a piercing sound. Following that, a hoarse voice came from inside the shop. Come in, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ron and Andre exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of caution in each other's eyes. Such odd occurrences often indicated some kind of danger in the Black Mist jungle. But since they were already here, they couldn't just turn and leave. Running away might further provoke the other party. They could only take things step by step for now. As they pushed open the door, various peculiar smells assaulted their senses. Compared to when he last visited, Ron's enhanced perception now allowed him to clearly discern the magical fluctuations within. Some were full of vitality, while others were lethally poisonous. The shopkeeper sat behind the counter, with a purple smoky crystal ball in front of her. Last time he hadn't dared to look too closely, but this time, Ron observed her closely. The giant beak-like nose, the hunched figure, and the skin wrinkled like a dried riverbed left an impression eerie and frightening, reminiscent of the witch in Spirited Away. And at this moment, the old witch, with eyes glimmering green, was profoundly eyeing the two of them. Son's protection. She spoke suddenly, her gaze lingering on Ron for a moment. Though incomplete, it's still quite rare. Ron's heart skipped a beat. He had clearly changed his clothes, so those golden patterns should have been completely covered. No need to be surprised. The shopkeeper revealed a mysterious smile. In the face of mystical methods, this kind of disguise is insignificant. Her gaze shifted to Andre. As for you, the little prince of the Faruk family, it seems you're planning to liquidate the family's inheritance. Andre's expression slightly changed. You are. Relax, child, you can call me Lady Allen. The shopkeeper waved her hand and began tidying up the chaotic tools on the table. I'm not interested in the trivial matters of your worldly royal family. She took out a rusty tin box from under the counter. Back in the day, your grandfather used to come here often to buy medicines. He was only a 15-year-old lad then, always shouting about becoming a great wizard. She stopped suddenly at this point, seemingly lost in some memory. Moments later, her focus returned to Ron. So, you are here for the assistant interview? Yes, Ron nodded, trying to keep his voice steady. Although the other party seemed friendly, the oppressive feeling from facing a stronger being was still unsettling. Lady Allen gazed deeply at Ron. Your talent in magic potion making is not bad, and your foundation is solid, however. Ron was startled. Can she tell his skill level in magic potion making just by looking? He hadn't even demonstrated anything yet. However, books and knowledge accumulation alone aren't enough. Lady Allen stood up. Follow me, let me see your practical skill. She led them through the shelves to a room at the back of the shop. As they opened the door, a strong medicinal fragrance greeted them. This was a simple refining room, with several workbenches filled with various instruments. The shelves by the wall were neatly lined with herbs, some even emitting a faint glow. "We'll use these materials." She pointed to a few herbs on the workbench. "Make a bottle of calm potion." The old witch glanced at Ron's slightly hesitant expression. "Don't worry about failing. These are the most basic materials, furthermore." She gave a smile filled with hidden meaning. "At your current level, you shouldn't encounter any big problems." Ron walked to the workbench, starting to carefully identify the materials. The herb recognition ability he acquired after changing profession was now at play, allowing him to judge the attributes of each material more accurately. On the workbench were several different types of herbs. The leaves of moonlight grass appeared as semi-transparent silver, with the properties most gentle when bathed in moonlight. Mandala root had been sliced thin, its edges glimmering with a faint blue light. The stems of the thorny vine still carried sharp thorns, each tip shimmering with a weak red glow. There were also some plants Ron couldn't name, but through the herb recognition ability, he could at least determine their basic attributes. "I've studied all these, there shouldn't be a problem," Ron murmured softly. The combination of these materials was quite particular. Moonlight grass offers tranquility. Mandala root can slightly stimulate the spirit, while thorny vine helps maintain the potion properties, with other materials arranged around this. The challenge lay in their proportions. The properties of different materials could conflict. A slight error might render all efforts in vain. Ron began recalling the records on calm potion in basic magic potion theory. This basic potion, though simple, requires a perfect understanding of the material's traits to achieve excellence. "Feel free to use the tools," Lady Allen added, though her gaze never left Ron, seemingly observing something. Andre leaned against the door, watching the scene, feeling a bit anxious. He was genuinely worried that Ron might fail in refining, angering this mysterious shopkeeper, causing them to not leave through the shop's door. Ron took a deep breath and began his preparations. First was the moonlight grass, tearing the leaf along the vein to maintain the integrity of the herb's properties. Then the mandala root, cutting it horizontally would make the properties too potent, so he opted for a diagonal cut, allowing the effect to release slowly. As for the thorny vine, its outer peel needed to be stripped with silver tools, otherwise it would affect the other materials. Herb recognition, elementary experience points +1. Magic potion refining, elementary experience points +1. Ron could clearly realize the difference before and after taking on the magic potion apprentice profession, as practicing magic potion-related skills noticeably gained experience more easily than when he previously had no profession. Each detail increased his understanding, and this perception of the materials in turn helped him make more accurate judgments. "Nice technique," Lady Allen suddenly said. "It seems you've put in a lot of effort in researching the basics." Ron didn't reply, focusing intently on adjusting the potion's proportions. With the perception ability acquired after changing profession, he could clearly sense the interactions between different materials. When the final herbal ingredient was added to the copper pot, the potion's color began transforming from turbid initially to gradually clear, finally displaying a faint amber hue. "Timing is just right." Lady Allen shifted her gaze from the pocket watch in her hand back to the potion in the copper pot. "Both color and concentration are very standard." She scooped a bit with a silver spoon, gently wafting it beneath her nose. "The degree of active ingredient extraction is also perfect. It seems you understand the material's traits very thoroughly." At this moment, Ron noticed her gaze turning suddenly sharp, however. She poured the liquid from the silver spoon onto a test paper. "Do you know what's wrong with it?" Ron carefully observed the potion, using the ability of herb recognition. He could see some tiny impurities moving within the liquid. "It's the thorny vine," he said after a brief thought. "Some fibers mixed in when I was peeling off the outer skin." "Very good." Lady Allen finally showed a satisfied smile. "The ability to detect such subtle flaws indicates you indeed have talent in this area." She returned to the counter and took out a contract from the drawer. "This outlines the duties and rewards for the assistant role." Ron took the parchment and began reading it carefully. "Arrive at the store an hour early every morning for preparation. Responsible for organizing herbs, cleaning tools, assisting in the refining of basic magic potions. The reward is..." His gaze stopped at the last line, somewhat in disbelief. That's correct, 2 magic stone fragments a day, plus free use of the store's refining equipment. Lady Allen nodded. Of course, if you can help prepare qualified magic potions, there will be additional bonuses. The remuneration was quite generous, knowing that in most apprentices' part-time jobs, the highest reward was merely 1 magic stone fragment a day. Having discussed the reward, let's talk about your work schedule. Lady Allen continued. You have to work here for 3 hours every morning. The rest of the time is yours to arrange freely. She paused. However, I must remind you that all the recipes you learn here must be kept confidential. The consequences of breaching the contract. The old witch's gaze turned icy. I doubt you'd want to know. Ron nodded. In the Black Mist jungle, the consequences of breaking a contract were often more terrifying than death. Then it settled. Lady Allen took out a quill pen. Start work tomorrow. Remember, be early. Wait, Andre, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. You employed him just like that. No need for further examination. Examination? Lady Allen smiled faintly. I've lived many years and have gained some insight into people. Her gaze wandered over Ron. Good talent and so diligent. Moreover, Lady Allen continued, being able to delve into the basic magic potion theory to this extent in such a short time shows his comprehension in magic potion making. She glanced at Andre. Not everyone can read this book so thoroughly right. Andre shrugged. Indeed, I made little progress after half a year of study. So, Lady Allen pushed the contract and quill to Ron. This is a win-win choice. You need a place to practice, and I need a talented assistant. She took out a small bottle from under the counter containing a light blue liquid. Before signing the contract, drink this. Ron took the bottle without moving immediately. He cautiously observed the potion and silently activated the herb recognition ability. The light blue liquid displayed a unique fluidity under the dim light, with the edges slightly glowing. These characteristics were very similar to the truth potion he saw in basic magic potion theory. Judging by the potion's clarity and fluidity, it should be a refined product, not mixed with any dangerous components. Is this the truth potion? Ron asked, feigning ignorance. Indeed, it reveals if someone harbors malice. Lady Allen nodded. In the Black Mist jungle, this is a basic precaution. After repeatedly confirming it was the truth potion, Ron drank it down in one go. Such verification was indeed quite standard in the Black Mist jungle. Good, Lady Allen nodded satisfactorily. I like cautious people. Being too reckless in such a place doesn't lead to a long life. Her expression turned serious. But I must remind you, there will often be some special status guests here. Whatever you see or hear, keep it to yourself. Ron nodded solemnly. This reminder actually made him more at ease. It's always better to work with an employer who states the rules upfront rather than those who keep things hidden. Early in the morning, just before dawn, Ron was already standing at the entrance of the herb store. The morning mist flowed slowly down the street, occasionally revealing some glowing little insects dancing in the fog. These were the glow butterflies, unique to the Black Mist jungle, attracted by magical power fluctuations, often appearing near herb stores. Getting here so early was thanks to Andre's reminder last night. That old lady dislikes people who are not punctual, Andre said as he was helping him sort out the materials for the secondary body refining. Last month, a candidate apprentice applied, but because they were 5 or 6 seconds late, they were directly thrown out by the 2 moving vines at the door. So to be safe, Ron arrived half an hour early. After meditating last night, he began to revisit the contents of basic magic potion theory concerning herb preservation and equipment maintenance. Since he was going to start from the most basic organizing tasks, he wanted everything to be perfect. This was one of the few useful experiences he learned in the noble estate. If you want others' approval, you must show enough sincerity. At this moment, a distant, prolonged bell sound echoed in. In the Black Mist jungle, it's the mark of day and night alternation, and it is said that the bell chimes contain some kind of extraordinary power, dispelling the malevolent energy accumulated during the night. When the last bell toll faded into the morning mist, the store door opened silently. Come in, Lady Allen's voice came from inside the shop. You're more punctual than I imagined. As he pushed open the door, a variety of peculiar scents assaulted him. After transitioning to a magic potion apprentice, Ron found his ability to discern these scents had significantly improved. Mixed with a sweet sourness, it should be night-blooming jasmine nectar, used as the main ingredient in calm potions. A spicy smell with a hint of fishiness, probably from snake fang grass roots, able to neutralize most toxins. And some indescribable odors, making him feel both familiar and strange. The shop's arrangement seemed to have changed since yesterday. The herbs on the shelves had been rearranged, with some rare materials marked as sold gone, replaced by some unfamiliar new goods. Seen enough, Lady Allen's voice suddenly sounded by his ear. Sorting these is much more interesting than just looking. She pointed to a pile of miscellaneous items in the corner. First, sort these into categories according to their properties. Make sure they don't affect each other. Upon closer inspection, that pile consisted of various bottles and jars, each containing different herbs. Some had already begun reacting with each other, emitting a faint glow in the dim light. Pay attention. Some herbs' attributes may change over time. Lady Allen said while tallying the accounts, what you've just learned from books might not work in practice. Ron nodded and began carefully observing the pile of herbs. With the ability of herb recognition, he could sense the unique aura emitted by each material. He picked up a glass bottle filled with silver powder and after some thought said, according to reason, this should be moon dew flower powder, but this dark color seems different from what's recorded in the books. Very good. Lady Allen raised her head. Did you notice the faint purple mark on the bottle's mouth? Ron observed closely again. Is it because it reacted with other herbs? Exactly. Lady Allen put down the account book. Moon dew flower powder is supposed to be pure silver, but it's sensitive to various energies. Yesterday, a supplier brought in a batch of purple crystal grass, and because it wasn't stored separately in time. She glanced at Ron with a testing look. So what do you think should be done with this bottle of powder? Ron pondered for a moment. First, it needs to be resealed to prevent further contamination, and then. He recalled the contents of basic magic potion theory. If it has reacted with purple crystal grass, it could be used to make potions. Though the purity is reduced, its mild nature is beneficial. The old witch's eyes flashed with approval, and she nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It seems you not only remember what's in the books but can also apply it practically. Ron carefully put the bottle of powder aside and continued sorting the other herbs. Gradually, he noticed that there seemed to be some kind of pattern hidden among these seemingly chaotic materials. For example, those herbs that glow mostly carried a faint star-like aura. Those emitting heat all had a certain special rhythm, reminding him of the solar energy described in the crown breathing technique. I see, he muttered thoughtfully to himself. In the process of actually handling these materials, the knowledge from books was gradually turning into practical experience. Those once obscure descriptions were now becoming vivid. Ron suddenly discovered a small bottle tucked away in the corner. A thin layer of dust covered the bottle, but through the dirty glass he could still see a faint glimmer inside. Just when he was about to take a closer look, Lady Allen's voice suddenly sounded. It's been a while since someone cleaned there. It seems you found something interesting. Is this stardust liquid? Ron carefully wiped the bottle. The book says this material can help stabilize spiritual power fluctuations. That's right. Lady Allen walked over and took the bottle to check in the light, but this bottle has been left for too long. Most of its potency has faded. She glanced at Ron's slightly disappointed expression. What? Are you interested in this? Ron didn't hide it. Yes, 3 months from now is the test that will determine if I can remain here as an apprentice. I need to quickly enhance my spiritual power. Lady Allen chuckled casually. No wonder you chose to apply here. It's indeed a good place to access various rare materials. She placed the bottle back on the shelf, but to enhance spiritual power, relying solely on external substances is not enough. The true breakthrough depends on your own understanding. Ron fell into deep thought. Indeed, the meditation during this time had allowed him to capture certain special inspirations. If he excessively relied on external assistance, extremely frightening things might happen. At this moment, the shop door was pushed open, and a gust of wind carried a few dead leaves inside. Welcome, Lady Allen's words abruptly stopped. Ron looked towards the sound and saw a tall figure standing at the entrance. The visitor wore a gray robe with purple edges, a badge set with deep blue sapphire pinned on the chest, an emblem of an advanced apprentice. He took off his hood, revealing a young but slightly pale face. Lady Allen, the figure nodded slightly. I heard you received a new batch of moondew flowers. Yes, Holt apprentice. Lady Allen's tone was calm, as if she was familiar with this young advanced apprentice before her. They were all picked on the night of the full moon 3 days ago. Continue with your work, I'll handle the guest. She turned her head and whispered to Ron, don't ask anything, don't say anything. Ron nodded silently, continuing to sort through the herbs. But he could feel that the atmosphere in the shop suddenly became stagnant. The advanced apprentice, who seemed to be a regular, said nothing and just slowly paced between the shelves. His robe fluttered without wind, and each time he passed by the bottles containing herbs, the materials inside would produce subtle fluctuations. Ron observed with a sidelong glance while sorting herbs. This was a rare opportunity to get close to an advanced apprentice, perhaps to learn something. Leveraging the keen perception granted by herb recognition, he noticed that the apprentice would pause slightly when passing certain herbs. These materials seemed ordinary, yet carried a special resonance. Holt examined the herbs carefully and actually took a complete magic stone from his robe. I want them all. Ron looked at the magic stone, his heart shaken. Unlike the fragments used by ordinary apprentices, a complete magic stone contained pure and powerful energy. At this moment, the star grass he was sorting emitted a faint glow, seemingly responding to the energy in the magic stone. The gray-robed apprentice paused and turned to look in Ron's direction. Though the expression was unseen, the sharp gaze was spine-chilling. Interesting, he murmured, this star grass still retains its vitality. Little one, how did you do it? Ron's heart raced, but he maintained a calm demeanor. Sir, I just followed the book and stored it with salt crystal powder. No, Holt interrupted him. Ordinary preservation methods can't achieve this level. This grass was picked over several days ago. To maintain such vitality indicates you have understood its rhythm. Ron was taken aback. Having indeed felt the plant's unique rhythm during sorting, which resembled the mental waves he experienced during morning meditation, hence instinctively using a similar method to place it. Very impressive. What's your name? Just as Ron was about to answer, Lady Allen suddenly interrupted their conversation. He's my new assistant. He's still just a candidate apprentice. Oh, given your eye for talent, Lady Allen, you would have a candidate apprentice act as an assistant. Holt, upon hearing Lady Allen's response, was piqued with interest and looked at Ron with keen curiosity. It seems you found another promising talent. He took a small bottle from his pocket. This is some artificial stardew. Consider it a welcome gift for the newcomer. Although its effect is far inferior to true natural stardew, it still helps in enhancing spiritual power. Ron was about to express his gratitude when Lady Allen had already received the bottle. Then I'll thank Holt apprentice on his behalf, but this child needs to take things slowly. It's too early for him to use this now. Holt simply gave a faint smile at this and said nothing more. He placed all the purchased herbs into a special narrow-mouthed pouch at his waist, then turned and left. The gray-blue robe vanished at the doorway in an instant, as if he had never been there. Only after the special magic fluctuations completely dissipated did Lady Allen turn to him. You're quite lucky. Holt is about to advance to a wizard. The things in his hands are no ordinary items. She carefully stored the crystal bottle away. This artificial stardew is refined from the star essence that falls from the sky. Although it's not as good as naturally condensed ones, it's already the best magic potion at the apprentice level. I'll keep it for you for now and return it to you after you pass the apprentice assessment. She glanced at Ron. With your current strength, holding such a high-level potion isn't a good thing. Ron nodded, having no objections. He understood the simple truth that a man without guilt can be a crime if he holds a treasure. By the way, Lady Allen wasn't ready to let him go just yet. How did you activate the medicinal properties of that star grass just now? Ron paused his work and explained truthfully based on his understanding. While organizing, I noticed the waves it emitted were very similar to the spiritual power during meditation, so I tried to place it with a similar rhythm. I see. The old witch's furrowed and intimidating old face rarely showed a hint of a smile. It seems you do have some talent in sensing spiritual power. No wonder Holt is interested in you. Help me sort and organize these moonflower herbs. The time for idle chatter ended, and Lady Allen pointed to the herbs in the corner, and started assigning tasks again. Remember, arrange them according to the harvesting time. Ron nodded in agreement. During the sorting process, he casually mentioned the person in the dark cloak he saw hurriedly leaving the dormitory area that morning. Oh, that's the errand person responsible for delivering messages and odds and ends to the apprentices, said to be connected with the royal family on your side. Lady Allen responded without lifting her head. They frequently travel back and forth between the mortal realm and here. Ron noted this information silently. Speaking of which, the number of magic stone fragments delivered at the beginning of each month was always a bit different. Last month there were 7 pieces, but this month there are only 6. This was quite strange, considering his father was methodical to the point of being somewhat rigid in his memory. After he succeeded his grandfather as count, there wasn't a single silver coin error in the estate's accounts. If he arranged for the magic stone fragments to be sent, it was impossible for there to be an inconsistent quantity. In Count Ralph's study in the Farak kingdom, the firelight from the fireplace cast the man's shadow on the wall, making him appear unusually tall. Here are 10 magic stone fragments for this month. He handed a carefully sealed leather pouch to the butler. The usual arrangement, have Mr. Hawkins take it to the Black Mist jungle. The butler took the pouch, feeling its heavy weight. Master, did you mortgage the vineyard on the east side of the estate? Count Ralph did not deny it. Last year's plague caused a poor harvest, and combined with the expenses of several other offspring, the estate was already running a deficit. But he had to ensure that he could send enough resources to Ron every month. In a place like the Black Mist jungle, it was impossible to get by without magic stone fragments. I neglected that child in the past. The Count stood by the window, looking at the distant, withered wheat field. Now I can only do my best to help him through the difficulties. The butler responded and withdrew, storing the pouch in the estate's highest-grade storage room. A few days later, when the messenger, Mr. Hawkins, arrived as usual and tucked the pouch into his arms, a quick flash of greed glistened in his eyes. Lady Allen approached the shelf in the corner and took out a cloth bag. That's all for today. These are some ordinary refreshing herbs. Consider them extra pay for your work. Thank you, Lady Allen. By the way, Lady Allen said as he was about to leave, come a little earlier tomorrow. I plan to teach you some simple potion refining methods. When he walked out of the herb store, the morning mist had already been dispelled by the sunlight. Ron reflected on everything that happened today, his heart filled with both excitement and a bit of worry. The opportunities this job brought far exceeded his expectations, but it also meant more attention. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ron found Andre leaning against his room door waiting. "How is it? Was your first day smooth?" Andre asked with a smile, but his eyes showed a hint of concern. Ron did not immediately answer. Instead, he opened the room door to ensure there was no one around before he recounted what happened today. Stardew, Andre gasped, that advanced apprentice wouldn't be. He suddenly lowered his voice, Lord Holt. Seeing Ron's puzzled look, Andre explained. He is one of the few advanced apprentices in our school who has shown exceptional talent in magic potions, rumored to have made significant progress in the study and application of the path of the stars. However, he hesitated. Nothing, Andre shook his head, just reminding you to be cautious. Gaining attention is a good thing, but it also means. Ron understood his meaning. In a world where wizards ruled over everything, any extraordinary trait could potentially bring danger. By the way, Andre shifted the topic. The secondary body refining starts this afternoon. Are you ready? Ron nodded, taking the herbs given by the store owner out of the bag. These should be helpful. As he organized the herbs, he recalled today's gains and the skill experience points he acquired. Whether it was the perception of the rhythm of herbs or the conversations with Holt and Lady Allen, they all gave him a deeper understanding of this world. At this moment, he noticed that Andre was looking at him with a peculiar expression. You've changed a lot, Andre said. You wouldn't have been so serious before. Ron smiled, probably because I've seen hope. Indeed, in just a few days, he had acquired the profession of a magic potion apprentice, learned the crown breathing technique, and found a highly rewarding job at the herb store. But most importantly, he began to truly understand the rules of how this world operates. Ron took out the bottle of scorching essential oil from the drawer, its pale golden liquid glimmering faintly in the sunlight. With the experience from the first time, he could now perceive the energy contained within the oil more clearly. Tell me, Andre took a careful look at the essential oil, why is Lord Holt so interested in you, just because of a well-preserved star grass? Ron shook his head. It should be more than that. I guess it's because of the rhythm, as mentioned in the crown breathing technique. Every power has its specific rhythm, Ron explained. While organizing the herbs today, I found many materials carrying some sort of special vibrations. Andre tapped his forehead. That reminds me of something my grandfather once said, that a true wizard must not only master power, but also understand its essence, just like this bottle of scorching essential oil. He shook the potion in his hand. On the surface, it seems to be used for body refining, but it actually carries the rhythm of the sun. Ron's heart stirred. No wonder he saw that golden sun during the first body refining. Perhaps it wasn't merely an illusion. But through the breathing technique, he sensed the energy traits within the essential oil. It's almost time. Andre glanced at the sun outside the window. Where should we practice this time? The same experiment site. Ron said while packing up his things. The runes there can conceal our presence. And he hadn't finished speaking when suddenly a dull thud came from next door. Followed by Darren's exasperated voice, "Damn it, failed again." The two exchanged glances. Sharing helpless smiles, this neighbor, who is obsessed with studying sound wave magic, creates commotions nearly every day, just like the magic he's researching, walking through the chilly morning path. The abandoned experiment site appeared especially quiet under the sunlight. The stone pillars engraved with runes cast mottled shadows. The bluish-gray marks on the ground were faintly visible in the daylight. No wonder wizards chose to conduct experiments here. This area is extremely sensitive to energy, and any extraordinary power would leave traces on the ground. Ron noticed that the bluish-gray on the ground seemed lighter than yesterday. Strange, he muttered to himself, with the keen perception gained through his career change. He realized these colors were actually remnants of some sort of energy. They would gradually fade whenever sunlight touched them. We're here. Andre's voice broke Ron's thoughts. You can start preparing, while taking things out from his bag. Ron cautiously looked around. Why do you think wizards would abandon an experiment site like this? He always found it strange. In the resource-scarce Black Mist jungle, a site with isolating runes should not be simply discarded. You'd have to ask those runes. Andre pointed to the mottled marks on the stone pillars. It said that a failed experiment by an official wizard led to the runes being polluted, gradually losing their original effect. All right. Enough idle talk. Those matters aren't our concern, as neither of us are even apprentices. The blond boy didn't seem interested in further conversation. Swiftly taking out the scorching essential oil, I must remind you. The secondary body refining might be different from the first. Do you remember the feeling from yesterday? Andre began reviewing his notes. When the essential oil seeps in, there will be a specific rhythm. Ron nodded. He would never forget that experience. The intense energy flowing through his meridians, each pulse like the heartbeat of the sun this time. Andre's voice took a serious tone. You must actively guide the energy. It's like he seemed to be searching for a suitable metaphor. It's like dancing. The first time, you were led along, but this time, you need to learn to control the rhythm yourself with the music. And after this, you won't need anyone to assist you in future body refining processes. Ron understood. Remembering his morning experience at the herb store, where the herbs each had unique rhythms, the key being how to perceive and harness these traits, I understand. He took off his shirt and sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Let's begin. Detected scorching essential oil. Do you wish to commence secondary body refining? Note. This body refining will affect the growth of some knight's squire attributes after the first body refining. He could clearly perceive the pathways of meridians within his body this time. I won't need to remind you of each step, Andre said. Beginning to mix the scorching essential oil, you need to actively guide the flow of energy. Ron nodded, closed his eyes, and began adjusting his breathing. Commence secondary body refining. As the first drop of scorching essential oil fell on his back, the familiar burning sensation hit again, but this time, Ron did not passively endure. Instead, he coordinated with the rhythm of the crown breathing technique. Inhale. 7 beats, energy rushes into the body with the breath. Hold. 3 beats, sensing the intense rhythm contained in the essential oil. Exhale. 5 beats guiding the energy along the meridian paths. Good. Andre's voice came from afar. Now transition into the second rhythm. Ron deepened his breathing rhythm. This time, he could clearly sense the direction of every strand of energy, as if controlling countless tiny streams of fire, guiding them along specific paths. Secondary body refining. The magic potion apprentice career synergy effect is active. Slightly increased meridian modification efficiency. Slightly increased energy absorption rate. As the breathing deepened, Ron gradually entered a wondrous state, unlike the passive endurance of the first refining. This time he could clearly perceive the flow patterns of energy. The scorching currents were like invisible brushes. Sketching the outline of meridians under his guidance, focus on the second rhythm. Andre's slightly uneasy voice came from not far away. Inhale 9 beats. Hold 5 beats, exhale 7 beats. Remember, you are directing the rhythm following the instructions. Ron adjusted his breathing frequency. With the rhythm change, he felt the energy within him flowing in a new manner. Every breath was a note. And the meridians were the instruments played when the rhythm was fully matched. The flow of energy became extremely smooth. I seem to have grasped the gist. Ron pondered internally. This energy flow rule bore some resemblance to the rhythm he observed in the herb store earlier. Suddenly, a much stronger heat flow surged into his body. It was the last wave of scorching essential oil. Its temperature much higher than before. The crucial moment has arrived. Andre's voice continued to remind. Remember, don't resist this energy, guide it instead. Ron knew this was a critical moment. The energy from the last body refining session nearly tore him apart. But this time he had already grasped the essentials. He took a deep breath and began trying to guide this frenzied energy using the unique rhythm of the crown breathing technique. At first, the energy was still difficult to control, raging like wildfire through his meridians. But as the breathing adjusted, the frenzied energy gradually calmed down and began moving along a specific trajectory. Perfect rhythm detected. Gain additional attribute boost, Constitution plus 0.2. Constitution, 1.2 right arrow 1.4. Just as the energy was about to be fully directed into his meridian, Ron suddenly sensed something strange. In his perception, the flowing energy seemed to form a certain pattern, like a miniature sun, slowly rotating inside him. This reminded him of the illusion he saw during his first body refining, but this time, the vision was much clearer, and he could even sense a certain profound meaning within. Focus completely. Andre's voice suddenly became serious. You should be able to see something now. Indeed, in Ron's perception, the sun wasn't just a pattern, but more like the embodiment of a certain law. Its operation method completely matched with the rhythm of the crown breathing technique. I see, Ron finally understood something. The reason this breathing technique is called the crown breathing technique is not only because it can guide energy similar to the sun, but also because it itself imitates the sun's operational law. When the last trace of energy was completely integrated into the meridians, Ron slowly opened his eyes. He found Andre looking at him with a peculiar gaze. Andre seemed to want to say something but hesitated, saw the sun pattern. Ron nodded, not only saw it but also felt the law within. Incredible, Andre's expression became complex. Even I only had this insight after reaching the second stage of cultivation. You're just in your second body refining session and... He didn't finish, but Ron understood his meaning. This understanding of the essence of the breathing technique was far more meaningful than simply completing body refining. On the way back to the dormitory area, Ron kept pondering over the experiences of the day. The glowing star grass, the reason he could maintain its activity was entirely due to accidentally using the rhythm of the crown breathing technique while organizing. Every time the breath guided, it would make the energy in the herbs flow with a specific rhythm. What are you thinking about? Andre's voice interrupted his thoughts. I'm wondering. Ron stopped walking, recalling that bottle of artificial stardew. Do all extraordinary powers have their specific rhythm? Like how star grass maintains its activity following a specific rhythm, and burning essential oil also needs to match the rhythm of the breathing technique to achieve its effect. Ron explained, then what about spiritual power? Andre showed interest. Are you saying if one can find the rhythm of spiritual power, perhaps one can speed up meditation? It's definitely worth a try. Ron nodded. Today Lady Allen mentioned teaching me how to make simple potions. Maybe I could gain some insights from it. While speaking, the two had already arrived at the dormitory area. Once they stepped on the stairs, they heard a burst of hurried footsteps. A lavishly dressed but slightly disheveled young lady hurried past them, with a strong perfume smell masking a hint of fishiness and sweat. Ron recognized her as one of the candidate apprentices from their batch, Emily. According to her previous self-introduction, she seemed to be a noble lady from the Duke's household. But right now, this Duke's daughter seemed more like a hostess at a special event, with her neckline wide open, exquisite makeup somewhat smudged, and a trace of reddish color at the corner of her lips. Seeing Ron and Andre, Emily's face went red. She lightly covered her face with her hand and quickly sped up, disappearing around the corridor corner. Another one, Andre showed a hint of disdainful sneer. This month alone, 3 people have chosen this path. You don't know, Andre glanced at Ron's confused expression. Apprentices who pass the examination have the right to recruit servants. For those who see no hope, seeking refuge with an apprentice in advance isn't a bad option. His tone carried a bit of sarcasm. Emily has gone to Marcus of Tower 3, heard that Guy especially likes collecting such beauty servants, already has 5 or 6. Ron finally understood, noticing the sudden gloominess on Andre's face. Speaking of Marcus, that Guy and his twin brother have been researching a certain curse witchcraft of spiritual power extraction recently. Heard one servant under it has turned into an idiot. He paused, his voice low, but even so, people keep rushing to them. In the Black Mist jungle, just surviving is already many people's biggest luxury. Ron was silent. This was the world of wizards, the strong having the power of life and death over the weak. This hierarchy concept has long been ingrained deep. Anyway, Andre slightly reined in his emotions. You found a good road. Lady Allen may be stern, but at least. He didn't finish, but Ron understood his meaning. The old witch might seem terrifying, but from the contact in the past 2 days, she was actually quite kind. Speaking of which, Ron remembered the bottle of artificial stardew, starting to chat idly. Why did Holt Apprentice gift me such a precious magic potion? Probably appreciating your talent, Andre shrugged. In the Black Mist jungle, any kindness is not without reason. If you succeed in advancing, you might have to repay accordingly. Every gift of fate has long been secretly marked with a price. Ron nodded, fully aware of the significance behind this gift. After returning to the dormitory, Ron didn't rest immediately, but instead started his meditation cultivation for the day. Ever since he became a magic potion apprentice, he found his perception of spiritual power had become sharper. And today's insight into the rhythm during body refining seemed to offer a brand new perspective. If the crown breathing technique is about imitating the sun's patterns, Ron opened the worn-out basic meditation technique. Then, does spiritual power also have its own specific operating pattern? He carefully studied the basic rune formed by the 3 arcs in the book. Previously, he merely imitated mechanically, but now he suddenly realized the arrangement of these 3 arcs seemed to imply a certain rhythm. With this idea in mind, he began to try sketching the rune with different rhythms. Basic meditation begins. When the first arc formed in his consciousness, he no longer rushed to complete it as before, but carefully felt the flow of spiritual power. Curiously, whenever a part of the rune resonated with the fluctuations of spiritual power, that arc would become exceedingly stable. So that's it, Ron finally understood something. This rune was not just a tool to guide spiritual power. Its shape itself was imitating the most natural flow of spiritual power. Special effect triggered. Spiritual rhythm meditation effect slightly increased. Basic meditation experience points +1. Basic meditation experience points +1. Basic meditation experience points +1. Today's cultivation time has reached the limit. Rest is recommended. The significant increase in experience points compared to usual confirmed that his theory was correct. Just as Ron was about to continue meditating, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. As someone advanced again, he stood up and opened the door, just in time to see a familiar figure rushing past. It was Locke, who had come to the Black Mist jungle at the same time as him, running excitedly towards the testing hall. Looks like a candidate apprentice has made a breakthrough. Andre, living not far from him, obviously heard the commotion as well and stepped out from his room. Such occurrences are becoming more frequent lately. The closer it gets to the assessment deadline, the more desperate everyone becomes. Ron understood his meaning. As time passed, those who saw no hope often chose to take risky moves, either daring to try dangerous forbidden magic or buying some dubious special potion. Let's go and take a look. Anyone's successful experience is worth learning from. Andre waited for Ron to lock his room door. We might uncover some clues. The testing hall was located in the center of the dormitory area, where there was a specially made crystal ball that could measure the strength of spiritual power. When the two arrived, a crowd had already gathered in the hall. Locke stood before the crystal ball, his face pale but his eyes excited. "It's starting," someone whispered. Locke placed his hand on the crystal ball, and immediately dark red mist began swirling within the sphere. Moments later, a fairly bright symbol condensed in the mist, but it appeared extremely unstable, flickering like a faulty bulb. "He really made it!" A chorus of exclamations erupted around them. This was indeed surprising, as Locke, like Ron, was originally on the brink of barely reaching the 6th-class star standard. Yet now, almost 3 months ahead of schedule, he had already met the spiritual power standard for the elementary apprentice assessment. What method did he use? Discussions buzzed around. But Ron noticed that Andre's expression grew severe. "Something's not right." "What do you mean?" Ron asked in a lowered voice. "Look at his pupils." Andre's expression was grim as he half raised his arm to block his friend beside him, slowly retreating. "They're overly dilated, and also—" He pointed at Locke's hands touching the crystal ball, which were trembling uncontrollably. This could be a sign of spiritual power loss of control. Sure enough, amid the crowd's gasps, Locke suddenly clutched his head, letting out a painful groan. His previously clear eyes turned chaotic, and his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. "This is bad." Andre pulled Ron back rapidly. "Get away quickly." Before the words were out, Locke suddenly let out a scream. His eyes were bloodshot, and his spiritual power began to fluctuate wildly. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and everyone felt a suffocating sensation. Judging by the symptoms, it should be the aftereffects of a forbidden potion. Andre gritted his teeth and whispered, "This guy dared to try such a thing to enhance his spiritual power." Ron noticed the dark red mist in the crystal ball suddenly thickening, and the symbols within began to twist and deform, which was clearly not a good omen. Just as everyone was hastily retreating, sensing something was wrong, a white figure flashed in the center of the hall. The candidate apprentices around immediately scattered like a receding tide, their eyes filled with undisguised fear and awe. This instinctive fear was not without reason. As the apex of the food chain in the black mist jungle, official wizards wielded almost absolute power without constraint. But more terrifying than the power itself was the invisible sense of oppression emanating from an official wizard. Ron had heard from Andre that when spiritual power breaks through a certain critical point, reaching the standard of an official wizard, the magic power within undergoes a bizarre activation transformation, forming a special energy field known as a domain. This domain would continuously emit highly penetrating energy radiation, which even the wizard themselves found hard to fully restrain. Though most wizards employed special means to keep this radiation to a minimized range. Yet even so, getting within 2 meters of an official wizard would cause people with average constitution to experience various discomforts: dizziness, nausea, fever, and over time, even symptoms of organ failure might appear. It was said that people with particularly weak constitutions could die within minutes from overexposure to excessive radiation. This is also why wizards prefer solitude and set heavy restrictions around their residences, both to protect their privacy and research outcomes, and to prevent unnecessary, accidental fatalities. Ron felt that as the white-robed figure approached, the air seemed to thicken, and breathing became increasingly difficult. The surface of his skin began to feel a peculiar prickling sensation, as if countless needle points were gently piercing. This feeling was so apparent even from more than 10 meters away, let alone for those apprentices forced to stay closer. Several candidate apprentices closer to the white-robed mage had turned pale, with one even starting to bleed from the nostrils. Yet no one dared to complain out loud, nor did anyone dare to leave without permission. In the eyes of a wizard, these could be seen as signs of disrespect, with often unimaginable consequences. This is the deterrence brought by the absolute disparity in power. The apprentices genuinely revered the wizards, not just for fear of their power, but because there was a longing in everyone's heart to become such a strong person. "All right, if you can't take it, stand further back." As the white-robed mage's cold voice rang out, he waved his magic wand, and a circle of silver light spread out. Everyone was pushed straight to the corners, leaving only the already out-of-control Locke convulsing in the center. "Interesting," the wizard speculated. "Seems like he's ingested a spiritual catalyst, and the dose far exceeds his tolerance limit," he said, taking a crystal bottle filled with an eerie black liquid from his robe. "A good opportunity to test this new formula." Ron noticed Andre's face became extremely grim. As the well-informed one, he had evidently witnessed similar scenarios before. "Don't watch, it'll," Andre whispered, but Ron knew he had to remember this scene. This is the wizarding world, where the strong see the weak as mere experimental material, life and death decided with a single thought. A piercing scream shattered Ron's thoughts, as the black liquid from the bottle was forcibly poured into Locke's mouth by an invisible hand, and his body started convulsing violently, as if something slithered beneath his skin. The white-robed mage raised his fist, and the silver halo firmly restrained the out-of-control Locke. At this moment, Locke had completely lost his rationality, his eyeballs trembling incessantly, with some kind of ever-changing geometric pattern reflected in his pupils. The classic ocular tremor syndrome. The white-robed mage's voice remained calm when mortals glimpse the truth they shouldn't see. "This is the most common reaction." He paced slowly beside Locke, like a researcher repeatedly observing a caged lab rat, in this case. The spiritual catalyst he ingested is likely made from the eyeballs of a mutated creature. Just then, a bizarre distortion suddenly surged beneath Locke's skin, as if something slithered within his flesh. His right arm began to swell, the surface cracking open to reveal writhing flesh proliferation syndrome. The white-robed mage chuckled lightly. "It's rather rare to contract two types of mutation pollution at once." Ron endured the discomfort and continued to observe, noticing the white-robed mage's eyes slightly trembling, a mark left by long-term exposure to mysticism knowledge in Locke's screams. A certain inhuman tone gradually emerged, his flesh constantly reorganizing, forming grotesque mutated limbs or organs, only to disintegrate immediately after. "Stop watching. We should hurry back." Andre pulled Ron and turned to leave, but those images were already deeply imprinted in his mind on the way back to the dorms. Ron remained silent. Those bizarre scenes kept flashing in his mind, the strange patterns in Locke's eyes. The writhing flesh, the twisted air. What on earth is happening? Why would a potion meant to enhance spiritual power result in such terrifying consequences? "Andre." Ron finally couldn't help but speak. "Those symptoms of ocular tremor and flesh proliferation. Have you seen them before?" The blonde boy's face instantly turned unusually grim. "Ron, this isn't something you should be concerned about right now." Ron wanted to ask more questions, but seeing the other's gloomy expression, he chose to temporarily suppress his doubts. He knew very well that in this strange and terrifying dark world, knowing too much sometimes wasn't a good thing. After saying goodbye to Andre and returning to his dorm, Ron was still unsettled. Those eerie scenes continuously flashed in his mind, making him feel bouts of nausea. Where on earth did Locke get that kind of forbidden potion? He muttered to himself, then opened the system panel to check his status. Current combat profession, Knight Squire 1 star. Current life profession, Magic Potion Apprentice 1 star. Attributes, Constitution 1.4, Spirit 1.6, Magic Power 0.4. Basic Magic Potion Making, Proficient. Basic Meditation Beginner, Slime Splash Beginner, Magic Potion Refining Beginner, Herb Recognition Beginner, Basic Swordsmanship Beginner, Breathing Body Refining Beginner. Special Talent, Dual Soul Sun's Protection Remnant. Power Level Knight Squire. At least I have a golden finger, no need to take those crooked paths. Ron looked at the steadily improving data, feeling slightly comforted. Moreover, with the current pace of meditation improvement, there's hope to advance within this month, and then many problems will be easily solved. Just then, a muffled sound from Darren's neighboring room interrupted Ron's thoughts. Damn sound wave magic, why did it fail again? The angry curses came through the wall. Ron couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. The neighbor's determination was indeed admirable. Although he failed every day, he never thought of taking shortcuts, but if this continues, he likely wouldn't pass the apprentice evaluation. But he didn't have time to worry about other people's affairs anyway. As night fell, the black mist jungle was enveloped in silence. But in some hidden corners, people were still engaging in shady dealings. Did you hear? Another servant died over at Tower 3. Sigh, Marcus has been studying some curse witchcraft lately, and his methods are particularly vicious. Tusk, but being his servant at least guarantees one's life. Although every night it's quite uncomfortable, it's better than those unlucky ones who become experimental subjects and demon dung. Scattered conversations came from the end of the corridor, where several luxuriously dressed, flamboyantly adorned female servants were gathered. They carried a bit of arrogance on their faces. After all, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, clinging to a powerful person can be considered a form of capital. Ron stood behind the door. His enhanced five senses from body refining clearly heard the whispered conversations through the door. Although most were trivial gossip, occasionally he could hear some useful information. That Locke is really foolish, actually looking for a black market merchant to buy illicit potions. But it has nothing to do with us anymore. Those guys only target candidate apprentices nearing the deadline. Anyway, those people are all destined to die, might as well earn some more. Black market merchant. He silently noted this term in his heart. Having one more channel is always a good thing. Footsteps gradually faded away, and the corridor fell silent once more. In places he couldn't see, those servants who deliberately spoke loudly soon respectfully gathered before a gray-robed figure after leaving the dormitory area. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Ron lost the desire to sleep. Thinking he had time today, he quickly got out of bed. Since there was still plenty of time before he had to go work at the herb store in the apprentice market, he sat down at the desk and opened Andre's notes on Corona swordsmanship. This is a special swordsmanship that complements the crown breathing technique, emphasizing guiding body movements with breath, making the sword momentum as fierce as the sun. One could say the school was generous to these candidate apprentices. The single rooms in the dorm area, though sparsely furnished, were spacious enough for him to practice swordsmanship with ease. Start with the most basic opening move. Ron picked up a wooden sword and stood in the center of the room. Basic swordsmanship training begins. Use crown breathing technique to guide your movements. After 2 body-refining exercises, he had a profound understanding of the rhythm of the crown breathing technique. This rhythm not only guided spiritual power, but also made every movement of the body full of strength. Taking a deep breath, he began practicing the most basic slash according to the tips in the notes. Initially awkward, as his breath gradually aligned, the movements became smoother and more fluid. Each sword swing was synchronized with the breathing rhythm, inhaling to build momentum, holding breath to focus, and exhaling to slash. The wooden sword traced paths in the air, creating faint wind sounds. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Progress at the beginner stage is indeed fast. Ron looked at the data on the panel, a slight smile appearing on his face. This swordsmanship's perfect integration with the crown breathing technique allowed him to practice with ease, together with the speed boost of the Knight Squire profession on swordsmanship skills. Each swing according to the proper rhythm felt like he was gaining a deeper understanding of the swordsmanship. It felt as if his muscles were memorizing a kind of special rhythm, making every movement powerful. This gives me a new idea, Ron mused. Using breathing to guide the sword feels like it could be applied in actual combat. He continued practicing the basic slash, the wooden sword's path becoming rounder and more fluid. Under the correct breathing guidance, even the simplest actions contained a special rhythm. While engrossed in practice, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his training. "It's me," Andre's deep voice came through. Ron put away the training wooden sword, casually wiped his sweat with a towel, and went to open the door. Opening the door, he found the 13th prince looking quite anxious. "There's something I must tell you," Andre said, closing the room's door and speaking in a low, urgent tone. "Just now I found out, the reason Locke took such a risk was because he received some information. It's said to be from a merchant who claims to provide special channels." Andre's tone carried a hint of unease. Recently, such news has been widely circulated among the candidate apprentices, and those merchants claim to have ways to significantly enhance spiritual power in a short time. Ron's heart stirred, so Locke got fooled. No, it's worse than that. Andre shook his head. Those forbidden potions can indeed boost spiritual power in the short term, but the cost is. He didn't finish, but Ron already thought of that twisted flesh and those constantly trembling eyeballs. I've heard that these merchants seem to have the support of wizards behind them. Andre continued, they need a large number of experimental subjects, and those desperate candidate apprentices are the best targets. Ron's mind suddenly became alert, so from the start, Locke was a predetermined prey. Then he connected it to how as soon as something happened to Locke, there were whispers around here discussing the special channel through which Locke obtained the spiritual catalyst. Such a coincidence was rather unusual. So I'm here to remind you. Andre's voice became extremely serious. No matter what kind of temptation you receive, don't try those dubious things. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. Ron forced a smile. Haven't I already found the correct path now? Andre nodded slightly, a bit relieved. Indeed, even Lord Holt recognizes your talent in magic potion making, and your cultivation of the crown breathing technique is progressing smoothly. However, speaking of which, he suddenly shifted the topic. How do you plan to deal with Lady Allen's guidance today? She's famously strict. Well, Ron glanced at the notes on the table. I've already reviewed the part about simple potions in basic magic potion theory. He picked up a notebook filled with dense notes, casually showing his understanding of the herbs. Moreover, yesterday's practical exercises at the herb store gave me new insights into many materials. Andre took the notes, flipping through them, showing a surprised expression. Did you summarize all of these yourself? Even the reactions and habits of rare herbs are recorded in such detail. Suddenly, there was a chaotic commotion outside, mixed with a few suppressed exclamations. Someone else? Andre's expression instantly darkened, and even his usually elegant tone became hoarse. The two exchanged glances, as disturbances occurring at this time often meant that someone desperate had chosen that road of no return. Shall we check the situation? Ron hesitantly asked. Andre's fingers unconsciously rubbed the collar of his clothes, a habitual action when he was caught in a dilemma. But he eventually nodded slowly. Go ahead, it's good to take a look, but be sure to keep your distance. At times like this, those white-robed mages, short of experimental materials, always visit promptly. By the time they reached the corridor's end, a crowd had already gathered. Even though the sky hadn't yet brightened clearly, no actual layabouts lived here. Unlike the morning's incident with Locke, this time everyone tacitly kept their distance, as if fearing something. Under the flickering magic crystal lamps, Ron saw a twisted figure curled up in the corner. The morning light streamed through the window panes, falling upon that once delicate female face, yet now it appeared so monstrously frightening. It's Emily, someone was the first to recognize. This name sent a shock through Ron's heart. He had just seen this duke's daughter yesterday afternoon. Though she was disheveled, she still wore a luxurious silk gown with a gemstone necklace adorning her neck. This noble girl, even after becoming someone else's servant, maintained her noble elegance. Emily's appearance was not only disfigured, but her body was twisting in ways that defied logic, her expensive silk gown soaked in sweat, sticking to her skin and outlining an eerie silhouette. It seemed something was writhing inside her, making what had been a slender figure become bizarre and distorted. I heard she went to Marcus Apprentice's room just a few days ago, a female apprentice whispered. Emily would never settle. She's always dreamed of becoming an elementary apprentice. Indeed, thanks to selling her body for magic stone fragments, she could afford the spiritual catalyst. Tusk, such a pity. I remember when she first arrived, she was so proud, saying, even if I become an experimental subject, I'd rather stay here. Now look at her. The murmuring ceased abruptly as a tall figure in a white robe appeared at the corridor's end, a contemptuous snort coming from beneath his mask. Another reckless, pitiful being. The voice of the white-robed mage carried no emotion, just in time for studying new transformation formulas lacking suitable test subjects. He casually waved an invisible ripple, enclosing the mutating Emily in it, preparing to take her away. With the white-robed mage's rough actions, the girl's originally delicate features twisted and deformed under the pressure, the gemstone necklace deeply embedding into her gradually swelling neck. At this moment, she struggled slightly, lifting her head to look towards the surrounding apprentices. Ron noticed those eyes, once as beautiful and clear as gemstones, now bloodshot like a spider's web. In that bloodshot landscape, he could barely make out some strange object constantly restructuring. "Help, help, ugh," she tried to make a sound, but her voice was only a garbled moan. The wizard, somewhat disgusted, reached into his cloak and took out a vial of potion emitting an eerie glow. "Seems like you need to settle down a bit." "Let's go." Andre grabbed Ron's arm. "There's no need to watch what happens next." He had only turned and walked a few steps when a piercing scream echoed behind them, mingled with a creepy low growl, as if coming from the depths of the abyss. Back in the dormitory, Ron found it hard to calm down for a long time. Everything that had happened today was too heavy, from seeing Locke last night to Emily now, all reminding him of this world's cruelty. "I must quickly strengthen my abilities." In this dark and cruel world, power is the fundamental way to stand firm. Be it to survive or to avoid becoming a piece of meat on the white-robed mage's chopping block. He opened his notebook and continued studying the traits of herbs. He was about to receive guidance from Lady Allen, and he must be fully prepared. In the early morning, the black mist jungle was still shrouded in thin fog. But Ron had already arrived in front of the herb store. He gazed at the mottled wooden door, his mind filled with countless thoughts. The tragic scenes of Locke and Emily constantly flashed through his mind, and everything that had happened in the past few days made him restless, yet it strengthened his resolve to improve his strength. He looked at the sky. He was half an hour earlier than the agreed time. This caution had become a habit for him. He dared not gamble on the consequences of being late. The bronze wind chime at the door jingled crisply in the breeze. Although the store door was tightly closed, he could vaguely sense Lady Allen's unique magic power fluctuations. Ron took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. Soon, Lady Allen's distinctive husky voice came from inside. "Come in, young one." As soon as he opened the door, various peculiar smells rushed towards him. Having familiarized himself over the past few days, Ron was already able to distinguish most of the herb's traits. He could distinguish the crispness of the moonlight grass, the spiciness of the snake fang grass, and some other distinctive scents that he couldn't name. Arrived earlier than the agreed time. Lady Allen stood behind the counter, and a hint of approval flashed in her emerald green eyes. "It seems you're indeed not a slothful person. This is good." Ron imitated a noble gesture he remembered being taught by his etiquette teacher. "It is my honor to have your regard, madam. Spare me the useless pleasantries." The old witch waved her hand, her gaze becoming sharp as an eagle's again. "First, let me check on your homework." Ron nodded and immediately replied, "Yes, madam. I've reviewed the part on the stimulant potion in basic magic potion theory 3 times and even organized some notes." Saying this, he took out a thick notebook from his chest. It recorded densely various materials' traits, reaction rules, and even some detailed observations. Lady Allen casually flipped through the notebook, the gleam in her eyes gradually brightened. "Interesting. You not only recorded the book's content, but also added your understanding. This idea of linking spiritual perception with herb traits is quite novel." She closed the notebook, staring at Ron intently. "Follow me, there's a lot to teach you today." The old witch led Ron through a narrow corridor to the refining room deep within the store. Unlike last time, the workbench was already filled with various tools and materials, plainly meticulously prepared. A bronze crucible was perched on a specially made stove, with an eerie blue flame flickering beneath. "First, I'll teach you to configure the most basic stimulant potion," Lady Allen said, as she began to introduce the materials on the table. "Although this potion is common in the market, producing a perfect product is not easy. You must grasp the right amount and timing for each material." Ron approached the workbench, using his herb recognition ability to carefully observe the materials on the table. The fresh moonlight grass leaves were still dewy, shimmering with a silvery sheen under the ghostly blue firelight. The carbon breath grass's stalk was emitting a light blue smoke, marking the presence of still active ingredients. Some unnamed but uniquely scented materials were neatly placed in glass dishes. Every material has its specific rhythm. Lady Allen's voice sounded. "A true alchemist must understand the material's properties and master their resonance." This statement moved something in Ron's heart. He recalled the insight from practicing the crown breathing technique yesterday, be it spiritual power, breathing technique, or these herbs. They all seem to follow a specific pattern. You seem to have gained some insight. Lady Allen keenly noted the change in his expression. Yes, Ron nodded. Like the star grass yesterday, when I placed it in a certain way, it seemed I could sense a kind of rhythm it contained. Not bad. The old witch showed a slight smile. Every true alchemist is in pursuit of this balance of rhythm. She pointed to the materials on the workbench. Now, let me see your understanding. Ron took a deep breath and began preparing the potion according to his understanding. This time he didn't completely follow the textbook method, but tried to feel each material's characteristics. The silver glow of the moonlight grass was very similar to spiritual power's fluctuations, so he tried to handle these materials in a rhythm similar to meditation. As he proceeded with the preparation, Ron gradually entered a wondrous state. Each material seemed to have its own voice, and his task was to harmoniously integrate these voices. Interesting. Lady Allen suddenly spoke up. You are guiding the material's fusion with the rhythm of spiritual power. Ron was slightly taken aback. You mean? Continue, no need to answer me. The old witch interrupted him. Let me see to what extent you can achieve. Ron nodded and continued focusing on the preparation. When the last material was added to the bronze pot, the potion's color began to change from turbid to clear, finally presenting a faint amber hue. In his perception, the energy fluctuations in the entire pot of potion reached a subtle balance. As expected, Lady Allen murmured softly, You do indeed have some talent in spiritual perception. This method of utilizing the rhythm of spiritual power in potion mixing isn't something just anyone can think of. She scooped some potion with a silver spoon. Though still coarse, the direction is correct. Just then the sound of footsteps came from outside the store, gradually approaching. It seems a customer has come. Lady Allen retracted her teaching tone. I'll go attend to the customer first. Later, organize the shelves. While working, carefully think about what I taught you today in this world. Every power follows a specific rhythm. The key is in perceiving and utilizing it. She was about to turn and leave, but suddenly seemed to remember something. She glanced back at the potion in the crucible. Although the potion is mostly fine, it's still a subpar product. You can pack it up and take it with you, whether to sell or keep for yourself, it's up to you. Ron felt a surge of joy, truly an unexpected gain. He nodded, expressing his thanks, and after Lady Allen left, he began placing the potion into several small bottles. Before leaving the refining room, Ron glanced back at the bronze crucible still emanating heat, lost in thought. Ever since crossing over to this world and completely integrating with the original soul, his growth rate had far surpassed that of ordinary people. The key factor among this was certainly the progress solidification brought by the golden finger, but his unique dual soul talent was undoubtedly also indispensable. Two souls, two ways of thinking. Ron muttered lightly in his heart, his fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythm on the tabletop. He recalled the description of the dual soul on his panel. Comprehension increases. At a certain limit of spiritual power, double casting can be performed. Initially, he only focused on the latter part, the double casting ability, but overlooked the seemingly ordinary comprehension increase at the front. Now he finally understood what this increase in comprehension truly meant. It was precisely because he possessed two utterly different souls that he could understand this world's extraordinary rules from a fresh perspective. Rhythm. Ron slightly closed his eyes, feeling the flow of spiritual power inside him. In his perception, spiritual power was no longer just a vague energy, but carried specific rhythmic notes, each flow resembling a refined symphony. His earth soul's understanding and perception of music and art perfectly merged with this world's original soul's instinctive perception of extraordinary power. The bridging effect of the dual soul, allowing him to comprehend various powers, rhythms faster than others. Magic potion making, meditation technique, breathing technique, even magic construction, they may seem completely different, but like a musician who understands multiple instruments, he can easily switch between them. His dual soul granted him the ability to understand rhythms across different realms, allowing him to draw parallels between seemingly unrelated fields. As for the multicasting ability that might awaken later, for now, it still seems, a distant prospect. As he finished work and left the herb store, Ron carefully tucked the few bottles of stimulant potion into his coat. Although Lady Allen said these were just defective products, for a candidate apprentice like him, they were still a rare acquisition. In the Black Mist jungle, a bottle of perfect quality stimulant potion often costs more than 10 magic stone fragments. Even this kind of defective product, if taken to the market, could fetch at least 2 or 3 magic stone fragments. This was still the most basic stimulant potion, primarily made from moonlight grass and carbon breath grass, supplemented with other auxiliary materials. Compared to those high-tier potions crafted with rare materials, its effect was naturally much weaker. But for Ron at the moment, it was more than enough. While this potion couldn't directly enhance spiritual power, it could keep the user highly alert for a short period. Compared to the bitter water brewed from black quill leaf, not only was the stimulating effect several times stronger, but even the supposed nauseating bitter taste of the potion was harmonized just right. No wonder some apprentices from better backgrounds would rather spend a lot of money to buy a few bottles as a reserve. Amid these thoughts, Ron returned to his room. Although the morning's work and practice had consumed quite a bit of energy, he did not intend to rest just yet. The deadline for the assessment was getting closer, and every minute and second felt exceedingly precious. Moreover, he was eager to verify his thoughts just now. Taking out a bottle of stimulant potion, Ron first examined the clear amber liquid inside carefully. In the dim light, some tiny silver particles could be seen floating and sinking, which were residues of moonlight grass. Ron sat on the bed, adjusted to the most comfortable position, and carefully took a small sip of the stimulant potion. The cool sensation instantly spread from his throat to his entire body, like a stream flowing through a dried riverbed. The fatigue from morning exercises and work was swept away, replaced by an unusually clear state of mind. This effect, Ron murmured to himself, no wonder so many people are eager for it. Then he closed his eyes and began to enter a meditative state. This time he tried to combine the operation of his spiritual power with the clarity brought by the potion. In this unprecedentedly keen state, Ron could perceive the flow of spiritual power more clearly. Those subtle fluctuations that were usually difficult to capture were now all clearly visible. He suddenly realized that the energy fluctuations remaining in the potion were astonishingly similar to the rhythm of spiritual power. This might be why the stimulant potion could help stabilize spiritual power. Basic meditation begins. In the consciousness space, the basic rune formed by 3 arcs began to take shape. But this time, instead of mechanically copying it as usual, Ron tried to let the rune form naturally along with the rhythm of his spiritual power. Like writing beautiful cursive, the important thing wasn't rigidly copying the characters, but mastering the connection between strokes. Gradually, he felt an unprecedented sense of fluidity. Spiritual power was like a gentle stream, slowly gathering under the guidance of the rune. Triggered special effect, potion amplification slight increase in this meditation's effect. Basic meditation experience points +1. Basic meditation experience points +1. Basic meditation experience points +1. This speed of improvement, Ron opened his eyes, pleasantly surprised by the continually increasing experience points on the panel. Apart from the amplification brought by the potion, the speed enhancement in accumulating spiritual power brought by the magic potion apprentice profession was also quietly at work. Just as Ron was about to continue meditating, he heard Darren's annoyed voice from next door. Why is the sound wave tremor magic model always unstable? Then there was a series of crashes, as if some experimental device had been smashed. This persistent researcher of sound wave magic had obviously encountered another bottleneck. Hearing the sound, Ron suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, he hadn't yet seriously studied that zero-ring magic slime splash. In the foundational magic scrolls that the school uniformly distributed, apart from the basic meditation technique, there was only this simplest zero-ring magic. In the world of wizards, magic is like precious seeds, each wizard pouring their lifetime's efforts into cultivating a few, making them the unique source of their power. The number of rings represents the complexity of the magic model, not directly its power. The majority of apprentices will truly master no more than 2 or 3 types of magic in their lifetime, and even those with outstanding talents find it difficult to master multiple kinds simultaneously. For every piece of magic, True mastery means integrating it into one's own spiritual system, a process that is extremely long and arduous. Turning to his notebook that he carried with him, he found the incantation notes he hurriedly recorded before. Some zero-ring magic, in the hands of a true wizard, can even exhibit astonishing power surpassing high-ring magic. Every piece of magic is a seed. An apprentice's task is not mechanically memorizing casting steps, but finding a way to resonate with this seed, allowing it to take root and grow in one's spiritual soil. The zero-ring magic slime splash requires forming a droplet-shaped spiritual power structure. It seems simple, but actually contains multiple different energy flow patterns. Ron carefully went through these contents. His understanding of spiritual power had vastly changed now, especially after gaining insights into the rhythm. Perhaps he could understand this magic from a new perspective. Using a cool hand to wake himself up, he began to gather his spiritual power according to the notebook's method. The clarity brought by the stimulant potion still persisted, allowing him to perceive each subtle wave of spiritual power more acutely. Outlining the droplet shape in his consciousness wasn't hard. What's difficult is maintaining the shape's stability and bestowing it the correct rhythm. Ron remembered the masters had once said true magic mastery is a long process. Elementary apprentices mastering 1-2 types of magic is already commendable, while middle apprentices often spend years deeply researching a magic's variations and applications instead of blindly pursuing quantity. After reaching the advanced apprentice stage, only then do they start trying to improve and integrate the magic they have mastered, creating a more personalized power. Only upon reaching the level of an official wizard do they have the qualifications to attempt creating entirely new magic. By that time, they would have integrated the few types of magic they mastered into their souls, able to invoke the power of heaven and earth with a simple gesture. This is also why, in the eyes of ordinary people, wizards seem to be able to cast powerful magic. Without chanting a spell, those spells have become as natural as breathing to them. Like preparing a potion, Ron tried to guide the spiritual power similarly. Instead of forcing them to shape immediately, he followed their natural flow, slowly gathering them into a droplet shape. Zero-ring magic slime splash casting begins. Optimized spiritual power control method detected. Magic potion apprentice profession bonus, slight increase in spiritual power control precision. Seems the direction is right. Ron could feel the magic model taking shape with unprecedented stability. The feeling was like finding the best balance among the materials when preparing a magic potion. When all forces are in harmony, the magic naturally forms. Slime splash experience points +2. Ron opened his eyes, looking at the small blob of slime concentrated in his hands. This time, casting the spell was much smoother than before, and the spiritual power consumed was noticeably reduced. But he knew he still had a long way to go before truly mastering this magic. This was only a preliminary understanding. To truly internalize it as a part of his own power would require countless practices and failures. As the masters often said, a wizard often exhausts a lifetime to master only a few types of magic, but it is precisely this focus and depth that allow these magic to reach unimaginable levels for ordinary people. It seems that not only in magic potion making, even the most basic magic follows a certain specific rule. And through understanding rhythm, he seemed to have found a shortcut to improvement. Just as Ron was about to continue his experiments, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps in the corridor, seemingly mixed with low sobbing. He pricked up his ears alertly. At this time, any unusual sounds were worth being cautious of, especially after all that had happened yesterday. Peeking through the door gap to the outside, a familiar figure was stumbling past. It was another candidate apprentice, Andy, who had arrived at the Black Mist jungle at the same time. This young boy from a merchant family usually looked fearful every day. At this moment, he was clutching a large pile of books, running anxiously in the direction of the library. Another one looking for a breakthrough at the last minute. Ron shook his head to himself. This kind of situation was becoming more and more frequent recently. As the examination deadline approached, those candidate apprentices yet unsure of passing were either going astray like Locke and Emily or desperately researching like Andy. But regardless of the choice, the results are often unsatisfactory. You still have to proceed step by step. Ron looked at the stimulant potion in his hand, and made up his mind silently. Although his current progress wasn't particularly fast compared to those higher star-level geniuses, this was just the beginning of his growth path. On this path, every step was solid, every bit of progress visible and tangible, and it would get faster and faster until finally, he would surpass everyone completely. With that in mind, he sat back on the bed to continue today's cultivation. Time was precious. He couldn't waste the effect of this stimulant potion. Ron had just finished his meditation cultivation and was resting when laughter came from the hallway. "That necklace is so beautiful, it must be very expensive, right?" A female voice drifted through the door. "It's okay, just a gift from the master. Speaking of which, do you know what Sir Marcus has been researching recently?" He opened a crack in the door, silently peeking outside. From afar he could see several servants of apprentices conversing. Judging by the sound, it seemed they weren't the same group as last time. However, from their meticulously dressed clothing and jewelry, it was clear that their status was far beyond that of ordinary servants. "Not everyone has such luck." One voice carried a hint of envy. "I heard that the newcomer, the one who broke through just last month, apparently also took a special route." Keep it down. But seriously, I heard it too, and it only took 3 days. "Really? I remember he seemed to be from the black market area." "Don't get into too many details, but I've heard some new merchants arrived recently, specializing in rare material purchases." The tone in which they spoke seemed casual, as if just small talk, but every word carried a certain implication. Ron noticed several dimly lit rooms behind closed doors. The candidate apprentices, still troubled by breakthroughs, were evidently listening. "Hey, who's that over there?" "Yes, the one who went to find the black market merchants a couple of days ago." One of the servants suddenly whispered, "I heard." Don't talk about it, it's better not to discuss such things." Another hurriedly interrupted, "But indeed, the stuff those merchants have is quite potent." Yes, I've heard the effect is very quick," my master said, "as long as you manage the dosage and timing well, especially in the—" Hearing the servant's conversation, Ron suddenly recalled that yesterday, just after leaving the herb store, he encountered a few flamboyantly dressed female servants loitering at various street corners of the market. At that time, the looks they gave carried a hint of scrutiny. Thinking back now, they were probably searching for potential targets. Those servants were clearly specially trained. They always chose to talk loudly about those special channels in crowded places. And they were all attractive females, which drew even more attention and appeared more natural when speaking. Every detail was meticulously designed to get those nearly desperate candidate apprentices to believe this was reliable information. Such means are truly, Ron sighed softly. His upbringing at Earl Ralph's mansion made him very familiar with this kind of information guidance. Back then, those subordinates wanting to curry favor with his father often intentionally spread favorable rumors in certain situations. But in the Black Mist jungle, such means had far more severe consequences here. Wrong decision not only meant a fall in status, but could directly threaten life. The servants continued chatting away, gradually moving further away, yet those subtle messages had already ignited like sparks on dry wood, secretly burning through the dorm area, truly insidious. Ron shook his head with a cold smile. The 3-day breakthrough example they mentioned was precisely the mutated lock. But in their narrative, they deliberately omitted the tragic aftermath, only emphasizing the potion's effect. For those candidate apprentices with no way out, this was undoubtedly a fatal temptation. The 3-month deadline is indeed too short for some people. He looked out at the gradually darkening sky, sighing internally. As time passed, those unable to see hope would inevitably grow more desperate, and the spread of these messages was undoubtedly pouring oil on the fire. In just a few short days, several candidate apprentices had already taken reckless chances. Locke and Emily were just the beginning. Likely more would follow down this doomed path. It wasn't hard to guess who was behind the servants spreading information, and who the black market merchants were connected to in this survival of the fittest world. The weak are always the prey, whether they become test subjects or someone else's servant. For some, it was just a harvest game. I still have to get stronger quickly. I don't want to be manipulated like this forever. Ron took a deep breath. Readjusting his mindset, he forcefully shut the door tight and sat back by the bed. Even though the chatter from outside slowly faded away, those deliberately planted messages had already left ripples in the dorm area. He could hear pacing from Darren's room next door, evidently indicating that his neighbor, deeply absorbed in noise magic research, had also been affected by the chatter. Usually, Darren was always focused on his experiments, rarely concerned with the outside world. But now even he couldn't sit still. There really isn't much time left. Ron felt a sense of urgency stirring within. Ron was dining in the communal hall when the chatter of several candidate apprentices at the neighboring table caught his ear. "Did you hear Darren bought that kind of potion?" asked a tall, slender figure with mid-length hair, his tone filled with mystery. "What potion? The one for brain development?" His companion's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, he said he's trying to complete that sound wave magic concept." The long-haired man nodded, his expression a mix of surprise and disdain. "Is he crazy? So many people have tried and failed." The third person sneered, shaking his head. With his level of spiritual power, using that potion would only turn him into a monster. Ron had been chewing on an unappetizing piece of black bread, contemplating the magic potion-making content he needed to review. But when he heard them mention his neighbor Darren, he frowned and put down his tray. In the past few days, the noise from Darren's experiments had become less frequent. Ron thought perhaps the mad researcher had finally hit a bottleneck and opted to rest. Now it seems that might not be the case. "The dormitory area has indeed been too quiet lately. I hope it's not what I think." He muttered to himself, looked at the half-eaten black bread in his hand, and lost his appetite. Speaking of which, when he first arrived at the Black Mist Jungle, he was actually somewhat familiar with this neighbor named Darren. The first meal he had here was at the same table as Darren. "My home is in Cedar City, north of the Black Mist Jungle." At that time, Darren's temper wasn't as eccentric and irritable as it is now. The slightly chubby youth stirred a bowl of beet soup while softly introducing himself. "Our family has been musicians for generations, performing music and composing pieces for the nobility in the city." His eyes lit up unusually bright when he mentioned music. "Can you imagine, Ron? Music isn't just sound, it's a wave of energy, a resonance of the soul. From a young age, I've been able to sense the connections between different notes, their rhythms, their power." Ron remembered nodding politely at the time, not quite understanding Darren's passion. "My spiritual talent isn't high, not even reaching the 5th-class star. I was nearly in despair on my way here." Darren stirred his soup, his voice low, seemingly unaware that the food in the bowl had gradually cooled. "But on the first day of school, I saw an opportunity on the announcement board." He lowered his voice mysteriously. "Besides the regular spiritual power tests, the school offers another promotion path, completing a spell concept for bounty. If you can develop a semi-finished spell to a practical stage, you can also gain the qualification to remain. And I found a subject that perfectly matched my specialty." Darren's eyes sparkled. "Sound wave conduction spiritual force field. The moment I saw that name, I knew it was meant for me." In the following months, Darren indeed invested himself entirely into this research. Occasionally, Ron would catch a glimpse of his room packed with equipment and notes, its walls pasted with strange symbols and musical scores. For the first 2 months, Darren regularly struck various metal utensils, sometimes releasing odd tones, then cursing before starting over. During that period, Ron often complained to Andre, feeling the neighbor's noise interfered with his meditation. But about a month ago, Darren began to become discouraged. The research appeared to hit a bottleneck. No matter how he tried, he couldn't make sound waves truly affect the spiritual force field. "The problem is my spiritual power is too weak," he complained to Ron once, frustrated. "If I were just a bit stronger, I could break through this barrier." In the last few days, those sounds became even less frequent. Initially, Ron thought Darren had finally given up, but when he bumped into him by chance in the communal bathroom yesterday, he noticed a nearly mad glint flicker in Darren's eyes, his face waxy yellow, and his once slightly plump figure had thinned almost to emaciation. "Are you all right?" he casually asked at the time. Darren smiled at him, that smile oddly eerie. "All right, of course. I'm about to succeed, Ron." After saying that, he ignored Ron, turning away without looking back. In hindsight, Darren had already shown signs of abnormality by then. With this thought, Ron used the bread to wipe off the last bit of sauce from his tray, forcibly stuffing it into his mouth, then headed to the wash area. Perhaps he should be a bit more wary of this neighbor, he thought as he washed his tray. Back in his room, Ron opened the book, Basic Meditation Technique. Resuming his meditation, today he should be able to meditate a little longer. Though he had expended a considerable amount of energy, the stimulant potion's effect over the past days had kept his mental state at a fairly high level. Basic meditation start. This time, he attempted to incorporate the knowledge learned from Lady Allen into meditation. Instead of merely sketching runes, he sought to feel the natural flow of spiritual power. Whenever the flow encountered resistance, he gently guided it, letting it follow the most natural path, much like an experienced helmsman using the current's power instead of opposing it. In the consciousness space, the rune formed by 3 arcs began to emit a faint light. Different from its usual rigid form, the rune now seemed alive, subtly trembling with the spiritual power's undulation. Special effect triggered, rhythm resonance meditation effect slightly increased. Basic meditation experience points +1. Basic meditation experience points +1. Basic meditation experience points +1. Today's cultivation time has reached its limit. Rest is advised. Ron opened his eyes. Although it was a bit less than when solely using the stimulant potion for meditation, it was still much higher than at the start. It seems rhythm is indeed the key, he muttered softly while jotting down today's insights in his notebook. His notes had become quite comprehensive, evolving from scattered observations to a relatively systematic theory. After organizing his notes, Ron picked up the training wooden sword, beginning to practice the basic moves of Corona swordsmanship. Though lacking the guidance of a professional coach, he could rely on Andre's notes to gradually explore. Each sword swing was synchronized with the rhythm of the crown breathing technique, achieving a subtle balance between movement and breath. As the practice deepened, he found this coordination becoming smoother, the motions more fluid. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. As the sky gradually darkened, Ron tidied the room, set down the wooden sword, undressed, and lay down on the bed for a bit of rest. Just as he was about to drift into sleep, a strange sensation suddenly arose in his mind. It was an indescribable vague perception, as if someone or something was watching him. Bizarre sound suddenly emanated from the adjacent room, at times high-pitched, at times low, like someone or something struggling in agony. Ron closed his eyes, trying to capture the source of the strange feeling, but the sound disappeared in an instant. He murmured to himself, feeling a little uneasy as he turned over and got up. Just at that moment, the noises next door suddenly intensified. Those were no longer sounds that humans could make, more like the pained howling of some beast mixed with eerie metal scraping. It seems the thing I least hoped for has really happened. Ron muttered to himself, a strong sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He quickly turned over and got up from the bed, moving lightly and swiftly without making a sound. The hunting exercises his father forced him, and his brothers to occasionally join back in the kingdom, now came in handy. The sounds next door became more urgent, occasionally mixed with the dull thud of something heavy striking the wall. It seemed as though something was struggling, crashing, and roaring in that small room. Ron hesitated for a moment, quickly considering his current situation. As Darren's direct neighbor, he was the one most likely to be affected. Andre had once specially warned him about the terrifying nature of the mutants in Black Mist Jungle. In the initial stage of mutation, most mutators could still maintain the most basic sanity, but as time passed, the sanity would gradually be devoured, eventually turning into a monster that only knew how to kill. Even more terrifying was that once sanity was completely lost, the power of the mutation would skyrocket at an astonishing speed. By relying on a complete release from self-restraint and frenzied consumption to gain nutrients, it could even reach a terrifying level comparable to an advanced apprentice in a short time. There were still 2 months before the assessment. He couldn't take risks here. Darren has already started mutating. It would be too late by the time the law enforcement team finds out. Ron quickly thought, I must leave here immediately. He dressed quickly, grabbed his wooden sword, tucking valuables into his chest. Better him than me, Ron murmured to himself, saving my own life comes first, I'll sort it out in the morning. Just as he finished packing, he heard the strange sounds next door suddenly cease, replaced by a more terrifying silence. This silence lasted only a few seconds, followed by the crackling of bones breaking and the squelching sound of muscles writhing. Ron's heartbeat sped up as he carefully walked to the edge of the door, gently opened a crack, and peeked outside. The corridor was empty. Most of the candidate apprentices were either resting or still in their rooms, cultivating in seclusion, completely unaware of the lurking danger among them. He needed to get away from here and consider notifying the law enforcement team once he was safe. Taking a deep breath, Ron silently pulled open the door, preparing to leave quickly. Just as he stepped out of the door, the wall suddenly burst open, and a twisted figure shot out like a cannonball, crashing through the wall directly into the corridor. Bricks, wooden fragments, and dust scattered everywhere, mixed with a non-human howling. Reacting quickly, Ron instinctively retreated 2 steps, narrowly avoiding being knocked away by the charging monster. Was that the former Darren? His eyes widened, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Standing in front of Ron was no longer the slightly chubby researcher, but a deformed monster. Darren's body appeared to be twisting painfully, his clothes torn open, revealing the constantly wriggling muscle tissue beneath. The most terrifying was his head. The entire skull looked as though it was being pushed open from within by some power, a huge, pulsating, semi-transparent brain protruding out. The surface of that malformed brain was covered with writhing blood vessels, some areas even emitting a faint blue light, as if electricity was coursing through it. Rowan, the monster, actually recognized him, struggling to speak a few words with a double-layered voice. Ease, Cape. But that spark of humanity vanished in a flash, Darren's eyes quickly becoming vacant, pupils dilating into pitch blackness. His words turned into a beast-like howl halfway through, the light on the exposed brain surface becoming even more blinding. Ron felt an invisible shock wave approaching him, instantly feeling as though a massive hammer had struck his chest. Thanks to the constitution enhancement brought by his Knight Squire profession, he barely resisted this attack, but still felt as though his insides were being kneaded by an invisible hand, causing excruciating pain. If it were the old him, he might have already suffered severe internal bleeding from the force. The mutated giant brain monster no longer responded to calls, instead letting out a series of piercing shrieks, each sound wave attack stronger than the last. The wooden railings in the corridor began to show cracks, several nearby doors shaking on their hinges. Ron understood that the situation was beyond salvage. Darren had completely been transformed by the potion, turning into a dangerous mutant. In Black Mist Jungle, there was only one way to handle such a situation: eliminate the threat. Seeing the monstrous form covered in sinews and the continuous powerful penetrating sound waves, he didn't think turning his back and running would result in anything good. With this thought, Ron's gaze turned icy and focused, all hesitation and fear suppressed deep within his heart. His mind now contained only one thought: survival. The deformed Darren seemed to sense the threat, letting out an angry roar, then charged at the target. Its speed was unexpectedly fast, the sinewy thick legs stomping on the ground, crossing the distance between them almost instantly. Ron didn't panic and attack. He followed the principles of Corona swordsmanship, perfectly matching his breathing with his movements, sidestepping the attack at the last moment. Simultaneously, he wielded his sword with his right hand, accurately slashing at Darren's leg. Perfect evasive counterattack, basic swordsmanship experience points +2. The sword hit the target with a dull thud. Darren staggered in pain but quickly regained his balance, turning to attack again, although his speed noticeably decreased. This time, instead of a direct charge, he opened his mouth and emitted a special sound wave vibration. The energy in the air began to twist, forming translucent sound wave rings that rushed towards Ron. Ron tried to dodge, but the sound wave rings were astonishingly fast, nearly impossible to completely avoid. He barely sidestepped the first wave, but the subsequent second wave hit his shoulder directly. A wave of pain surged through him, and Ron felt his right arm temporarily lose sensation. This wasn't just a simple physical impact. It was an attack fusing spiritual power with sound waves, a prototype of the sound wave magic Darren had been researching. He struggled to create distance, but Darren suddenly raised his head, letting out a sharp shriek, more powerful sound waves radiating from his deformed brain, forming an all-encompassing blast. Blood oozed from the corners of Ron's mouth. He knew he had to end the battle quickly, or he would certainly be shaken to death. Seeing the opponent charging up to unleash a stronger sound wave attack, he had a quick inspiration and cast a zero-circle magic he had mastered. Accompanied by the flow of spiritual power, a glob of sticky liquid shot from his fingertips, accurately hitting Darren's feet. The liquid quickly solidified, firmly trapping the giant brain monster's feet to the ground. Precise hit, slime splash experience points +2. The mutated Darren roared in anger, trying to break free, but the slime was extraordinarily sturdy. Unable to move his feet, he could only stand in place and continue firing those sound wave attacks. The restraining effect of the slime was rapidly weakening. In just a few seconds, Darren had already freed one leg. If it completely broke free, he would surely die. Seizing the opportunity while the target was briefly restrained, Ron dodged the sound wave rings while looking for a chance to strike. Soon, he noticed that after each sound wave attack, Darren would pause. The mutated brain needed to rest after attacking. Seizing the gap at the end of the sound wave attack, he quickly circled behind Darren. At this distance, Ron could clearly see the pulsing blood vessels on that deformed brain. Hesitating no longer, he raised his sword, plunging it with all his might into the exposed, vulnerable area. The sword pierced precisely into the writhing mass. Darren's body shuddered violently, letting out a cry of agony. But the attacker had no intention of stopping. He gritted his teeth and pushed the sword deeper with all his might, repeatedly twisting it to create an open wound. Fatal strike, basic swordsmanship experience points +5. A mixture of blood and brain tissue spurted from the wound, splattering all over him. Eventually, the giant brain creature's body collapsed thunderously, no longer moving. The attacker kept a close watch on the twisted creature in front of him until he was sure it no longer made any sound. The light on that malformed brain had completely extinguished, turning into a dull, lifeless mass. Ron stood in place, panting heavily, covered in the tainted blood and tissue fluid. He could hardly believe what he had just done. He had killed a fellow candidate apprentice, a neighbor he had lived with for several months. But the instinct to survive quickly brought him back to a calm state. In the Black Mist jungle, such things were not unusual. The law of the jungle is the only rule here, and what he had just done was merely following that rule. "Sorry, Darren," Ron said softly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, "but I have to be the one who survives." With the battle over, he began cautiously approaching Darren's body, hoping to find something useful. In the twisted heap of flesh, a small notebook miraculously remained intact. Perhaps even after completely losing his mind, Darren instinctively protected his research achievements. Opening the notebook, Ron found it densely filled with Darren's research notes on sound wave magic. There were many chaotic sketches and concepts, though most were hard to understand. A few pages were quite clear. It was a simplified prototype of sound wave magic that Darren had perfected to the point of practical application. This is what he desperately wanted to complete, Ron muttered, carefully putting the notebook away. This data was undoubtedly valuable, not only for its academic worth, but also because it might help Ron pass the upcoming assessment. Unlock special skill, sound wave vibration prototype. Description: this is an incomplete magic concept, but it already has basic practical value. Effect: can generate aggressive sound waves, causing both physical and spiritual damage to the target. He was about to further examine Darren's possessions when he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps in the distance. The school's enforcement personnel had evidently detected the commotion here and were rushing to handle it. Ron quickly tidied up his appearance, ensuring that he looked like a victim of legitimate self-defense rather than an aggressor. Although in the Black Mist jungle, the law of the jungle is the fundamental rule, the school still has a set of rules to maintain basic order. Soon, a squad of enforcement personnel appeared at the end of the corridor. Leading them was a tall man, wearing the badge of an advanced apprentice on his chest. He pulled back his hood, revealing a pale, lean face with an indifferent expression, his sharp eyes scanning every detail of the scene. When Ron saw the face of the lead apprentice, he felt a slight sense of familiarity. When the herbal scent from the man's body hit his nose, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the advanced apprentice, Holt, who had bought a lot of star dust grass at the herb store a few days ago? Holt saw Ron and also showed a slight emotional shift in his gaze, but asked without a trace of personal feeling. Ron took a deep breath, understanding in his heart, and did not act as if he knew Holt. He just briefly recounted the situation, emphasizing Darren's mutation and his aggressive behavior. He used some kind of forbidden potion, which caused brain mutation, and then he attacked me. I had no choice but to defend myself passively. Ron said in a low voice, his expression showing a mix of shock and sorrow, yet maintaining appropriate composure. Holt listened expressionlessly, then walked over to Darren's corpse and crouched down to examine it carefully. He retrieved a small bottle from his waist, collecting some of the fluid leaking from Darren's brain. Typical catalyst-induced mutation. He stood up, speaking to the other enforcement personnel. These kinds of cases have become more frequent lately. He turned to Ron. According to regulations, I need to conduct a spiritual power detection on you to confirm that you are not contaminated. Ron nodded, compliantly accepting the inspection. Holt placed a small crystal on his forehead. The crystal initially emitted a faint blue light, then gradually turned green before returning to normal. Good, no signs of mutation. Holt said as he withdrew the crystal. Spiritual power fluctuations are stable, defense is adequate. Holt's eyes fell on the sword in Ron's hand, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. Killing a mutant with a wooden sword, your swordsmanship seems quite good. Just luck, Ron replied modestly, not wanting to attract too much attention. The other seemed to see through his thoughts, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Caution is a good thing, but there's something you might not know. We encourage apprentices to practice justified self-defense when faced with danger. He signaled the other enforcement personnel to step forward and handle Darren's body, then walked to the side and said to Ron in a low voice, "The research of sound wave magic has always been a key reward topic in our school. If you found valuable information in Darren's belongings, I suggest you make good use of it." Ron's heart tightened, unsure whether this advanced apprentice was implying something to him or testing him. But in any case, the other party was clearly aware of the notebook in his hand. "Thank you for the reminder, sir. I will consider it carefully," Ron responded cautiously in a quiet voice as well. At this moment, Ron suddenly understood what Andre had mentioned earlier. Those in positions of power, although holding the authority over life and death, often offer proper guidance and help to apprentices with potential, rather than arbitrarily suppressing them. Holt's discreet hint was undoubtedly a recognition of his potential. So understanding the rules of the school and showing enough potential might be the key to surviving here, Ron pondered. "You're a smart person. It seems I don't need to say much more." Holt nodded, with a hint of scrutiny and reevaluation in his tone. "The incident report will be documented, but given that it involved self-defense, it will not have any negative impact on you. The assessment is approaching. I hope you are prepared." With that, he promptly left the scene with the law enforcement team, leaving Ron standing alone in the blood-stained corridor. Ron took a deep breath and returned to his room. He needed time to sort out his thoughts and digest everything that had just happened. Today's experience once again made him deeply aware of the harsh reality of the Black Mist jungle. Here everyone struggles to survive, driven mad for the sake of power. Locke, Emily, Darren, and many other pale bones he couldn't see were the best reflections of this twisted reality. But no matter how dangerous the environment, ultimately it's your choices and strength that determine your fate. In a secret chamber somewhere within the Black Mist jungle, a bluish light illuminated the figures wearing white robes. The walls were covered with various-sized crystal balls, each displaying different areas within the school. One of the crystal balls clearly presented the entire process of Ron's battle with Darren. 78 points, a stern-faced wizard announced, holding a complex scoring device in his hand. This candidate apprentice performed quite well, especially when facing such intense sound wave attacks. "I give 70 points, another elderly female witch said, her bright purple eyes fixed on the screen. Although his swordsmanship and adaptability are commendable, his reaction was a bit slow during the first wave of sound wave attacks. "I agree with Uni's view." The third wizard, a tall middle-aged man, nodded and said, "However, his final fatal strike was very accurate, deserving of extra points. For a candidate apprentice, maintaining composure in such a situation is quite rare." "Then let's set it at 75 points," The elder who was leading the discussion finalized the score. Record his name, Ron Ralph, and consider putting him on the key observation list for next year. Duty apprentice standing in the corner quickly jotted down the decision. Meanwhile, Holt had already arrived at the scene with the law enforcement team, checking Ron. Interesting, he should be that new assistant under Alan's command. I seem to have some impressions. Uni Witch raised an eyebrow. It seems old Alan's judgment is as accurate as ever. In the crystal ball, Holt had left the scene with the law enforcement team and Darren's corpse, leaving Ron standing alone in the blood-stained corridor. He looks in bad shape, the stern-faced middle-aged male wizard commented. The internal injuries caused by those sound wave attacks are not to be underestimated. I'm really curious whether he'll make it through the night. He'll be fine, the elder hosting the session said calmly. He carries the aura of the sun, his self-healing ability should not be weak. The sun, this word caught the attention of the other wizards. Have you confirmed it? The elder nodded. Although it's weak, it does exist, which is why I'm interested in him. Then he's even more worth observing, Uni mused. In recent years, apprentices with elemental affinity have become rarer. If he truly has the talent of the sun, cultivating him could bring considerable benefits. Upon hearing the word benefit, all the wizards' expressions turned subtle. Speaking of benefits, the middle-aged male wizard suddenly changed the topic, complimenting the elder in front, Vice Dean. You seem to be getting younger these days. It must be thanks to nurturing Corina the witch decades ago, which brought you substantial benefits. That's why we must keep discovering seeds in the surrounding mortal realm. The elder, dressed as Vice Dean, said softly, a student who successfully advances to official wizard status can extend a master's lifespan by at least 50 years. I think the Trish that Corina recently found has great potential, of course. This is our necessary duty as schoolmasters, everyone echoed in agreement, some whispering on the side without the benefits from nurturing students. Us old folks would have been devoured long ago. That's also why we need such an environment. The Vice Dean said casually, adequate danger and competition can make truly potential apprentices stand out. Just like Oliver a few years ago, in such a life and death environment, his inherently poor spiritual talent was stimulated to reveal incredible special talent. Exactly. Uni agreed, true strength doesn't grow in a greenhouse. Only those who have faced true life and death tests can unleash their greatest potential. Those children who took forbidden potions are also part of this system. The middle-aged male wizard added calmly. Their failures and deaths precisely provide nourishment for the growth of other apprentices. Survival of the fittest. This is an eternal law, the Vice Dean stood up. Concluding the evaluation, continue to monitor those on the candidate list. And let the Black Vipers slow down their activities in the coming days. The number of aberrations has already exceeded our plan. Yes. Sir, the recorder beside him answered respectfully. Uni shook her head with a light smile. The apprentices probably can't even dream that the dangerous black market organization they see is merely a tool under our control, a necessary evil. The Vice Dean said calmly, some apprentices indeed die because of it. But more become stronger, just like what we experienced back then. The survival of the fittest, all right. Let's adjourn, he waved his hand. Has the next batch of spiritual catalysts arrived, already prepared? Vice Dean, the recorder replied, however, as per your instructions, the formula has been adjusted. The mutation probability of this batch should drop to less than half. Good. The elder nodded, as always. We need competition, but not too intense after all. True geniuses are rare as the wizards left. The image within the surveillance crystal ball gradually dimmed. Ron dragged his scarred body back to his room, finally allowing himself a moment of release from the full-body pain and mental tension. The crown-breathing technique within him was slowly repairing his damaged ribs and internal organs, but this self-healing process was not without cost. Every breath came with stabbing pain. Although he had preserved his life, the pain constantly reminded Ron of the overwhelmingly oppressive battle he had just experienced. Those semi-transparent soundwave rings were nearly impossible to dodge completely, and each attack further injured him. If it weren't for the physical enhancement brought by the Knight Squire profession, he would have likely become a corpse by now. But what shocked him more was Darren's mutation process, the flashing blue light in that deformed brain. the way the energy fluctuated, all proving the terrifying nature of the forbidden potions. I can't let that happen to me, Ron muttered to himself as he removed his blood-stained coat. Looking at his chest and abdomen, he saw a swath of bruises, with several ribs visibly deformed, any slight movement causing excruciating pain. Crown breathing technique, self-healing effect activated. Estimated 6-8 hours needed to complete most of the repairs. Ron gritted his teeth and adjusted his breathing, guiding the energy flow in his body towards the injured areas according to the principles of the crown breathing technique. Warm sensations slowly spread within him as the damaged bones and tissues began to recover bit by bit. This self-healing ability is one of the important traits of the knight profession. Despite its slow speed, it allows self-repair without external help, making it an invaluable ability in this dangerous world. As he waited for his body to recover, Ron took out Darren's research notes and began to study them carefully. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, any resources that can enhance one's strength are not to be missed. The first half of the notes consisted mostly of theoretical deductions and records of failed attempts, but the second half detailed the construction process of the sound wave vibration magic. Sound waves are not merely physical phenomena, but another manifestation of spiritual power. Ron recited the key sentence from the notes in his mind. Through specific frequencies, it's possible to cause resonance in the spiritual force field, thereby generating a powerful shockwave. Darren's research direction was indeed unique, trying to combine a musician's talents with spiritual power to create a completely new magic concept. Though it ultimately ended in failure, his theoretical foundation was quite solid. Sound wave vibration, prototype, experience points +1. Current progress, sound wave vibration, prototype 5/100. As night fell, Ron finally closed the notebook. After hours of studying, he had a rough understanding of Darren's concept. It was more than just an attack method. It was a new way of influencing the spiritual force field using sound wave frequencies. Although not yet perfect, it already had practical value. However, the notes also mentioned the reason for Darren's failure. The stability and control of spiritual power were inadequate, prompting him to resort to forbidden potions, paying the price of his life in the process. I'll start practice tomorrow and improve with a spiritual power stabilizing potion. I remember the herb store should have it, Ron murmured to himself as he carefully stored the notebook. He knew the day of the assessment was drawing closer. Despite the danger of this encounter, it also yielded unexpected gains for him. In the Black Mist jungle, opportunities and dangers often coexisted. The key lies in how to harness them. Now he was more convinced than ever that he could find his place in this world. The morning mist of the Black Mist jungle had not yet fully dispersed, and Ron was already standing at the entrance of the herb store. Today he came earlier than usual, planning to inquire about the spiritual stability potion from Lady Allen besides his regular work. The bronze wind chime made a crisp sound in the breeze as the store door silently opened. "You're early, young one," the old witch's voice came from the dimly lit shop interior. "Seems like you have something urgent you want to ask me." Ron stepped inside, greeted by the familiar scent of mixed herbal aromas that filled the air. After this period of training, he could now more precisely distinguish the ingredients present. "Yes, ma'am," he said respectfully, bowing slightly. "I wish to ask about spiritual stability potions." Lady Allen's eyes, which glowed with a faint green light, narrowed slightly. "Oh, ordinary candidate apprentices rarely come into contact with those." "Indeed," Ron nodded, then briefly recounted the events of Darren's mutation the previous night. Of course, he omitted the detailed account of his battle, mentioning only that he was lucky to hold on until the law enforcement team arrived. Lady Allen listened silently, frowning slightly but offering no further comments. She simply nodded slightly. Using music to refine sound wave conduction magic. That boy's idea is somewhat interesting. Though he's gone now, his thought process seems sound. She turned to take a small booklet from under the counter, flipping through it quickly. "I have a kind of star dust liquid here that can enhance spiritual power. It does stabilize the fluctuations of the spiritual force field, making magic models easier to maintain." Ron's heart stirred. "Ma'am, do you have it on hand?" "Not right now," Lady Allen closed the booklet. "But I can teach you how to make a simplified version. Although the effect is not as good as real star dust liquid, it should be sufficient for beginners. Ron expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Don't be so quick to thank me, the old witch waved her hand. I can teach you the formula, but you'll have to find the materials yourself. Moreover, this will also test your magic potion refining skills. She took a scroll from the shelf. Finish today's work first, and I'll teach you the method once the time comes. Now, go process those newly arrived moonflower rootstocks. Ron accepted the scroll, nodding respectfully, then began his work for the day. Processing moonflower rootstocks requires patience and precision. The medicinal effect of this plant is primarily concentrated in a small section of tissue at the rootstock junction, requiring careful removal of the protective outer layers to extract the essence within. Utilizing his ability in herb recognition, Ron could more accurately determine the optimal cutting position for each moonflower plant. Herb recognition experience points +1. Halfway through his work, the store door was gently pushed open, and in walked a clear and graceful young girl in a dark gray robe. Ron immediately recognized her. It was Trish, sent to the Black Mist jungle with them years ago. Compared to the thin daughter of the hunter when they first met, she had completely transformed by now. Her brown hair was tied into a neat ponytail with a silver hairband, and her delicate face bore a certain restrained confidence. The most noticeable change was the light blue sapphire badge on her chest, symbolizing an intermediate apprentice. Good morning, Lady Allen. Trish nodded slightly, her voice gentle yet firm. The master sent me to collect the herbs ordered last time. Oh, it's you, Lady Allen nodded. The materials are all prepared, just a moment. The old witch turned to get the materials, while the girl's gaze swept around, finally resting on Ron, who was processing the moonflowers. For a moment Ron felt their eyes meet in the air, and Trish slightly narrowed her eyes. Are you, Ron? Ron was a bit surprised. He didn't expect her to remember him. Yes, Trish, it's been a long time. Quite a coincidence, the brown-haired girl said a bit complexly. I've heard you've been working here for a while. Ron nodded. Yes, it's been quite some time. She seemed inclined to say more, but Lady Allen came back holding a beautifully packaged box. Here you go, everything's in here. Be sure to inform Witch Corina that the supply of purple crystal grass is rather unstable at the moment. Trish took the box, glanced at Ron again with a hint of subtle concern in her voice. How long until the final assessment? 2 months and 3 days, Ron answered without hesitation, the number long etched into his mind. She nodded slightly at his response. Well then, good luck to you. With that, she turned and left the shop. After the store door closed, Lady Allen glanced at Ron somewhat unexpectedly. You know Witch Corina's student? We're from the same hometown, Ron simply explained, sent to the Black Mist jungle together a few months ago. I see, Lady Allen nodded, not probing further, but a thoughtful look flickered in her eyes. The morning passed in the processing of various herbs, and by near noon, Lady Allen finally began to teach him as promised. Regarding the configuration of star dust liquid, it originally requires true star essence. The old witch explained while sorting out tools, but that stuff is too precious, practically inaccessible to ordinary apprentices. She took a small bottle of powder flickering with weak silver light from a locked drawer. This is moonlight crystal, a product formed when moonlight shines on certain crystals on a full moon night. Ron carefully observed this material, and with the help of the herb recognition ability, he could feel the special rhythm contained within it. Your acuity surprises me. Lady Allen noticed his focus. Most people, when they first come into contact with this material, find it hard to detect the rhythm within. Ron did not conceal his feelings. Its frequency of fluctuations is quite similar to the basic meditation rune of spiritual power, but more. He paused, searching for the right word, more fluid, lacking that sense of hindrance. A very apt description. Lady Allen nodded in satisfaction. This is exactly why the star dust liquid can stabilize spiritual power. It provides an ideal rhythmic template that allows spiritual power to flow more naturally. She poured some moonlight crystals into a specially crafted mortar. Now, I am going to teach you how to make a simplified version of the star dust liquid. Though its effect is not as good as the genuine article, it's relatively easy to make. For the next 2 hours, Lady Allen thoroughly taught every detail of the crafting process. From the angle of grinding the materials, the control of heating temperature, to the guidance of energy fluctuations, Each step required precise operation. Magic Potion Refining Experience Points +1. Basic Magic Potion Making Experience Points +1. Finally, through Ron's persistent efforts, a bottle of liquid emitting a faint silver glow was successfully concocted. The color is a bit lighter, but overall, it's a success. Lady Allen picked up the bottle and observed it under the light. The effect of this simple star-dust liquid can last for about 3 days, enough for you to complete a full magic experiment. She handed the bottle to Ron. However, continuous use can cause slight dependency. It's best to use it during critical breakthroughs. Ron solemnly accepted the bottle. "Thank you very much for your guidance, lady." "No need to thank me." Lady Allen waved her hand. "I'm merely curious about the research results of that deceased apprentice. If you truly manage to perfect it, remember to show it to me." After work ended, Ron left the herb store with the bottle of simple star-dust liquid. The gains of today were not just this potion, but more importantly, a deeper understanding of magic potion refining, especially regarding how to guide energy fluctuations. Walking on the way back to the dormitory, he continually recalled Lady Allen's teachings in his mind. In magic potion refining, the most crucial factor isn't the materials themselves, but how to harmonize the energies of different materials. This concept was so similar to his discovery in meditation. Whether it was the flow of spiritual power or the fusion of magic potion materials, they seemed to follow some common law. Ron returned to his room and began organizing his notes and thoughts. Today, during the concoction of the simple star-dust liquid, his understanding of spiritual power deepened another level, especially the concept of the ideal rhythm, which gave him new inspiration. After completing his notes, he took out his training wooden sword and began practicing the Corona swordsmanship. Every sword strike coordinated with the rhythm of his breathing, and his movements became increasingly fluid. Basic Swordsmanship Experience Points +1. Basic Swordsmanship Experience Points +1. Basic Swordsmanship Experience Points +1. Current progress, Basic Swordsmanship, Beginner 28/50. In the evening, Ron reopened the basic meditation technique. Today's magic potion refining experience gave him a new understanding of spiritual power dynamics, and all of this could be applied to meditation. Basic meditation begins. In the consciousness space, he began attempting to simulate the fluid rhythm found in the simple star-dust liquid. Though he couldn't completely replicate it, the attempt itself brought considerable gains. Basic meditation experience points +1. Current progress, basic meditation, beginner 48/100. The progress is over halfway. Ron opened his eyes, looking at the data on the panel, and a trace of anticipation rose in his heart. With the current progress, plus various profession bonuses, aiming to reach the skilled level of basic meditation within a month should not be an issue. With this expectation, he tidied up the messy notes and books on the desk and prepared to rest. Tomorrow would be another fulfilling day, and he needed to maintain enough mental state to face various challenges. Ron's spirit was somewhat lackluster. Last night he lay in bed tossing and turning, with the matters of Darren replaying continuously in his mind. After all of the two souls fused within him, one had only just stepped into society not long before crossing over, and the other was a pampered count's young master from childhood. Neither had experienced such a terrifying killing field when survival was at stake. Perhaps because of adrenaline induced by tension while being in the midst of it, there wasn't any particular feeling. But in the quiet of the night as he lay in bed, the twisted and struggling posture of the other, along with the whimper filled with reluctance and pain prior to death, made him find it increasingly difficult to calm down. In fact, during the quick battle, Ron vaguely felt some prying eyes around him. With the heightened perception, after multiple body refinings and career changes, he could capture the faint signs of life from the rooms on either side of the corridor. The candidate apprentices from the same period were hiding behind the doors, secretly observing everything happening outside through the door cracks. But not until Holt arrived with the law enforcement team did they dare to open the doors and come out to accept inspection. This certainly aligns with the survival rules of the Black Mist jungle. He let out a cold laugh, as the weak would only cower in the shadows waiting for the strong to differentiate the victor, and then choose to attach themselves to the victor. Such survival strategy was quite common here. After finishing up with Lady Allen's work and completing his daily exercises. The time was nearing dusk. When Ron walked into the communal dining hall, he immediately sensed a different atmosphere. There usually wouldn't be many people at this hour, but today the hall was crowded. More unusually, the candidate apprentices who usually lingered in 3s and 5s were gathering together, frequently casting glances towards him. "That's Ron. Heard he took down the mutated Darand all by himself. I heard he did it with a wooden sword. And he's still working at the herb store in the marketplace, even Lord Holt." The murmuring constantly reached his ears, and Ron, with an expressionless face, carried his tray and went to sit in a corner. Just then a tall, thin youth came over with a tray. "Ron, may I sit here?" Ron looked up and recognized him as a fellow candidate apprentice who had arrived at the Black Mist Jungle in the same batch, but he couldn't quite recall the name. Before he could answer, 2 others joined in. "Ron, I heard you obtained that set of spells Darand researched. I wonder if I could get a look. I have some magic stone fragments here, if you could offer some guidance." Ron put down the black bread in his hand, his face indifferent. "Sorry, I'm very busy right now." He stood up holding his tray, intending to leave. But more people surrounded him, speaking earnestly and animatedly. As he was about to lose his temper, a familiar voice sounded from the side, "Clear the way." Andre appeared at the restaurant entrance without anyone noticing. He still maintained his elegant, noble demeanor, but there was an undeniable authority in his eyes. The candidate apprentices exchanged glances and quickly dispersed. Although noble status is not worth much here, as the 13th prince of the Farrukh kingdom, Andre's influence is still considerable, at least to these candidate apprentices. "These guys," Andre walked over to Ron, chuckling, and said, "Yesterday, when Darand mutated, they all hid in their rooms and didn't even dare to open the door. Now they are all eager to show off." Ron nodded slightly. "I really have no interest in interacting with these people. Thank you for helping me out, Andre." "Then let's find a quieter place," Andre invited with a smile. "I just happen to have some freshly baked scones over there, much better than those black bread." The 2 went to Andre's room, where the setup was noticeably better than other candidate apprentices. On a small table were several steaming scones, with a pot of fragrant flower tea beside them. "Speaking of which," Andre said with a laugh while pouring tea for Ron, "I didn't expect you to handle the mutated Darand with a wooden sword. It's a pity I wasn't in the dorm area at the time, otherwise I should have come to lend a hand." Ron took a sip from his teacup. "Just lucky." "Lucky?" Andre looked at him playfully. "You've become quite humble now. In the royal capital, if you had such achievements, you'd probably be boasting all over the city, wouldn't you?" Upon hearing this tease, Ron shook his head helplessly. "Those are things of the past." "True enough." Andre took a bite of a scone with a hint of exploration in his eyes. "But honestly, your changes over this period are quite surprising. Training with the crown breathing technique daily, soaking in the herb store to learn, and now you've conceived sound wave magic." He paused, smirking faintly as he looked at Ron. "If I hadn't watched you step by step to where you are now, I'd suspect you'd been possessed by some powerful being." Possession? Ron's heart stirred, recalling his talent for dual soul, but outwardly he remained calm. "I just don't want to wait here to die." "Indeed?" Andre's expression suddenly grew serious, "but recently you should be careful, especially with that Marcus." Ron put down his teacup. "Why do you say that?" Although he's just an ordinary elementary apprentice, his brother, close to becoming an official wizard, stands behind him. Oliver. The blonde boy's voice became very low. "In the school, Oliver is on the same level as Lord Holt, a seasoned advanced apprentice, and he's made significant progress in curse witchcraft research." He paused, seemingly choosing his words. "With such a powerful support, Marcus dares to act without restraint. Most candidate apprentices he takes as servants end up as materials for his brother's magic experiments." Ron fell into contemplation. No wonder Emily met such a tragic end after turning to Marcus. Perhaps the outcome was already set when she chose that path. "So," Andre's tone carried a warning, "you've been too conspicuous lately. Although Marcus himself is merely an elementary apprentice, his brother Oliver is studying some incredibly bizarre special magic, seemingly related to spiritual power extraction. With the talent and potential you've shown now, you might very well catch their attention. Although Lady Allen and Lord Holt are here, It's better to be cautious. Ron nodded. He had long noticed that apprentice who liked collecting beautiful servant, often casting a cold glance at him. But don't worry too much, Andre resumed his elegant smile. With those two acquaintances of yours, he probably wouldn't dare be too blatant. Besides, he looked at Ron probingly. With the strength you're showing now, even if he does make a move, he likely won't gain much. Ron smiled but didn't continue the topic. Instead, he asked about something else. By the way, any new news from the market? You mean those black market merchants? Andre shook his head. Since Darren's incident, they've been more restrained, but... He gazed deeply out the window. This calm probably won't last long. As the assessment deadline approaches, those with nowhere left to go will surely take desperate measures. You're right. Ron looked at the gradually darkening sky outside, calculating inwardly. Darren's incident deeply affected him. Although his progress is quite smooth now, time is still pressing. He needs to quickly grasp the conception of sound wave magic and continue to enhance abilities in other areas. It's getting late. Andre stood up. I guess you have your matters to attend to. Ron nodded, tidying up his things to leave. The next plan is to thoroughly study the notes Darren left behind and attempt to advance this unfinished prototype of sound wave magic to a new level. At the door, Andre suddenly called his name, Ron. Do you know, Andre's face showed a playful smile. I'm a bit grateful now that back in the royal capital, I never had any conflict with you. Ron was momentarily stunned before understanding his meaning. Don't worry, that playboy has already died on the way to the Black Mist jungle. He half-turned, answering calmly. Indeed, Andre gave him a meaningful look. In his place is a terrifying, unpredictable monster. Ron couldn't help but laugh at this description. A monster, huh? In this world, it's survival of the fittest. If one wishes to survive, perhaps turning into a monster is indeed necessary. He turned and left Andre's room, the hallway outside already shrouded in twilight. The chaotic shadows alongside were like ghostly claws under the dim sky. Still, curious glances were cast at him now and then, but Ron no longer cared. What he has to do now is to continue getting stronger until he's powerful enough to fully control his fate in this harsh world. Any coveting and scheming will all turn to nothing in the face of power. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, filling the room. Ron had completed his meditation for the day and was preparing to practice the corona. Swordsmanship. Ever since he slew Darren previously, his understanding of this swordsmanship had leaped to a new level. Especially during that life and death struggle, he had more profoundly realized the subtlety of combining swordsmanship with the breathing technique. Ron adjusted his breathing, slowly raising the wooden sword in his hand. Guided by the crown breathing technique, every movement of his carried a peculiar rhythm. The first breath cycle, inhale for 7 counts. The wooden sword sketched a graceful arc from bottom to top, its tip pointing to the sky, as if a knight saluting the sun. This was the Ring of Dawn move in Corona swordsmanship, which emphasized dissolving attacks from all angles with a smooth arc. The second breath cycle, hold the breath for 3 counts. The sword parallel to the ground, held with both hands at the chest, forming a classic blocking posture. This defensive stance, derived from ancient traditions, could redirect the enemy's force to the surroundings. The glow on the surface of the wooden sword gradually brightened, as the unique energy of the crown breathing technique accumulated on the sword body. The third breath cycle, exhale for 5 counts. The sword momentum suddenly changed, shifting from a horizontal grip to a stabbing motion, with the sword tip swift like a snake unsheathing. This move was named Dawn Cross, a rare technique in Corona swordsmanship that combined both offense and defense. The sword blade swept a perfect cross in the air, capable of blocking incoming attacks while containing powerful counterattack strength. As the full set of sword techniques was practiced, the wooden sword traced a beautiful arc in the air, perfectly matching his breathing. Unlike the previous awkwardness, now every move appeared smooth and effortless. Current progress, basic swordsmanship, entry level 49/50. Ron took a deep breath and began to perform the final set of sword techniques. This was the most complex set of moves in the Corona swordsmanship, requiring multiple direction changes in a short time. But this time, he found his body seemed to have an autonomous consciousness. Every transition was just right, with seamless connection between sword momentums. set of moves completed smoothly, Ron could clearly feel some kind of change within his body. Basic swordsmanship breakthrough. Basic swordsmanship, entry level 50/50, right arrow basic swordsmanship, skilled level 1/100. Gained additional trait, sharpness, increased penetration when using sword techniques. He lifted the wooden sword, gently swaying it. The trajectory carved by the sword edge seemed to carry some invisible fluctuation, causing even the air to tremble slightly. If he were to face Darand again now, he could probably subdue him in a single encounter. Is this the difference between skilled and entry levels? Ron sighed to himself. After all, so-called entry and skilled evaluation standards were determined by the panel itself. He felt that his swordsmanship, now merely at the skilled level on that panel, was already comparable to the acclaimed swordsmanship champions of the kingdom. Putting away the wooden sword, he began to prepare for today's body refining. As he delved deeper into the crown breathing technique, his familiarity with the process of this breathing body refining increased. Breathing body refining experience points +1. Current progress, breathing body refining, entry level 43/100. He could now roughly differentiate this skill, as skills like breathing body refining and basic meditation belonged to cultivation skills. The distinction from other skills was that these required more experience points, and accumulating experience was harder than other skills, but breaking through brought cross-level power enhancement. Even though progress was just halfway, Ron wasn't in a hurry. Body refining differed from other skills, requiring a special oil, and needed time for body recovery after each refining session. Additionally, rushing through foundational work often caused issues. Having completed the body refining, Ron felt himself drenched in sweat and oil, deciding to head to the public bath for a wash. Gathering his belongings, he was about to leave when he suddenly remembered Andre's warning. In this world, even going for a bath required caution, as bathing and using the bathroom were moments of greatest relaxation. Hopefully, today will be quiet, Ron murmured to himself, pushing open the door and stepping into the corridor. The heat in the public bath was steamy. He chose a spot in the corner and began washing off the oil and sweat from his body. Warm water flowed over his body, gradually relaxing his tense muscles. The recent body refining made his physique even more robust, especially the lines of his meridians and muscles became extremely distinct. When several candidate apprentices entered the bathhouse and saw Ron's figure, they instinctively avoided him, choosing positions farther away. After the Darand incident, coupled with Andre helping him out before, they were both in awe and somewhat fearful of this neighbor who could single-handedly take down an aberration with a wooden sword. After finishing his wash, Ron dressed and grabbed his toiletries, preparing to return to his room. The corridor was quiet, with only a few dim magic crystal lamps flickering. Just as he was about to reach his room, a figure suddenly emerged from around the corner. It was a well-dressed young woman, whom Ron recognized as one of Marcus's servants. Compared to other servants, her attire was more luxurious, with a gem-studded necklace around her neck. "I'm Danny, Marcus's personal maid," she said, slightly bowing, her voice gentle and pleasant. "I heard that you work at Lady Allen's herb store." Ron looked at her expressionlessly. "What's the matter?" "It's like this," Danny gave a polite smile. "My master has always been very interested in magic potion making. I've heard you've achieved quite a lot in it recently. I wonder if you could." "No," Ron directly cut off what she was about to say. He was too aware of these servants' tricks, initially probing for information indirectly and then trying to find leverage. Besides, he and Lady Allen had a confidentiality agreement. This kind of knowingly playing dumb act was rather clumsy. Danny showed a troubled expression. "If it's a matter of price, we could negotiate. My master said that he is willing to offer if you're willing to share some recipes." "Not interested, step aside." Ron did not want to continue this meaningless conversation, bypassing her to leave. At that moment, as he brushed past Danny, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, and a triumphant smile curled her lips. Her slender fingers made a subtle gesture beneath her sleeve, silently uttering a spell at the same time. This was a zero-ring spell called Light-Handed Skillful Extraction, which had no offensive effect but was concealed and hard to detect. A scarcely perceptible dark energy tendril seeped from her fingertips, drifting towards Ron like a wisp of smoke. At this distance, even an experienced apprentice, caught off guard, would find it hard to detect such an energy fluctuation. While casting, her eyes were fixed tightly on the bulging pouch at her target's waist. Inside it were not only magic stone fragments, but also a few potions Ron had painstakingly refined. The energy tendril had nearly reached the pouch, just needing another moment to teleport the pouch into her hands with this theft spell. Then she would just need to falsely accuse him of attempting to steal her belongings effortlessly. At the critical moment, Ron's spiritual perception suddenly captured that trace of bizarre energy fluctuation. It was an extremely subtle discordance, like something repeatedly plucking at the strings of his spirit, making him irritable and unsettled. Danny saw the young apprentice who had walked past her suddenly stop in his tracks, and alarm bells rang in her heart. But it was too late. The speed at which the wooden sword was drawn was astonishing, showing for the first time the terrifying power of skilled-level Corona swordsmanship. The sword light flashed, followed by a sharp, chilling scream. Danny's right hand, along with the dark energy touch, was sliced open, blood spraying out instantly. She looked in horror at her severed wrist, about to scream again, when Ron, without any compassion, kicked her viciously away. At the same time, he quickly caught his pouch that was about to fall to the ground, which contained his magic stone fragments and potions. If it weren't for being in a public area with surveillance eyes. Ron flicked the blood off the wooden sword, his gaze biting cold. You'd already be a dead person. Danny rolled to the ground, taking a long time to get up, her once magnificent dress tarnished with dirt and dust, a conspicuous footprint on it. She struggled to hold her bleeding wrist, her elegance completely gone, leaving only fear and pain. How dare you? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the end of the corridor. HMPH, just like the rumors say, a brawn for brains brute. Marcus had no idea how long he had been lurking there, wearing a dark gray apprentice robe, a green badge on his chest gleaming faintly in the dim light. I've just witnessed with my own eyes how you cruelly injured my servant. This somewhat ugly, short man's face showed a grim smile. The school explicitly forbids internal fighting, especially you, a mere candidate apprentice, daring to lay such a heavy hand on the property of an official apprentice. Ron coldly looked at him. Your servant intended to steal. I think the law enforcement team can easily prove that. Oh, Marcus squinted his eyes. Unfortunately, there's only the three of us here now. By the time the law enforcement team arrives, there might be only my and Danny's testimony left. As he spoke, his eyes radiated a strange light, and an invisible spiritual wave began to permeate the hallway. This is the mental interference ability after breaking through to apprentice, which can directly affect the target's thinking and reactions, and it's the essence of wizards being stronger than other extraordinary systems. In the mortal realm, this kind of spiritual interference is enough to throw any powerful knight into confusion, and only the demon hunters, who are spiritually adept, can resist it. At the official wizard level, this spiritual wave is no longer interference, it's a brain explosion. Ron felt his thoughts blurred just for a moment, but quickly regained clarity. He gripped his wooden sword tightly, and a flash of cold light appeared in his eyes. Marcus was slightly surprised to see Ron resist the spiritual interference, but soon a sinister smile appeared on his face. No wonder you were able to kill the abomination. Your spiritual power is indeed not weak, but... While Ron was in a brief daze, he began to gather a dark red energy in his hand. It was some kind of attack-type zero-ring magic. Do you think just relying on a broken wooden sword, you can withstand an apprentice's power? Ron held the wooden sword, his mouth slightly raised in a smile. This sword had been replaced once. He had bought it at the apprentice market a few days ago for 6 magic stone fragments, made from a rare wood called Black Heart Iron Wood. This tree, growing deep in the Black Mist jungle, has wood hardness comparable to refined steel, and more rare, it contains a trace of natural anti-magic. Ron calmly looked at Marcus, the ironwood sword gently spinning in his hand, the tip slightly lowered, posing a seemingly loose yet deadly stance. If we don't try, how do we know it's enough? Marcus's eyes flashed with anger, his ugly face almost contorting into a ball. The dark red energy in his palm continued to gather, now forming a fist-sized energy ball. Electric arc like dark light constantly flickered across the energy ball's surface, an uncomfortable scorching atmosphere diffusing in the air. Marcus shouted furiously, and the energy ball shot out. This was his most proficient zero-ring magic burning ball, with improved power by his brother. The energy ball left a dark red trail in the air. The air it passed warped and deformed due to high temperatures. Knowing he couldn't dodge in time, just as the energy ball was about to hit, Ron's body moved slightly. The breathing rhythm of the crown breathing technique perfectly blended with his sword techniques at this moment. The moment he inhaled, the ironwood sword began to gather momentum. When he held his breath, the sword momentum condensed but did not release. As he exhaled, the sword light poured out like flowing water. The skilled-level swordsmanship showed astonishing power. The energy ball crashed head-on into the sword blade, making a heart-throbbing roar. The dark red energy fluctuation spread like stormy waves, leaving scorch marks on the hallway walls. But Ron's ironwood sword remained unmoving. The unique magical resistance of black heart ironwood, combined with the rhythm of Corona swordsmanship, perfectly dissolved the frenzied energy. Ripple-like patterns appeared on the sword's surface, and after slicing the energy ball, it showed no significant damage. This is impossible. Marcus widened his eyes, the brutality on his face turning into disbelief instantly. He knew too well the power of his attack. Even weapons made of refined steel would continuously warp and deform under high temperatures. But his shock wasn't over yet. Just as the energy ball was neutralized, Ron's figure veiled like a ghost approached. The ironwood sword drew a mysterious arc in the air, the sword momentum seeming light, yet containing a chilling power. Marcus hastily activated his protective magic. A shield formed in front of him, faintly transparent with complex runes shimmering on the barrier. As an elementary apprentice, the spells he mastered and could use in combat were actually very few. He originally had no ability to instantly cast such a solid energy shield. But blessed with a powerful brother who fixed him with an auto-activated one-time magic model, Marcus just secretly rejoiced. The next moment he felt a massive force strike on the shield. Ron's sword technique seemed bland, yet concealed a unique rhythm of the crown breathing technique. Perfectly matching the sword momentum with breathing, each breath could drive the sword momentum change, making seemingly ordinary slashes possess some special penetration. Sharp trait triggered, weak point penetration, basic swordsmanship experience points +2. Spider web-like cracks appeared on the shield's surface suddenly. Marcus felt a chilling sensation surge from his spine to the crown of his head, hurriedly retreating to increase distance. His prideful spiritual shield was nearly shattered by a candidate apprentice's single strike. How can you?" His voice trembled slightly. As someone with backing and who bullies the weak, he'd never suffered such humiliation within the school before. Moreover, his opponent was just a candidate apprentice. At this critical moment, a series of hurried footsteps sounded from the other end of the hallway. "Law enforcement team, everyone stop." A team of law enforcement personnel in gray-white uniforms quickly approached, led by a somewhat listless-looking advanced apprentice wearing a sapphire badge. He yawned casually, glancing around the scene. "It's you restless folks again." The law enforcement captain helplessly shook his head. "How many times has this made?" Marcus immediately donned a respectful face. "Honorable Captain Peter, this candidate apprentice assaulted my servant without cause, and moreover—" "Shut up," Peter impatiently interrupted him. "Oliver is your brother, right? I know him, but that doesn't mean you can cause trouble here." He casually glanced at Danny's severed hand and the bloodstains on the ground, lazily said, "My judgment is you both go to the detention room for half a month, just to cool off together." Marcus's face turned extremely ugly, unexpected that his opponent wouldn't yield at all. But no buts. Peter waved his hand, signaled other law enforcement personnel to step forward, take them away. Just as the officers prepared to escort them, Peter suddenly whispered in Ron's ear, "Holt asked us to pay some attention to you. Consider this a favor for him. However, best not to make such a commotion next time." This commotion, it wasn't what he wanted to create at all. Ron felt a bit helpless, nodded slightly, and secretly marked Holt's favor in his heart. The ventilation window of the detention room was very small, only letting in a sliver of daylight. But for Ron now, this was more than enough. In this stone chamber of only about 10 square meters, there was but a simple wooden bed, a bucket for waste, and a slanted wooden table missing a leg. Yet this simple environment, instead allowed him to focus more on cultivation. It's actually a good place for quiet cultivation. Ron smiled self-deprecatingly. The management of detainees by the law enforcement team was still relatively lenient. Who knows if it's because Holt exerted some influence behind the scenes. Every day a somewhat adequate meal was delivered punctually to the detention room, and they were even allowed to keep some personal items, of course. These items had been strictly inspected to ensure they posed no safety hazards. Ron took out Darren's notebook from his pocket and studied it carefully in the dim light. Now he had a deeper understanding of the conception of sound wave magic. Especially through this period's insight into rhythm, he noticed many details he hadn't before. Sound wave vibration, prototype, experience points +3. Current progress, sound wave vibration, prototype 87/100. He finally understood why Darren had hit a bottleneck in his research. In fact, the initial approach of using musical notes to perfect the sound wave magic was undoubtedly correct, but this process was clearly laborious. After repeated setbacks, Darren, pressed by time, attempted to use external force to enhance the output of spiritual power. By abandoning the correct path at the beginning, he ended up taking it to extremes, resulting in tragedy. Just like how the crown breathing technique imitates the movement of the sun, this sound wave magic should also find its own rhythm. Setting aside the notebook, Ron began his daily meditation. In this environment, isolated from the outside world, his mind reached an unprecedented level of concentration. Basic meditation start. Trigger special effect. Intense focus. This meditation effect enhances. Basic meditation experience points +1. Basic meditation experience points +1. Basic meditation experience points +1. Current progress. Basic meditation, beginner 93/100. In the consciousness space, the rune composed of 3 arcs became increasingly clear. Unlike the previous rigidity, the current rune seemed to carry a certain lively rhythm. Every flow of spiritual power became exceptionally smooth, as if finding the most suitable path. Ron could feel that he was not far from a breakthrough. On the penultimate day in the detention room, Ron completed his routine morning meditation. 2 weeks of isolation from the world had brought his spiritual power to an unprecedented new height. This barren and confined environment instead allowed him to focus more on exploring his inner world. As he immersed himself into the consciousness space, the basic rune composed of 3 arcs became exceptionally clear, almost tangible. Every arc slightly trembled, and each node emitted a gentle glow. Ron could sense that he stood on some critical point, needing only a slight push to break through that invisible barrier. He took a deep breath, concentrating all his attention on the rune. Unlike the mechanical control of the past, this time he tried to resonate with the rune, allowing his consciousness to fully integrate into it. At that moment, Ron suddenly understood the essence of the basic meditation technique lay not in controlling the rune, but in becoming the rune. With this insight, the rune in the consciousness space began to vibrate intensely, emitting unprecedented brilliance. Spiritual power, like a flood breaking through a dam, surged and roared as if having found the most suitable way of flowing. Basic meditation breakthrough. Basic meditation experience points +1. Basic meditation, beginner 99/100, right arrow basic meditation, proficient max. Acquired additional traits. Spiritual flow, when changing to a higher tier meditation technique, you can directly retain experience points to proficient level. Reaching proficiency seemed to be the limit for basic meditation. A slight sense of regret crossed his mind. But the breakthrough did not stop there. Ron felt his internal spiritual power undergoing an unprecedented qualitative transformation. The originally disorderly spiritual power was now spontaneously reorganizing according to some mysterious order, forming a more stable and purer energy structure. In the consciousness space, streams of light began to emerge from the rune, weaving into a network in his consciousness world, forming a brand new spiritual force field. This change was not only happening internally, Ron's perception ability was also rapidly improving. Every detail of the detention room, even the faint energy fluctuation outside the walls, vividly etched into his perception. Spiritual power qualitative transformation complete. Power level improvement, Knight Squire right arrow elementary apprentice. The crossing of the 2.0 threshold by his spiritual power meant he had officially reached the standard of an elementary apprentice. The change was not just an increase in numbers, but a qualitative leap in strength. His consciousness became exceptionally clear, the speed and breadth of thinking greatly improved, and even his perception of the outside world became unprecedentedly keen. More surprisingly, Ron suddenly found himself able to perceive a novel ability. Spiritual power was no longer just energy circulating internally, but could now extend outward as waves, exerting tangible effects on living beings. Was this the spiritual interference ability Marcus used on him that day? Ron tentatively released a small stream of spiritual power outward, feeling its flow through the air. The feeling was both wondrous and unfamiliar, as natural as breathing from birth, yet full of novelty. Under his control, the spiritual power easily formed a weak interference wave, radiating outward. Ron murmured, realizing that this ability did not require deliberate learning, but was an instinctual mastery when one's spiritual power reached a certain level. Just as a baby does not need to consciously learn how to swallow, a wizard apprentice would naturally learn how to release spiritual power outward. The instinctual ability to interfere with spirits was very frightening to most extraordinary professionals who did not train in spiritual power, easily disrupting their thought processes. But with opponents who are also apprentices, the specific effect depended on the disparity in spiritual power between the two. In the space before him, a semi-transparent information panel automatically appeared. Spiritual power reached 2.0 square root. Basic meditation technique reached proficient square root. Unlocked combat profession wizard apprentice, 1.5 stars, transition information. Wizard apprentice, 1.5 stars. Transition conditions. 1. Spiritual power reached 2.0 square root. 2. Basic meditation technique reached proficient square root. 3. Mastered a magic skill to proficiency. 2. Unlock basic profession skills magic construction, spiritual interference. 3. Special additions. Increase in magic skills experience, points acquisition speed. Slight increase in speed of spiritual power enhancement. Slight increase in magic capacity and recovery speed. He carefully examined this information, feeling both excited and slightly regretful. The excitement came from having completed 2 of the 3 conditions for the wizard apprentice job change. The regret was that he still had 1 more to go, raising the 0-ring spell, Slime Splash, to a skilled level. Just this 1 step left, Ron whispered to himself. In fact, he had been practicing this magic intermittently before, but due to the lack of a suitable target in the dorm room, his practice of this magic was far less diligent than his practice of Corona swordsmanship. Nonetheless, the experience points for Slime Splash were nearing the breakthrough edge of the beginner level. Just a little more practice, and he could meet the job change requirement. If it weren't for the issues with Darren and Marcus coming one after another, he might have already been able to take up the wizard apprentice position. Ron began to plan his next steps. After leaving the detention room, the first priority would be to quickly practice Slime Splash to a skilled level to complete the wizard apprentice job change. Information on the panel indicated that wizard apprentice would provide bonuses in magic experience point acquisition and spiritual power recovery. This complements the specialties of knight squire and magic potion apprentice, which can create a stronger synergy. Developing 3 professions in parallel, Ron tapped the desk lightly with his fingers. This could maximize the advantages of the panel and form a virtuous cycle. He imagined the potential future. The spiritual power accumulation and magic affinity bonuses provided by the magic potion apprentice could accelerate the growth of the wizard apprentice, while the magic growth and spell abilities of the wizard apprentice could complement the physique enhancement of the knight squire, eventually achieving a powerful trinity. As long as the job change is completed smoothly, when it's time for the apprentice identity recognition and initial resource distribution, the potential shown should be more. Just as he was deeply contemplating future plans, footsteps suddenly echoed from the hallway, interrupting his thoughts. The footsteps were very distinctive, light and rhythmic, with an indescribable elegance and pressure, unlike that of ordinary apprentices. Ron immediately became alert, gathering his thoughts and focusing his attention to sense the external situation. A nauseating and twisted spiritual wave, causing his scalp to tingle, suddenly invaded his sensing range. This unknown spiritual wave was filled with decay and eeriness, like the sound of hundreds of maggots squirming within decaying flesh, but at this moment, all converted into spiritual sensations. Moreover, this wave seemed to be heading straight towards his detention room. Ron involuntarily tensed his body, his spiritual power instinctively contracting into a ball-shaped defensive posture to ease the discomfort within him. He glanced around, noticing that the eye-like monitoring devices in the hallway were all functioning normally, which slightly reassured him. In such a monitored public area, nothing too excessive should happen. With that thought, he had roughly guessed the identity of the approaching individual, likely someone associated with his unfortunate neighbor. The detention room holding Marcus was not far away. In the past, during his cultivation, he would occasionally hear Marcus curses about the poor meals in the detention room. Sure enough, before long, a figure slowly emerged from around the hallway corner. Through the air vent of the door, which offered a relatively open view, Ron noticed it was an exceptionally striking young man, with black hair and black eyes, whose looks were almost eerily handsome. His skin was unnaturally pale, reflecting a gleaming luster in the dim hallway light. The most eye-catching feature was the deep blue gemstone badge, on the person's chest, a symbol of an advanced apprentice. Following behind this unknown visitor, Marcus lowered his head like a defeated dog, timidly trailing along. His demeanor sharply contrasted with his usual arrogant attitude, appearing somewhat pathetic and humble. Ron Ralph, the black-haired man, stood in front of the detention room door, speaking in an odd tone, surprisingly gentle. "Pleased to meet you for the first time. I am Oliver, Marcus's elder brother." Ron's heart tightened. Indeed, it was the advanced apprentice specialized in curse magic. "I have long admired your reputation." He nodded politely, cautiously responding to Oliver, striving to keep his voice calm and steady. Oliver displayed a near-perfect smile, revealing a row of neat white teeth. "I apologize for my brother's rudeness on his behalf." As he spoke, he pulled out a set of keys from his robe and easily unlocked the detention room door. "As a gesture of goodwill, I have spent magic stone fragments as payment to secure your early release." Ron raised an eyebrow, quietly pondering. In the Black Mist jungle, there was indeed a rule that allowed the use of magic stone fragments to reduce detention time, priced at roughly 10 magic stone fragments for 1 day. But he had never considered this option, partly because he was unwilling to part with those precious magic stone fragments. Secondly, despite the detention room's basic conditions, it could meet fundamental living needs and allowed for peaceful cultivation. "Thank you for your kindness," Ron replied levelly while observing Oliver's every move. He did not immediately step out of the room. The detention room actually contained several trigger-type arrays. One part was to prevent the detained from escaping, and another was to prevent any untoward actions during visits. Now these arrays instead served as his protective shield. The man named Oliver performed with near perfection, displaying polite etiquette and a gentle smile, like a true gentleman. Yet this overly perfect facade made Ron wary. How could an advanced apprentice who could stand out in the Black Mist jungle be of good character? "No need to be so formal." Oliver waved his hand. "My brother always tends to do annoying things, which truly gives me headaches." He turned and gently patted Marcus' shoulder, seemingly intimate, but Ron caught a momentary stiffness and fear in Marcus' body. "If you feel unresolved, you may freely teach him a lesson now." Oliver's smile remained unchanged, but a flicker of an inscrutable light flashed in his eyes. "I wouldn't mind at all." Ron felt a pang of caution. He glanced at the cowering Marcus and shook his head. "No need, since you have already apologized on his behalf. Let's put this matter behind us." "Your tolerance is admirable," Oliver commended, seamlessly shifting the conversation to the subject that most intrigued him. "By the way, I heard you've been researching sound wave magic recently. Darren's project." This sentence caused warning bells to blare in Ron's mind. It seems his research in the detention room wasn't entirely secret, and even this advanced apprentice had heard about it. Just dabbling out of curiosity, Ron cautiously replied, "An essential quality in a qualified wizard is the relentless pursuit of knowledge. It seems you possess this fine quality as well." Oliver nodded with a smile, subtly revealing his true intentions amid his praise. Sound waves and curses share commonalities, both influencing targets through subtle means. Perhaps we can exchange ideas in the future." Ron replied politely, and with his enhanced perception, he caught a subtle incongruity on Oliver's face. It was an extremely faint seam, almost imperceptible, but under his spiritual perception that had just made a significant breakthrough, it was clearly visible. Thinking of Marcus's ugly and short appearance, and then looking at Oliver's nearly perfect face, he quickly snapped himself out of his thoughts. It was best not to continue such dangerous associations. "Well then, I won't disturb you any longer." Oliver bowed slightly, making a graceful farewell gesture. "I hope to see you again in the future." Marcus followed his brother and glanced back at Ron as they left. That glance contained extremely complex emotions. There was pity as if looking at a dead man, deep schadenfreude, and an indescribable sense of revenge satisfaction. This look made Ron's heart sink, and intuition told him that Oliver's friendly visit was by no means a good thing. When their figures disappeared at the end of the hallway, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief and began to pack his things. Since he had already gained his freedom, there was no need to stay here any longer. Moreover, with his current spiritual perception ability, he could clearly detect a strange residual energy in the detention room, a magical trace left by Oliver. Ron shivered involuntarily and decided to leave this place as soon as possible. No matter what kind of tricks Oliver was playing, given his current strength, he was far from being his opponent. The moment he stepped out of the detention room, he took a deep breath. Although the air in the black mist jungle still carried that unique, mixed sweet and bloody scent, for him, just released from confinement, it was already an enjoyment. What exactly is that guy up to? As Ron walked, he pondered, deciding to return to his room first, then find Andre to get more details about the situation. Along the way, he could feel that he was like a completely different person compared to 2 weeks ago. The qualitative change in his spiritual power greatly enhanced his perception ability, and even his walking posture became lighter and more effortless. The other candidate apprentices he passed by along the way in his perception were like glowing flames, with each person's spiritual power strength and fluctuation frequency roughly visible. For other apprentices, this ability might be ordinary, but for Ron, who had just broken through, it was still full of novelty. Soon he arrived at his room door. The lock was intact, indicating no one had entered without permission during the past half-month. Still, Ron cautiously checked the trap markings in the room, tiny marks he had set up, before leaving to detect intruders. Confirming everything was normal, Ron finally relaxed. "Seems I was overthinking." He chuckled self-deprecatingly, and then began organizing his belongings. This simple apprentice dormitory might not be comfortable, but it was far better than the environment of the detention room. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, he heard a rapid knocking on the door. "Ron, you're back." Andre's voice came through the door. He raised an eyebrow. The 13th Prince's news was indeed well informed. "Come in, the door's not locked." Andre pushed the door open and entered, wearing a surprised expression. "I was just eating in the cafeteria and heard someone say they saw you in the dormitory hallway, so I came over to check. Did you spend extra magic stone fragments? That's quite extravagant." His words suddenly stopped, his pupils slightly contracting. "No, you've already." Ron knew he had perceived something and smiled slightly. "That's right, I broke through." "Elementary apprentice," Andre gasped, "in the detention room, that simply." His tone was full of disbelief, but he soon regained composure. "However, given your progress during this period, it's not too surprising." Ron gestured for him to sit down and briefly described his breakthrough process, of course, omitting the assistance from the profession panel. "As expected of you," Andre praised sincerely. "The detention room environment, which is a torment for most people, became an opportunity for you to focus and break through." A complex and somewhat unwilling look flashed in his eyes. "Ron, do you know, sometimes I'm really curious about how you achieve such significant progress in such a short time." Ron smiled but didn't continue this topic, quickly changing the subject. "Do you know what kind of person Oliver is?" Hearing the name, Andre's expression instantly became serious. "Did he come to see you?" Ron nodded. "Just now. I owe my quick release to him spending magic stone fragments." "That's not a good sign." Andre's voice lowered. "Oliver's reputation within the school isn't very good. He's notoriously a smiling tiger, and his research direction is too." He seemed to be searching for the right words. "Too twisted, Even some of the same level advanced apprentices keep their distance from him. More specifically, Ron pressed. Andre hesitated for a moment, as if weighing how much to reveal. His research direction is live body modification. At this point, his voice lowered further. It said that most of the materials in his lab are collected servants by Marcus. Ron remembered meeting Emily earlier, and his heart sank. But what puzzles me the most is why he specifically came to see you. Andre frowned. Logically, the little conflict between Marcus and you should be insignificant to an apprentice at his level. I guess, Ron said softly, it might be related to Darren's sound wave magic. Andre understood what he meant. You mean he's interested in that research? Not just interested. Ron recalled Oliver's words. He said there are some commonalities between sound waves and curses, both having a sustained impact on the target through special means. That does make some sense. Andre was thoughtful, but even so, a high-level apprentice specifically reaching out to you, someone who just advanced from candidate level, is still quite strange. Both fell into a brief silence, each pondering the possibilities. Eventually, Andre broke the silence. In any case, you must be extra careful now. Oliver is not someone to mess with, even our royal family's network in the school is. Ron nodded, fully aware of the weight of this warning. By the way, Andre recalled something. In the past half a month, the black market merchants at the market have become active again. Recently, a few more candidate apprentices have gotten into trouble. Still those forbidden potions? Ron asked. Yes, but this time it's different. Andre's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Those potions seem related to curses, and the mutation method after use is even more. He paused as if searching for the right words, more controllable as if precisely designed. Thinking of this, Ron was stirred. Are you saying these potions might be related to Oliver? That's just my speculation, Andre said cautiously, but the timing is indeed very coincidental. Ron's eyes flickered as he casually brought up a somewhat unrelated topic. I'm wondering if the black market might have some special materials and formulas. Andre's expression subtly changed. A glint of caution flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his calm. As a prince raised in the court and accustomed to political scheming, he instantly grasped the true meaning behind Ron's words. You want to get involved with the black market? Andre's voice lowered. That's not a wise choice, especially given the current situation. Ron did not respond directly, but patiently waited for the other to continue speaking. Andre sighed. If it's just for magic potion research, I can give you some advice. He walked to the window, confirmed there were no suspicious energy fluctuations around, and then continued. The underground transactions in the Black Mist jungle primarily occur in 3 places. The safest is the special trading post in the Sunset Tavern, where the guards ensure the privacy of the transactions. Next is Lizard Alley. Though it offers no extra security, the variety of trade goods is much greater than at the Sunset Tavern. Lastly, there's Blackwater Bay, the most dangerous place, which even occasional official wizards visit for items of interest to them. Ron carefully noted this information, also noticing Andre's familiarity with these locations. Clearly, he did not just hear about them randomly. There are a few things you need to be particularly aware of during transactions. Andre continued, his tone seasoned with experience. First, never reveal your true identity. Next, bring enough magic stone fragments, but don't carry them all on you. Third, it's best to find a trusted intermediary to make introductions, as the first transaction is the most dangerous. He paused, then said with a very serious tone, most importantly, do not be greedy. Buy only what you truly need and then leave immediately. Ron nodded. You seem quite familiar with this. Andre showed a complex smile. In the Black Mist jungle, surviving sometimes requires rather special channels. He did not elaborate further, but Ron already understood. In this cruel world, everyone has their way to survive. Even the 13th prince, who hails from noble origins, is no exception. Thank you for your advice, Ron said sincerely. I will be careful. The two chatted a bit about recent events, and then Andre took his leave. Alone, Ron began to sort through his observations and information. Oliver's sudden visit, the changes in black market potions, along with Marcus's malicious gaze, all seemed to point to some ominous premonition. But now he was no longer that frail candidate apprentice. The qualitative change in spiritual power, granted him the ability to contend with higher-level apprentices, and his profession synergy system within him provided a powerful advantage. No matter what Oliver is planning, Ron clenched his fist, feeling little fear. As long as I have time to develop, everything will be resolved. However, the discussion with Andre about those black market channels reminded him of certain things. Ron spread out the school quarterly newsletter he had recently acquired by chance, which recorded important events within the school over the past 3 months. Flipping to the Master Evaluation Council section, he discovered some intriguing content. The masters evaluated the apprentices within the school quarterly, and those who performed well often received additional resource allocation and guidance opportunities. Yet puzzlingly, the next page of the newsletter listed apprentices recently punished for rule violations. Some had even mutated due to using forbidden potions, ultimately executed or sent to the laboratory. Locke, Emily, Darren. Ron's gaze stopped on these familiar names, feeling a twinge of doubt. If the masters truly valued potential apprentices so much, why were these forbidden potions so easily circulating? Why did apprentices constantly take such risks? He flipped to earlier newsletters and found this situation was not rare. Similar cases seemed to occur nearly every quarter, as if the circulation of forbidden potions had become a part of the Black Mist jungle. Is there some logic here that I'm not seeing? Ron frowned, pondering carefully. If those powerful official wizards truly wanted to completely cut off the circulation of forbidden potions, given their ability and authority, they could easily do so. But in reality, these potions not only existed, but seemed almost tacitly allowed to some extent. Ron recalled Andre mentioning earlier that even official wizards occasionally visited the dangerous black market at Blackwater Bay. Could it be? A bold thought surfaced in Ron's mind. Could the circulation of these forbidden potions be tacitly approved or even encouraged by the official wizards in some way? This idea was crazy, but it explained many phenomena. Perhaps in the eyes of the masters, it was a sort of selection mechanism. Truly gifted and disciplined apprentices would choose a steady path of growth, while those untalented and impatient would fall prey to the forbidden potions, ultimately leading to their downfall. It's like a game, Ron summarized in his heart, a promotion-elimination game with rules set by the masters. They hope for talented newcomers to emerge within the school, yet do not want the environment to be too comfortable, causing apprentices to lack a sense of crisis. Moderate danger and competition can actually inspire a stronger desire for survival and progress. Previously, Ron had oversimplified it as the oppression of the weak by the strong, but now it seemed that things were far more complicated. Since this is the case, the risk of being caught as a test subject might not be as high as imagined, especially if he demonstrates enough potential and self-discipline. Those wizards would rather see him grow into a future colleague than be reduced to a test material devoid of thinking ability. Ron took out Darren's notebook, ready to first look at the concept of sound wave magic. Since Oliver showed interest in this, then this magic might become key in future confrontations. The research continued uninterrupted for several hours, and the sky gradually darkened. Ron rubbed his eyes and stood up, deciding to take a trip to the herb store. One reason was to inform Lady Allen that he had been released from confinement early. Another was to ask this experienced old pharmacist some questions, especially regarding Oliver and higher-tier meditation techniques. The slightly reddened sunset cast an eerie glow over the Black Mist jungle, and the crowd in the market had thinned significantly. When Ron reached the front of the herb store, he found the door tightly shut, with twisting vines forming the words "closed for business." Ron found it strange. Normally, Lady Allen's herb store wouldn't be closed yet. He was about to turn away when his footsteps suddenly halted. The heightened perception brought by advancing as an apprentice allowed him to keenly sense the unusual activity of magic behind the door. It wasn't any dangerous fluctuation, but certainly not the calm expected after closing. After hesitating for a moment, Ron gently knocked on the door. "Who?" A tired and aged voice sounded from inside. It was the familiar voice of Lady Allen. "It's me, Ron," he replied softly. A brief silence followed the door, then came a barely audible sigh. "I'm very busy right now. If you have something, come back tomorrow morning." Ron could detect a well-hidden irritation in Lady Allen's voice. As someone with basic emotional intelligence, he didn't want to trouble her. "I understand, ma'am. I'll visit again tomorrow morning." Ron said wisely, already turning to leave. Wait, Lady Allen suddenly changed her mind with a hint of hesitation in her voice. You might as well come in since you're already here. Accompanied by a sound of metal scraping, the tightly shut store door opened automatically. Ron stepped cautiously inside, the familiar scent of herbs wafting towards him, mixed with a strange fragrance he had never smelled, somewhat like night jasmine, yet with a richer, sweet aroma. The lighting inside was dimmer than usual, with only a few weak magic crystal lamps flickering, giving the space a hazy ambience. As soon as Ron walked in, his gaze was immediately drawn to the figure behind the counter, a young woman standing there, arranging the accounts. She had stunning long pink-purple curly hair cascading down like a waterfall, shimmering with a dreamlike brilliance in the lamplight. The woman's profile was exquisite and delicate, with porcelain-like fair skin exuding a healthy, glossy sheen. Her large and bright eyes glittered like jewels. Most striking was her high, proud nose, conveying an elegant curve that seemed almost unreal in its perfection when combined with her face. "Who are you?" Ron hesitated somewhat, searching the store for Lady Allen's figure. The woman wore only a loosely fitting silk nightgown, with the neckline and cuffs slightly falling, revealing patches of fair skin and a breathtakingly voluptuous figure. The casual and unwitting posture was even deadlier than deliberate charm, starkly different from the image of the old witch with wrinkles, a hooked nose, and a hunched back that Ron had in his memory. "What's the matter, little one? Don't recognize me?" The woman turned her face partially and spoke in a familiar tone that sent chills down his spine. Those deep green eyes, they were precisely Lady Allen's eyes. Lady Allen! Ron could hardly believe his judgment, but those eyes were unmistakable. The woman let out a light chuckle, exactly the slightly raspy aged laugh of Lady Allen. Yet now it came from the mouth of a young woman who appeared to be only 18 or 19, causing an intense sense of discord. "It seems my transformation has quite shocked you." She set the accounts aside, placed her hands on the counter, and leaned forward slightly, causing the neckline of her nightgown to fall even more. I thought you might be Lady Allen's daughter or a relative." Ron awkwardly diverted his gaze, his voice tinged with obvious confusion. She laughed again, this time more unrestrained. "Daughter? This old body of mine has lived for hundreds of years. Where would I get a daughter?" Only then did Ron notice that, although the appearance was completely different, that manner of speaking and the sharpness in her eyes was indeed identical to Lady Allen's. "But he didn't know how to describe the change before him. You needn't be too shocked." Lady Allen turned slightly to explain. "On the days each month when the magic fluctuations are most active, I can briefly return to my youthful appearance." She stretched her body, seemingly enjoying the comfort this young physique brought. "That's also why I closed the shop early today. During these days, I usually shut the shop to focus on concocting magic potions and rushing through a month's backlog of orders. Customers like Holt know somewhat of this." Ron nodded, but his senses had already captured more information. With the enhancement of his elementary apprentice's spiritual power, he could clearly feel the terrifying magic power fluctuations emanating from Lady Allen. An energy field as dark and powerful as the abyss, far beyond what ordinary apprentices or even advanced apprentices could possess. A startling thought flashed across Ron's mind. Lady Allen's strength at this moment likely had reached the level of an official wizard. "Originally, I planned to tell you about this earlier." The pink-haired beautiful witch continued, seemingly unaware of Ron's inner thoughts. "But your conflict with Marcus sent you straight to the detention room, so." Ron was somewhat curious about why Lady Allen's magic power usually weakened, and why her appearance was so aged, but he wisely refrained from asking. Everyone has their secrets. Probing recklessly is often not wise. "However, your timing is quite right." Lady Allen's tone lightened a bit, though a bit surprising. "Since you're here, let's talk about the main matter." Seeing that they had returned to a familiar mode of interaction, Ron's awkward emotions dissipated a bit. He replied respectfully. "I've come to tell you that I've ended my detention early. Additionally, I wish to seek your advice on some matters." Lady Allen looked at him with interest, the eyes of deep green flashing with a light that saw through everything. "Not just the detention ending, is it? The changes in your aura are apparent. You've already broken through to an elementary apprentice." Ron nodded slightly. "Yes, I had an accidental breakthrough in the detention room." "Accidental?" Lady Allen raised one delicate eyebrow with a playful smile on her lips. Breaking through in that kind of environment is not something accidental can account for. She walked around the counter and took a few steps forward. The young body made her movements exceptionally light and graceful, a complete contrast to her usual hunched posture. Your aura is very stable, and the fluctuation of your spiritual power is also very even, Lady Allen remarked. Better than most apprentices who have just broken through. It seems the environment of the detention room has instead done you a big favor. Ron did not deny. Indeed, the isolated environment allowed me to focus more on meditation and cultivation. So, what questions do you wish to ask? Lady Allen crossed her arms in front of her chest, and this posture made a certain part more prominent. I have 2 questions. Ron kept his gaze steady, replying with brief words, as he knew she always valued efficient communication. The first question, I want to know about higher-tier meditation techniques. The basic meditation technique no longer meets my needs. Lady Allen nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this question. The basic meditation technique is like a phonetic dictionary for children, eventually to be set aside once mastered. Your spiritual power indeed has reached the point where it needs more advanced guidance. And your second question? Ron hesitated for a moment but decided to directly ask, how much do you know about Oliver? At this name, Lady Allen's expression instantly became serious, and an old wisdom appeared on her youthful, beautiful face that did not match her exterior. Oliver, has he contacted you? Ron briefly described Oliver's visit and his use of a magic stone fragment to release him from the detention room. This is not a good thing. That kid is never kind without reason. Every gift of his is backed by careful calculations. Her fingers tapped lightly on the counter, the rhythm scattered and irregular. A moment later, Lady Allen walked back to the counter slowly. Her slender fingers brushed past a row of locked drawers, finally stopping at one that appeared ordinary but was marked with a miniature sealing rune. Regarding your first question, a petite silver key had somehow already appeared in her hand. She inserted the key into the lock, and with a nearly imperceptible click, the drawer quietly slid open. Lady Allen took out a small notebook bound in dark leather, with an irregular blood-red gem embedded on the cover, reflecting an eerie glow under the light. I do have some higher-tier meditation technique materials. Here it is. When her fingers brushed over the cover of the book, the gem seemed to react to her touch and flashed briefly. Her gaze at this moment became deep and distant, as if piercing through the river of time. The Star Eater's Ravings, also known as the Star Meditation Technique, a gem-level meditation technique, a tier above the basic meditation technique, said to be created at the edge of madness and lucidity by an ancient traveling wizard, whose mind was shattered by terrifying entities among the stars. Lady Allen's fingers stopped on a page within the book, on which was drawn a complex rune structure. It looked like dozens of basic meditation runes interwoven in an incredible way, forming a grander, more complete energy circuit. It allows spiritual power to flow along the trajectory of the stars, achieving a greater effect with less effort. Of course, it also carries corresponding risks. The pink-haired beautiful witch continued to explain. Very suitable for someone who has already broken through to an elementary apprentice. It can even help you ascend to an official wizard. Ron almost held his breath, his eyes involuntarily drawn to that rune structure. Even with just a brief glance, he felt a strange allure, as if the rune itself contained a certain summons. He couldn't help but reach out for it. But the next moment, Lady Allen slowly closed the small notebook. The gemstone seemed to flicker, bidding a reluctant farewell. She gently placed the notebook on the counter, her hand still covering it, clearly not intending to push it toward Ron. You naive boy, it seems you still don't quite understand the rules of the wizard world. Her gaze was sharp like a hawk, fixing on Ron's eyes. Her voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Knowledge carries weight, it can never be given freely. Things of value require equivalent exchange. This is an unchangeable law. The slender finger, painted with blood-red nail polish, lightly traced circles above the notebook. Greedy demands without willingness to give is the beginning of countless apprentices' descent into corruption. So, before I bestow the meditation technique upon you, I need to determine if you are truly worthy of my investment. Seeing this, Ron quickly spoke up. I apologize, Lady Allen, I was presumptuous. I'm, of course, willing to pay the corresponding price for it. Lady Allen examined the young apprentice before her, seemingly assessing the sincerity in his words. Those dark green eyes seemed capable of seeing through all disguises, reaching deep into the soul. After a moment, the pink-haired witch's mouth slightly curled upwards. She noticed the desire in the youth's eyes in front of her. "Very well." Lady Allen's tone held a hint of approval. "Then I have a small task for you." She retrieved a parchment with a faint glow from another drawer beneath the counter. The text on the parchment was not written with ink, but seemed branded into it, shimmering with a dark red glow under the dim light, with some places even showing a metallic texture. "I need these materials to complete an important magic potion research." She pushed the parchment toward Ron, her bright red nails lightly pointed at several items on the list. A person who truly masters the Star Eater's ravings needs not only strong spiritual power, but also the means and the courage to acquire knowledge. Ron carefully took the parchment, a cool and slightly stinging touch, as if it contained concentrated magical power. He lowered his head to scrutinize the list, each material name written in ancient wizard language, alongside symbols he couldn't quite understand. As his gaze moved down, Ron's brow furrowed tighter. Most of these materials he had never seen in basic magic potion theory: dream-eating spider's eye fluid, moon shadow bat's heart ash, crystal moss. And a few he barely recognized, like night talk pollen and thirsty's tongue moss, were glaringly listed under prohibited trading goods defined by the school. These, Ron raised his head, feigning ignorance to probe the other's intentions. "Most of these materials can't be found in the apprentice marketplace." "Is that so?" Lady Allen tilted her head slightly, her dark green eyes gleaming with a certain expectation. "Then someone as smart as you should know where to find them, right?" Her tone was relaxed, but her eyes were as sharp as knives. Ron instantly understood Lady Allen's implication in the wizard world. Having knowledge alone is far from enough. How to obtain the necessary resources in a complex and dangerous environment. How to maneuver in the gray areas without meeting a bitter end. These are survival skills a qualified wizard must master. Ron was silent for a moment, once again looking closely at the list, his mind already starting to calculate possible acquisition routes. He raised his head, steadfastly meeting Lady Allen's gaze. "Understood, I'll find a way to gather these materials." Lady Allen nodded approvingly, a hint of relief in her eyes. "Good, remember this isn't just for the Star Eater's ravings, it's also for yourself. In the Black Mist jungle, survival sometimes requires special channels and skills." She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper, practically speaking against Ron's ear. "Oliver's research direction is very dangerous. His study of living curse has already crossed many forbidden boundaries that even many official wizards are unwilling to touch. If he takes interest in your sound wave magic, it must be because he discovered some connection between the two. Could you please enlighten me on what the specific connection might be?" Ron inquired, but imperceptibly drew a bit of distance, the radiation field unique to an official wizard pricking his skin painfully. The other seemed to sense the change within him, and her breath slightly condensed. Ron could clearly feel the stinging sensation fading considerably. Lady Allen's eyes became profound and worried. The carrier issue of sound waves and curses, traditional curses require a physical object as a carrier, which is also their greatest limitation. But sound waves. She paused, seemingly choosing her words carefully. Sound waves can penetrate material barriers, transmit energy without contacting the target. If Oliver succeeds in using sound waves as a carrier for curses, then his curses could spread as pervasively as sound. The impact and range would be exponentially greater than traditional curses. Ron felt a chill slowly creeping along his spine. If this were true, Oliver's research would create a new kind of weapon that no one at the apprentice stage could defend against. "Then what is your suggestion?" He already had a decision in mind, but decided to ask her opinion first. Lady Allen's answer was as expected. "Continue perfecting your sound wave magic, but ensure only you know the key aspects. Some knowledge, when held by different people, can lead to completely different outcomes." She did not draw closer, merely offering a gentle reminder. "And sometimes the best defense is to take the initiative. Understand what I mean?" Ron slowly nodded. Of course he understood Lady Allen's hint. In this world, waiting for danger often meant death. Only by taking the initiative can one control their fate. He carefully stored away the list, folding it and placing it in an inner pocket. I will gather these materials as soon as possible. No need to rush. Lady Allen elegantly waved her hand, her pink-purple curls gently shaking with the motion. Safety is always the priority. After all, the dead can't learn the Star Eater's ravings. A flicker of inscrutable light passed through her eyes. All right, go back to rest. Come to work at the usual time tomorrow. There are still many things I haven't taught you yet. As he left the herb store, Ron's emotions were a complicated mixture. Night had deepened, the shadows of the black mist jungle spreading beneath his feet, like invisible hands brushing against his ankles. A cold wind swept across his cheeks, yet his gaze regained an extraordinary determination. After all, in the world of mysticism, crisis and opportunity always coexist. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps of the black mist. Jungle spilling onto the winding path. After tidying up his attire, Ron headed to the herb store. The memory of Lady Allen's stunning visage from last night still lingered in his mind, hard to dispel. Though reason told him it was just a temporary phenomenon, deep down he couldn't help but hope to see that pink-haired beautiful witch once more. As he pushed open the door to the herb store, the familiar mixed aroma of herbs greeted him. Ron's gaze quickly locked onto the hunched figure behind the counter. As expected, Lady Allen had already reverted to her usual old appearance. Face full of wrinkles intersecting like dried riverbeds, a hooked nose beneath which sat a tightly pursed mean mouth, her pale hair messily pinned up at the back of her head, and a pair of hands marked with age spots were carefully inspecting the color of a potion bottle. Despite being mentally prepared, witnessing such a dramatic contrast still brought a noticeable flicker of disappointment across Ron's face. He was just about to adjust his expression again when it seemed he was a step too late, judging by Lady Allen's reaction. "What's this? You look quite disappointed seeing me like this." The old witch didn't lift her head, her hands kept moving, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. "Of course not, madam," Ron quickly replied, internally giving a wry smile, unconsciously revealing a bit of insecurity. Lady Allen finally put down the potion bottle and lifted her head to gaze at the young apprentice in front of her. "You rascal, your thoughts are all written on your face. Who are you trying to fool?" Ron awkwardly averted his gaze. "Sorry, madam, I meant no disrespect." "Don't be nervous, I won't get upset over something this trivial." The old witch waved her hand, her voice carrying an unusual gentleness. "Yesterday's appearance was indeed more pleasing. Even I prefer that look. Alas, time wields its blade without favoritism." She stood up, leaning on a wooden staff entwined with peculiar patterns, and slowly walked over to Ron. Those deep green eyes scrutinized him up close. "However, as time goes on, you'll understand more and more that appearance and true power often do not correlate." Ron could only nod in agreement. "All right, since young people have so much energy, I happen to have a batch of work waiting for you." Lady Allen chuckled twice, pointing to a dim corner at the back of the store. "That new batch of hidden thorn vine needs to be handled. Remove all thorns and knot growths completely, not leaving a single piece." Following her direction, Ron saw a large bundle of silver-gray vines piled up in the corner, covered densely with sharp thorns and irregular lumps. In the light, he could even see the cold glint of those thorn tips. This, he instinctively swallowed, easily judging that this was by no means ordinary work. Even with his current skill set, handling such a large pile of hidden thorn vine would take at least half a day. The old witch keenly caught his hesitation. A sly glimmer flashed in her eyes. "What, afraid of getting tired? Let me tell you some good news. The thorns of the hidden thorn vine contain a trace amount of toxin. Prolonged contact will numb your fingers, and with continuous accumulation, it might even lead to temporary sensation dulling." Her lips curled into an imperceptible smirk. "Of course, if you think this work is too strenuous, you could sit here and admire my beautiful face for a whole day. I wouldn't mind." Ron, hearing this, scratched his head awkwardly, immediately understanding the nature of today's task. It was probably a little punishment. Despite feeling slightly reluctant inside, he also understood that Lady Allen, as his employer, indeed had the right to do so. Furthermore, he had always been grateful for the work at the herb store. Being able to get in touch with so many rare materials and knowledge, and with Lady Allen's hands-on teaching, he would never easily refuse any request she made. "I'll get to handling the hidden thorn vine right away, madam." Ron nodded seriously, turning to walk towards the plant that looked hostile just at a glance. Behind him came a barely audible low chuckle from Lady Allen. The handling of the hidden thorn vine was indeed as troublesome and laborious as she described. Ron quickly understood why such work was a punishment, not only requiring immense patience and concentration, but also high technical skill. Each vine needed to be carefully scraped with a special silver knife, removing the thorns and growths from the surface. A little carelessness might either injure the vines, affecting the potion efficacy, or get his skin pricked by the spikes. In the first half hour alone, he had already acquired 7 or 8 tiny wounds on his hands, while the number of vines processed was pitifully few. The technique's all wrong, too rough. Lady Allen suddenly appeared beside him. Her voice carried tones of both rebuke and instruction. Maintain a 30-degree angle with the knife. Follow the vine's texture, don't go against it. She took the tool from Ron's hand, using almost a blindingly skillful technique, swiftly drawing a perfect trajectory on the vine. The thorn tips and growths were neatly removed without damaging the vine itself. Ron closely observed this process, quickly adjusting his own handling style. He had always been adept at observing and learning, and Lady Allen's demonstration inspired him greatly. Herb recognition experience points +1. As time went by, Ron's technique gradually became adept. He began to discern patterns in the thorn distribution, finding the most efficient handling order, even predicting the location of the next particularly tricky growth. At this moment, he made a peculiar discovery. These hidden thorn vines didn't seem to grow thorns in disarray, but rather followed some unspeakable pattern. More curiously, when he focused entirely on the task, he could feel a faint yet distinct energy fluctuation inside the vines. It was a life rhythm completely different from breathing technique and meditation, yet equally filled with rhythm. Interesting, Ron murmured to himself, completely immersed in this newfound discovery. He tried coordinating his actions with this natural rhythm while handling the thorn tips, surprisingly improving his efficiency significantly. It was as if the vines, to some extent, understood and cooperated with his movements. Just as Ron was fully engrossed, Lady Allen once again appeared by his side, offering a cup of dark green steaming liquid. Drink it, it will alleviate the toxin accumulation. Her tone was calm, yet her eyes held a faint trace of scarcely detectable approval. Looks like you're more suited for this job than I imagined. Ron gratefully took the cup, verified it was safe, then took a sip. He was somewhat surprised to find out that although the liquid looked peculiar, it tasted unexpectedly sweet, like peppermint tea with honey, instantly dispelling the numbness in his fingers. "Thank you, madam." He sincerely thanked her and then promptly returned to his work. Far ahead of schedule, Ron completed the processing of all the hidden thorn vine before evening. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, satisfied with the pile of perfectly treated silver-gray vines, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. "Not bad at all." Lady Allen checked the results, her voice barely containing her surprise. "Much better than I expected. You seem to have found the trick to handling hidden thorn vine." Ron didn't hide his discovery. "I noticed a kind of specific growth pattern on the vine's surface. When my movements aligned with it, the efficiency significantly increased." Growth pattern. An intriguing glint appeared in Lady Allen's eyes. "Interesting. Very few can perceive the life pulsation of extraordinary plants. Your perception ability is indeed quite special." Speaking, she took out a small bag prepared a long time ago from under the counter, from which came a crisp, clinking sound of hard objects colliding. "Now let me settle today's magic stone fragments for you. There's a bit more than usual. Your efforts deserve this extra reward." Ron took the bag, felt its weight, estimating about 5 magic stone fragments inside, indeed more than the usual too. "Thank you for your generosity, madam." He stored the magic stone fragments and prepared to say farewell. "See you tomorrow." "Wait, don't rush off yet." The old witch suddenly called him, her tone carrying a scarcely detectable sense of concern. "Are you about to take the elementary apprentice qualification assessment later?" Ron was a bit surprised. "How did you know?" "He did. I've been in this marketplace for quite some years. I'm quite familiar with the school's processes." As she spoke, she took a crystal bottle out of a locked drawer. "I return this to you first." Ron took the crystal bottle and recognized it as the bottle of artificial star dew that Holt had given him. "Remember, I promised you I'd temporarily keep it safe for you and return it once you pass the apprentice qualification test." Lady Allen said, a touch of sternness melting into something akin to a senior's comfort towards a junior. Now that you've broken through, it rightfully belongs back in your hands. I almost forgot about that promise. Ron honestly admitted, "Thank you for safeguarding it, madam." And this? Lady Allen handed him a letter with a peculiar seal. "Present this recommendation letter to the personnel during your initial resource distribution application." Ron took the letter in confusion, noting the ancient-looking seal. "This is. As an elementary apprentice, you are eligible to apply for a one-time resource distribution from the school." Lady Allen patiently explained. "Usually, the quality and quantity of resources are determined by your potential rating." She paused, her eyes glimmering with concern. "Considering your initial talent and breakthrough timing, your rating may not be very high. This recommendation letter should help you gain one level of authority." Warmth filled Ron's heart. He hadn't expected such care. "Madam, I'm really unsure how to thank you." "You cheeky kid, don't get all sentimental." Upon hearing this, Lady Allen quickly reverted to her usual stern demeanor, waving a hand as if shooing away an annoying fly. "I just find you more agreeable than those overambitious fools, and don't want to see you being treated unfairly by the school." Ron put away the recommendation letter and Stardew, at a loss for words, preparing to gather his emotions to express his gratitude. All right, hurry up and leave, don't delay my closing time." Lady Allen waved her hand, her tone impatient yet her deep green eyes shimmering with gentle light. "Don't forget to come to work on time tomorrow." The school's central hall was situated on the outskirts of the Black Mist jungle, an ancient and grand building. Several dozen luminous stones were embedded on its towering spire, casting soft light even in the darkest nights, illuminating the surrounding area. Ron slowly approached the entrance of the hall, a slight unease creeping into his heart. Oh, he confirmed firsthand that he had reached the elementary apprentice standard in spiritual power. This was his first experience of formal qualification recognition. "I'd best not attract a crowd like Locke did," he mused. "Being ogled like a monkey isn't exactly pleasant." He recalled when Locke tested his spiritual power, nearly half of the candidate apprentice dormitory area came to the hall's center, gesturing and pointing. Such a scene would be bothersome anytime, and in the Black Mist jungle environment, drawing too much attention also means potential danger. Ron was always cautious, especially after his conflict with Marcus. He understood more the importance of acting discreetly. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the central hall at this time, as most apprentices were busy with experiments or carrying out external tasks. Ron relaxed slightly and walked towards the coroner's duty area. The duty area was a relatively independent space within the hall, where several apprentices in gray and white uniforms were handling various affairs. Ron observed for a while and chose a seemingly free and friendly-looking female duty personnel. "Hello, I'm here for the elementary apprentice qualification recognition." He maintained a polite yet assertive attitude. The female duty personnel glanced at him. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a pretty but slightly tired face, and the light blue insignia on her chest identified her as a middle apprentice. Name, her tone was businesslike, though not impatient. "Candidate apprentice dormitory area, East Wing." Ron replied concisely, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. The duty personnel nodded, flipping through a thick booklet next to her, her fingers gliding swiftly over it. "Your name doesn't seem to be on the school's predicted breakthrough list." "Yes, I broke through in the detention room," Ron answered truthfully. The duty personnel's pen halted. She looked up, a trace of surprise in her eyes. "Detention room? There's no auxiliary meditation cultivation conditions there." "Precisely because of that environment, it actually helped me a lot," Ron vaguely explained. "The isolation allowed me to focus more on meditation." The duty personnel scrutinized him for a few seconds, comparing the data in her hands, her gaze gradually filled with interest. "Ron Ralph, I've found it. Your initial spiritual talent test result was 6th class star, right?" Ron tensed up internally but remained outwardly calm. "Yes, ma'am." 6th class star. You arrived at the Black Mist jungle over 9 months ago." The duty personnel said somewhat incredulously, the surprise in her eyes becoming more apparent. Such spiritual talent to break through within the time limit is indeed extraordinary. She closed the booklet and stood up. "Follow me, we need to conduct a formal spiritual power assessment." Ron breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to test publicly in the hall center. The duty personnel led him through the corridor to a small door marked with ancient runes. Inside was an independent test room with a smaller crystal ball than the one in the hall center, surrounded by intricate runes. Place your hand on the crystal ball and release your spiritual power, the duty personnel instructed, her tone calm but her gaze revealing overt curiosity. Ron nodded and gently placed his right hand on the crystal ball. He closed his eyes, using the meditation technique rhythm he mastered, steadily and orderly channeling his spiritual power. As the spiritual power flowed in, the crystal ball began emitting soft light. Dark red mist swirled inside the ball, gradually forming a clear and stable symbol. Unlike the indistinct and dim symbol when he first arrived, now the symbol was bright and solid, without a hint of fluctuation. The duty personnel's pupils slightly contracted, evidently surprised by the result. Virtually no impurities in the spiritual power fluctuation, stability far exceeds ordinary elementary apprentices. How did you achieve this? Ron opened his eyes and cautiously replied. I discovered some clues about the rhythm of spiritual power, which allows me to utilize meditation time more efficiently. Rhythm, the staff member nodded, a thoughtful expression flickering in her eyes. This perspective is quite insightful. Generally, those with high aptitude seldom achieve breakthroughs from this angle. She pondered for a moment and continued to ask, besides meditation, have you practiced any other skills? Ron calculated how to respond. Of course, he couldn't reveal his golden finger, but appropriately displaying some special talent was necessary. I have some insights into magic potion making and swordsmanship, he said cautiously, especially magic potion making. I have been working at Lady Allen's shop. Lady Allen, the staff member's expression subtly changed. No wonder. That explains why you've managed to break through so quickly. Her attitude became more serious. Although your starting point is very low in terms of aptitude, you've managed to break through from 6th class star to elementary apprentice in just a few months, which reminds me of a case from a few years ago. What case? Ron asked curiously. The staff member's gaze carried a hint of reminiscence and fear. That was also a candidate apprentice with an extremely low starting point. When he arrived, not only was his spiritual talent at the bottom, but his appearance was so ugly it was conspicuous. But within a few years in the school, he made rapid progress and is now about to become an official wizard. Ron's heart skipped a beat, recalling some rumors Andre had shared. Are you talking about Oliver? The staff member's eyes quickly became alert. You know him. I've only heard of him, Ron quickly explained. I heard he has made significant achievements in curse research. The staff member nodded slightly, but the wariness in her eyes did not completely dissipate. Oliver is indeed a rare genius, but the path he chose is not one everyone should follow. She seemed to be reticent about this name, and swiftly returned to the matter at hand. All right, since you've passed the spiritual power measurement, now I need to register some basic information, and then you can apply for resource allocation. The entire process was calm and efficient. The staff member meticulously recorded Ron's basic information and ability tendencies, and asked about his future development direction. Which field do you intend to focus on? The staff apprentice asked. This will affect your task assignment and resource types. Ron thought for a moment. As someone with multiple professions, his development path was naturally more diverse. But considering the current situation and the abilities he had already publicly displayed, the choice had to be careful. I have an interest in both magic potion making and magic research, but currently, I'm more inclined towards magic potion making. He finally answered. This matched his true abilities and aligned with Lady Allen's recommendation. Magic potion making. The staff member nodded and wrote down this choice. Lady Allen has always had a keen eye, and since she chose you as an assistant, she must have seen your potential in this area. Next, the staff member pulled out a thick list, flipped to a page, and handed it to Ron. Based on your aptitude and breakthrough time, you've been evaluated as secondary potential level, which means you can only choose items from this list. Ron looked through the list, his heart sinking, as the items listed were indeed quite basic. Few extraordinary materials that were only decent, a few bottles of ordinary potions he could already refine, and some introductory wizardry books akin to his basic magic potion theory. The items list that interested him the most was the one classified under meditation technique. There were several advanced meditation techniques listed there, but the conditions to obtain them were nearly harsh, requiring a 50-year service contract with the school, and these meditation techniques could only elevate cultivators to the level of advanced apprentice, with no higher-level content. Similarly, the conditions for obtaining zero-ring magic models were exceptionally strict, also requiring signing specific service term contracts with the school. These conditions, Ron slightly furrowed his brows. Don't complain, this is already better than what most secondary potential apprentices can get. The staff member calmly said, the school's resources are very limited, not everyone can get the best things. Sorry, ma'am. He took out Lady Allen's sealed letter. Lady Allen asked me to give this to the staff. The staff member took the letter, her eyebrows slightly raised. She carefully examined the seal on the envelope and only cautiously opened it after confirming no errors. As she read the contents of the letter, her expression gradually turned to astonishment. She even flipped over the paper to carefully check the signature and seal. She raised her head and looked at Ron with a noticeably changed gaze, now with more scrutiny and reassessment. Lady Allen rarely writes recommendations for people, and the wording in this letter. She didn't finish, but Ron could feel the weight of that letter. Please wait a moment. The staff member stood up, walked to a hidden corner, and took out a rune stone to begin speaking in hushed tones. The rune stone emitted a faint light, and moments later, a dignified male voice was heard. The voice was very light. Ron couldn't hear the specific content, but felt that it was someone far superior in strength to the staff apprentice, possibly an official wizard. Ron stood in place, his thoughts slightly stirred. He wondered what Lady Allen might have written in the recommendation letter to cause such a reaction. Not long after, the staff member returned to the testing room, holding a different list. Her expression had returned to calm, but her eyes revealed an unmistakable curiosity about Ron. Based on Lady Allen's recommendation and confirmation by the wizards in the school, your access level has been elevated to middle potential level. She handed over the list. Here is the corresponding resource list. Ron took this new list and quickly browsed it, finding the differences astonishing. Not only were the types of items more diverse, the acquisition conditions were also much more lenient. Some precious extraordinary knowledge that required decades of service now demanded only a shorter service term, and some basic items could even be chosen directly without any additional conditions. Moreover, the staff member continued, given your specialty in magic potion making, you are assigned the task of refining magic potions. You are required to submit a stipulated quantity of potions each month, with the rest of the time freely arranged. Occasionally, there may be some field tasks, but they will be much fewer than those for ordinary apprentices without specialties. Ron's heart stirred. This was undoubtedly the most suitable task assignment for him. Fixed submission tasks could hone his magic potion skills while giving him ample time for other cultivation. Now you can choose items from the list. The staff member said, please choose cautiously as this relates to your long-term development. Ron nodded and carefully read the list again. He knew very well the importance of this choice, swiftly making various comparisons and evaluations in his mind. After much deliberation, he decided to choose a complete set of magic potion refining vessels along with a piece of protective inner armor. The refining vessels are crafted from magic-friendly metals, with each apparatus etched with tiny stabilizing runes. These can endure high-intensity magic modulation, making them indispensable tools for advanced magic potion research. The protective inner armor is woven from a mix of extraordinary materials. Although not a true demonized item, its superior quality offers considerable protection without hindering movement flexibility. Calculating by market value, these two items together would require at least 1 or 2 whole magic stones. I'll choose these two, Ron said, pointing to the list with a cautious tone. This set of refining vessels and the protective inner armor. The attendant nodded and made a note on the form, a typical choice for magic potion apprentices, practical yet understated. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the items for you. While she left the testing room, Ron pondered once again why Lady Allen would support him so. Was it simply because of his demonstrated talent in magic potion making? Or did that enigmatic old potion master see some deeper potential within him? Whatever the reason, he silently noted this kindness in his heart. In a place like the Black Mist Jungle, such assistance is exceedingly rare. Before long, the attendant returned, carrying an exquisite wooden box and a neatly folded piece of dark green fabric. "Here are the items you selected." She handed them to Ron along with a thin booklet. "Additionally, this is a guide to the rules and resource locations that an elementary apprentice needs to know. I'd suggest you familiarize yourself with it as soon as possible." Ron took the items, carefully opened the wooden box, and inspected them. Inside was a finely crafted set of refining vessels, each shimmering with the cold gleam of metal, with tiny stabilizing runes etched at the base. This set of vessels is flawless at the apprentice level. Watching Ron's actions, the attendant said, "They're suited for refining not only common magic potions, but also some advanced formulas. If used properly, they can accompany you for a long time." Ron closed the box and then examined the inner armor. Though it seemed to be ordinary fabric, it felt exceptionally resilient to the touch, having a slightly cool sensation, clearly not a mundane item. "Thank you for your help," he expressed his gratitude politely. "Is there any other procedure I need to complete?" "Not for now." The attendant handed him a glowing green badge. "Wear this. It proves your status as an elementary apprentice and allows you to access some restricted public areas of the school." Ron took the badge and pinned it to his chest. The rune on the badge immediately resonated with his spiritual power, emitting a faint glow. "Lady Allen has also helped me before. Since she values you so highly as a senior, I have some advice for you." The attendant's tone turned extremely serious. Although elementary apprentices have passed the most basic screening, they still occupy a low position in the school's hierarchy. Especially someone like you, who has surpassed others, often becomes the target of some ill-intentioned individuals. As she left, she added with a hint of deeper meaning, "Proceed with caution and keep a low profile. This may be your most critical survival principle in the upcoming period." Ron nodded in thanks, fully understanding the implication of her words. After experiencing the matters of Davod and Marcus, he had gained a profound understanding of the rules of the Black Mist jungle. Walking out of the central hall, the night was deep. Ron tightly held the set of refining vessels and protective inner armor, feeling both excitement and a touch of caution. Becoming an elementary apprentice meant he had secured his first foothold in the Black Mist jungle. But this was only the beginning. The road ahead remained long and full of the unknown. With these thoughts, Ron headed toward the dormitory area. In fact, being certified as a registered elementary apprentice of the school, he was eligible to change dormitories and move out of the candidate apprentice area. However, ever since the incident with Davod, the area around his place had become largely vacant, equating to having a quiet and undisrupted area all to himself. He didn't bother to move out, as changing to a better dormitory room would require handing over a hefty sum of magic stone fragments to the school, while where he lived now was free. Back in his dorm, Ron immediately locked the doors and windows to ensure there was no possibility of being watched, before he began to carefully study the items obtained from the school. First was the set of refining vessels, which he carefully removed from the wooden box and arranged on the table. This equipment was far more exquisite than he had imagined. The crucible was crafted from a special blue-silver alloy, capable of conducting heat evenly and resisting most magical corrosion. The distiller's every interface was embedded with micro-stabilizing runes, allowing for precise control of steam flow. Even those seemingly ordinary measuring cups and stir rods contained special materials, enabling them to measure and mix various ingredients without affecting the magic potion's composition. Magic potion refining experience points +1. Merely becoming highly familiar with the basic usage of these tools had already increased his magic potion refining experience points. Delighted in his heart, Ron realized this equipment would undoubtedly greatly accelerate his progress in magic potion making. Next, he examined the protective inner armor, a potentially life-saving precious item in critical moments. At first glance, this close-fitting armor appeared no different from normal clothing, but upon closer inspection, he could see faint runes shimmering within the fabric. As he gently caressed it, the fabric automatically adjusted its shape to fit his gestures, soft yet possessing an extraordinary resilience. Truly exquisite craftsmanship, Ron marveled, carefully folding the inner armor and placing it aside. But now he had more pressing matters to master the zero-ring magic slime splash to a proficient level, completing the final condition for becoming a wizard apprentice. Ron quickly reviewed all the necessary conditions in his mind. Combat profession wizard apprentice, 1.5 stars, transition information. Transition conditions. 1. Spiritual power reaching 2.0 square root. 2. Basic meditation technique proficiency square root. 3. Master 1 proficient spell. Only the last task remains, Ron murmured to himself. I must complete it tonight. He surveyed the room, looking for a suitable practice target. Eventually, his gaze fell on a rock at the foot of his bed, specifically prepared for spell practice. Taking out the simple star dust liquid he had refined under Lady Allen's guidance, Ron cautiously sipped a small amount. A cooling sensation spread from his throat throughout his body, leaving his mind unprecedentedly clear. Simple star dust liquid effect. Slightly increased stability of spiritual power, slightly increased casting precision. All right, let's begin. Ron took a deep breath, beginning to concentrate his spiritual power. With the qualitative change in his spiritual power as an elementary apprentice, his control over energy had improved drastically. The previous vague sensation had disappeared, replaced by a clear path of energy flow. Every thread of spiritual power movement fell within his perception, like transparent water flows, which he could precisely guide in any desired direction. Ron closed his eyes, recalling the descriptions of sound waves in Darren's notes. In essence, sound waves are vibrations at a specific frequency, and spiritual power can also be adjusted according to specific frequencies. This idea gave him a new direction to explore. He began attempting to combine spiritual power with specific sound frequencies. Amazingly, this method shared some similarities with the techniques he had explored while practicing slime splash. The difference this time was that he consciously adjusted the vibration frequency of his spiritual power, instead of relying on intuition. Guided by Ron, the spiritual power began vibrating at specific frequencies like a plucked string. As he adjusted the vibration frequency, he could clearly perceive every detail of the magic model, every change in the energy nodes. Slime splash casting begins. Detected casting method optimization. Simple star dust liquid effect remaining active. Slightly increased stability of magic model. Ron could feel the magic model in his spiritual space becoming unusually stable. The droplet-shaped energy structure no longer flickered on and off as it used to, but maintained a constant form, and its internal energy flow also became more regular and harmonious. When he opened his eyes, a blob of shimmering slime had already formed at his fingertips, shooting precisely at the target stone without any additional control. As the slime hit the stone, it quickly solidified, tightly securing the stone to the ground, unable to move an inch. This solidification speed and adhesion far exceeded any previous versions he had cast. Slime Splash experience points +3. Current progress, Slime Splash beginner 49/50. Just a little more. Ron muttered to himself, calculating how much more practice he needed to reach the skilled level, one more time. This time he decided to attempt further innovation. Since the vibration frequency of spiritual power can affect magic effects, could it be combined with the rhythm of the breathing technique? Ron adjusted his breathing, allowing the fluctuations of his spiritual power to gradually coincide with the rhythm of the breathing technique. This was a brand new attempt, merging two seemingly unrelated techniques. With the rhythm of his breathing, the vibration frequency of his spiritual power also changed. It was a bit chaotic at first, but soon he found a harmonious resonant state. Surprisingly, this combination was exceptionally effective. His spiritual power seemed to come alive, flowing spontaneously along the most ideal path, forming a much more stable magic model than before. When the magic was released again, the amount of slime noticeably increased, and the solidification speed was much faster. The target stone was not only fixed in place, but a small area of ground around it was also tightly adhered, forming a miniature slime trap zone. Slime Splash experience points +1. Breakthrough Slime Splash beginner 50/50, right arrow Slime Splash skilled max. Gained additional traits, stickiness and toughness, slime solidification speed increased, adhesion increased. With this breakthrough, Ron felt the essence of the magic had changed. Shooting the slime was originally simple, but it had now evolved into a more powerful control method. The quantity of slime not only increased, but its texture also became tougher. Once solidified, it was nearly impossible to destroy with brute force within the same level. The only pity was that this zero-level spell's limit could only reach this far. Perhaps, after advancing to an official wizard, there might be an opportunity to composite it with other spells to explore higher potential. More importantly, at that moment, he had already met all the conditions for transitioning to a wizard apprentice. Spiritual power reached 2.0 square root. Basic meditation technique reached skilled level square root. Mastered a spell at skilled level square root. Would you like to immediately transition to a wizard apprentice? Ron had no hesitation, confirmed transition. A surge of powerful energy erupted from deep within him, sweeping across his entire body like a flood breaking through a dam. The sensation was far stronger than the previous two transitions. The air in the entire room seemed to freeze, and the shadows on the wall cast by the moonlight outside became distorted. Ron could clearly feel some subtle changes in his connection with the surrounding world. The magic that he could previously only passively perceive now became actively manipulable to a limited extent. The feeling was like transitioning from a mere spectator of the world to an actual participant able to directly influence the rules. Every breath, every heartbeat resonated with the surrounding magic, forming an unprecedented harmonious state. Transition successful. Acquired profession, Wizard Apprentice 1.5 stars. Basic attributes increased. Spirit 2.0, right arrow 2.4, plus 0.4. Constitution 1.4, right arrow 1.5, plus 0.1. Magic power 0.4, right arrow 0.7, plus 0.3. Unlocked professional skills. 1. Magic construction beginner. 2. Spiritual interference beginner. 1. Magic skills experience, points acquisition speed slightly increased. 2. Spiritual power increase speed slightly increased. 3. Magic capacity and recovery speed slightly increased. Judging from the data alone, the transition to Wizard Apprentice seemed to offer less attribute enhancement than the previous transition to Knight Squire, which appeared somewhat inconsistent with the apprentice's absolute dominance over knights in the outside world. But the attributes on the panel are not mere numerical stacking. At least the direct effect of spiritual power increasing from 2.0 to 2.4 is much stronger than when it was below 2. This change is not merely a numerical increase, it is a qualitative enhancement of abilities. Ron now felt unquestionably that he could perceive the flow of surrounding magic more clearly, and could even try to guide it according to his will. The energy particles in the room air, previously invisible to the naked eye, now became clearly perceivable. He could accurately locate the faint magic contained within certain materials on the walls. Detected profession linkage. Wizard Apprentice plus Knight Squire plus Magic Potion Apprentice. Gained additional linkage bonuses. Magic Potion effectiveness slightly increased. Coordination between spiritual power and physique slightly increased. Just the linkage effect of the three professions far exceeded Ron's expectations, and he could feel various energies within him reaching an unprecedented harmonious state. The spiritual power accumulation bonus provided by the Magic Potion Apprentice, combined with the spiritual power increase speed of the Wizard Apprentice, formed a perfect closed loop, greatly improving his meditation efficiency each time. The physique enhancement from the Knight Squire provided a more stable foundation for spellcasting, ensuring that the spell would not be obstructed by physical limitations during release. Ron stood up, flexing his fingers. This is the bonus from transitioning to a Wizard Apprentice. Even with such a small movement, he could feel the flow of energy within him becoming smoother, each slight muscle movement triggering corresponding energy ripples. Speaking of which, the officer had given him a booklet, and he hadn't had time to read it until now. Thinking of this, he took out the thin booklet from his backpack, which looked simple and unremarkable at first glance, just a few dozen pages, with nothing on the cover except the words Elementary Apprentice Essential Reading. However, when Ron opened the first page, he felt a faint magic fluctuation. The booklet was encrypted with a simple anti-counterfeiting spell, ensuring that only true apprentices could read its contents. He sat on the bed, reading earnestly by the faint moonlight from outside the window and the flickering magic stone lamp. The initial pages were just basic school rules, prohibiting fighting in public areas, forbidding the private use of laboratory equipment, and not entering certain specific areas without approval, all common knowledge he already knew. However, as the reading progressed, the contents of the booklet gradually became intriguing. The title, Fourth, Apprentice Advancement and Sequence Rules, immediately caught his attention. Any elementary apprentice who advances to an intermediate apprentice within 3 years after certification will automatically be rated as high potential and enter the candidate wizard sequence. Those considered potential future official wizards will receive additional resource allocation and special training opportunities. Ron put down the booklet, feeling his heart race with excitement. Advancing from an elementary apprentice to an intermediate apprentice within 3 years. It might be a significant challenge for ordinary people, but for someone with a profession panel and multiple profession bonuses like him, reaching this threshold seemed effortless. He continued reading, wanting to learn more about the details of the promotion mechanism. The promotion ceremony for official wizards is called the opening of the door, where each candidate must complete trials guided by their master and undergo a highly dangerous brain domain opening ceremony. This ceremony requires a special key magic potion as a medium, and the recipe for this potion is strictly confidential, known only by a few professors within the school. I see, he muttered to himself. This explained why there was fierce competition between the advanced apprentices. Every candidate eligible for promotion needed to vie for extremely limited resources and opportunities. The subtle rivalry between Holt and Oliver now became clearer. Both were close to advancing to advanced apprentices, both eager to secure those scarce promotion spots. The booklet also detailed the differences in privileges and benefits among the various levels of apprentices, making Ron's head spin. Elementary apprentices could only use the public laboratory, with strict monthly time restrictions, while intermediate apprentices could apply for dedicated research space. Advanced apprentices could even have access to an independent experimental tower. The differences in resource allocation were even more staggering, with the basic monthly magic stone income for advanced apprentices being over 10 times that of elementary apprentices, and this number would multiply further upon entering the candidate wizard sequence. So social stratification exists everywhere. Ron chuckled self-deprecatingly, but at least there's now a clear path to climb upward. When turning to the next chapter, Apprentice Obligations and Rights, his expression became even more focused. According to the regulations, as an elementary apprentice, he needed to complete a fixed potion-making task each month and submit it to the school. The specific quantities and types would be adjusted based on individual skills and specialty. Additionally, he needed to participate in regular maintenance of public areas or take on some external duty tasks. In exchange, the school would provide basic living guarantees and learning resources, such as housing, food, and access to public facilities, as well as a small monthly quota of magic stone fragments. The booklet specifically mentioned that apprentices could exchange magic stone fragments and credits for completing additional tasks or providing rare materials, used to purchase the paid courses within the school. Paid courses, Ron's eyebrows slightly raised. He quickly flipped to the relevant page, discovering that the school offered a wide range of paid courses, from basic spiritual control techniques to advanced principle of energy transformation, almost covering all aspects of wizard cultivation. These courses were categorized by difficulty levels, with prices ranging from a few magic stone fragments to several complete magic stones. But what truly intrigued Ron was the section at the end of the booklet on master guidance. Within the school system, apprentices with a master will receive numerous conveniences and privileges. In addition to fixed monthly one-on-one guidance, they also have priority access to their master's research outcomes and may even participate in magic improvement experiments. However, official wizards are very selective in choosing students, usually requiring apprentices to demonstrate extraordinary talent or provide rare research materials. Those aspiring to obtain a master should strive to enhance their own value to attract the attention of potential masters. Ron closed the booklet and took a deep breath. Advance to intermediate apprentice within 3 years, enter the candidate wizard sequence. He softly repeated this goal. With the multiple profession bonuses brought by his golden finger, this goal should be easily achievable. But the competition beyond that would be the real challenge. How could he stand out among so many geniuses and seize the precious opportunity to become an official wizard? Ron walked to the window and looked out at the black mist jungle. It was deep into the night, but the eerie halo swirling above the jungle was still clearly visible, like countless eyes watching. In a high tower deep within the black mist jungle, Oliver stood by the window, holding a report that had just been delivered. Ron Ralph has successfully passed the elementary apprentice certification. He kept calculating, his pale, slender fingers unconsciously stroking the window frame, ahead of my previous expectations by several months. The room inside the tower was lavishly decorated, yet it exuded an extreme sense of eeriness. Various human skins, preserved to perfection, hung from the walls, each carefully processed to maintain the final expression of its owner in life, some terrified, some pained, but mostly displaying an unfathomable emptiness and confusion. On the table in the center of the room lay a stitched-together corpse, riddled with complex tubes and rune needles. The corpse appeared human, but upon closer inspection, certain parts were evidently from different individuals. The left arm stretched longer than the right, the head and torso were disproportionate, and crude stitching was clearly visible on the neck. Beside that corpse, a newly delivered experimental body had recently been added, precisely the completely misshaped Darren. His massive exposed brain tissue had been carefully excised and was preserved in a specially prepared solution. Oliver placed the report on a nearby table and walked to Darren's corpse, gently caressing the massive brain tissue, eyes glinting with indescribable regret and anger. "Look at this, Amanda," he whispered to another corpse beside him. "It should have been a perfect mutated brain structure, but it was destroyed in advance by that Ron." The corpse, named Amanda of course, could not respond, but Oliver seemed indifferent. "Everything is proceeding as planned," he murmured to himself. "The dosage of the spiritual catalyst is precisely accurate, and I ensured Darren found the right formula to attempt. Logic dictates he should have sustained rationality for a longer period while maintaining consciousness." Oliver angrily knocked on the table. If it weren't for that damned Ron's early intervention, Darren would have completely transformed into a wholly mutated body, a terrifying being that could match advanced apprentices, after the brief period of rationality ended. He moved to the window, a trace of cold calculation flashing in his eyes. What a perfect plan! Those foolish candidate apprentices would surely be crushed by fear, shivering in their rooms. When that fellow Holt came in response to the sound, even he would be caught off guard, facing the suddenly appeared entirely mutated body. Oliver's fingers gently caressed the window frame. If Holt was seriously injured by Darren or contaminated by the sound wave attack, he would inevitably fall behind me in the candidate wizard sequence competition. And now, while speaking, he picked up a syringe filled with dark red liquid, carefully injecting it into Amanda's veins. Luckily, though the plan was disrupted, it wasn't without gains. Oliver comforted himself. At least now Darren's brain tissue is in my hands. The corpse suddenly convulsed violently, eyes suddenly wide open, mouth gaping without making a sound. Its eyes were full of inhuman fear and pain, as if it were experiencing some unspeakable torment. "Be patient, Amanda." The voice of the gray-robed young man remained gentle. "Fusion requires time. You are now receiving a part of Darren's mental construction abilities. If successful, you will become my 13th masterpiece." He returned to the window, picking up the report once more, greed shining in his eyes. Ron Ralph from a 6th-class star waste to a qualified, even stable elementary apprentice. Oliver reached up to gently stroke his face, where there was an almost imperceptible seam. He walked to the other side of the room and opened a finely crafted cabinet. Inside were neatly arranged several glass jars, each containing a complete brain, inscribed with peculiar runes. That guy surely isn't simple, being able to kill a beginning mutated body with just a wooden sword. A flicker of fanaticism flashed in Oliver's eyes. If he has truly awakened some special talent, then this would be my last piece of the puzzle toward becoming an official wizard. A ghastly smile spread across his face. "Patience, I need patience. Prey is easiest to capture when it's most relaxed." Ron finished his work at the herb store. Lady Allen was as strict as always today, but surprisingly patient when teaching him how to make an antidote potion. "Don't be late tomorrow," the old witch instructed as he was leaving. "I have a few new formulas that need your help testing." Walking back to the dorm, his mind was filled with thoughts. It had been some time since he became an official elementary apprentice. Although it seemed no different from before on the surface, he could clearly feel the change in attitude from those around him. "Apprentice Ron," a familiar voice called from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Turning around, he saw it was Gregory, the candidate apprentice who barely interacted with him. This person came from a merchant family, always used to cozying up to those in power, and never sparing a glance at peers with mediocre or even poor aptitude. However, at this moment, Gregory's attitude was like night and day, smiling broadly as he jogged over. "I heard you've passed the apprentice qualification certification. That's truly admirable." "What do you want?" Ron asked coldly. "I don't have any urgent matters, of course." Gregory's smile became even more obsequious. "I just wanted to ask if you needed a capable assistant. I have a lot of experience in document organization and data research, and I'm proficient in bookkeeping and the ancient languages of the Three Kingdoms, if you need anything." Ron immediately understood Gregory's intention. This was a bid for protection, hoping to become his servant. In the Black Mist jungle, becoming an apprentice's servant could at least guarantee basic survival rights, which was already a decent outcome for candidate apprentices with no hope. "I don't need one, I'm used to working alone," Ron declined bluntly. Gregory's smile faded somewhat, but he kept holding it together. "If you change your mind, you can find me anytime. I live in room 34 in the West Wing." Ron turned to leave, not waiting for him to finish. But after just a few steps, he was stopped by another voice. A sugary, sweet female voice came from the side. Ron saw a voluptuous female apprentice walking towards him, her steps light, her dress purposefully loose, revealing large swathes of fair skin. Ron recognized her as Isabella, a candidate apprentice from a noble family in the South. In his memory, this woman was usually close to Emily, often seen together at various apprentice gatherings. "I heard you're quite talented in magic potion making." Isabella blinked her big eyes, her voice honeyed. "I'm quite interested in this field as well, and I was wondering if you could give me some guidance." She deliberately leaned in close, trying to press her ample body against the arm of the person in front of her, a strong perfume smell mixed with some ambiguous scent wafting in. Ron keenly noticed that behind her deliberately crafted adoration, there lay calculation and cunning in her eyes. What made him even more uncomfortable was that, through the heightened perception gained from transitioning to a wizard apprentice, he could distinctly sense an indescribable usage mark on this noble lady. She was clearly no longer a pure girl, but a seasoned veteran in the realm of love. Just as Ron discreetly sidestepped her approach and prepared to refuse again, a few more female candidate apprentices gathered around. Each one dressed extraordinarily seductively, their words filled with blatant implications. "Apprentice Ron, I can do anything for you. My family has some connections in the Faruk Kingdom, if you need. I've been trained since childhood in all sorts of ways to please. I guarantee I can make you." These words made Ron feel a wave of nausea. He was very clear about these people's intentions to latch onto a newly promoted elementary apprentice, exchanging their bodies for safety and security. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a new dependency, a tool they could discard at will. "Enough," Ron said coldly, simultaneously emitting a barely noticeable wave of spiritual energy. This was his new ability after becoming an elementary apprentice: spiritual interference. Though it only had interference effects in battles of the same level, it was more than enough to deal with these candidate apprentices. Spiritual interference, beginner, experience points +1. Perhaps because the spiritual interference ability was registered as a skill, Ron felt that his control over it now was much stronger than when he first gained this power. An invisible wave spread outward from him as the center, and the apprentices around him immediately felt a sense of dizziness. Their thoughts became confused, some staggered back, and some even sat directly on the ground looking bewildered. "I have no interest in you, nor do I need any servants." Ron's tone was calm yet permeated with deep coldness. "Don't bother me again, or I don't mind leaving you with fewer parts." After saying this, he turned and left, leaving behind a group of candidate apprentices still not fully recovered from the spiritual interference, looking at each other, seeing extreme jealousy and resentment in each other's eyes. Returning to his dorm, he had just locked the door when there was a knock. "It's me, Andre," a familiar voice came from outside the door. Ron opened the door to find the blonde 13th prince standing there, I heard you gave those candidate apprentices an unforgettable lesson in the corridor just now. Andre smirked, but his smile seemed a bit forced. News travels fast. Ron stepped aside to let Andre in. Those guys were like dirt stuck to my shoes. They really did annoy me a bit. This sort of thing is quite normal. Andre shrugged. In the Black Mist jungle, every promoted apprentice experiences this kind of welcoming ceremony. Those candidate apprentices without hope always hope to cling to a new thigh. Ron nodded, then noticed Andre's expression was a bit off. The usual elegant confidence was still there, but there was a hint of worry and struggle in his eyes, as if he had something unspeakable on his mind. What's wrong? Ron put down the refining vessel he was organizing and seriously looked at Andre. You seem troubled. Andre sighed and sat down. It's nothing, just some annoying demands from the family again. He forced a smile, then asked, by the way, I heard you just passed the elementary apprentice qualification certification. That's great news. How's the school side treating you? They're not shortchanging you on resource allocation, are they? Ron didn't respond immediately, but poured 2 cups of herbal tea he had just received from Lady Allen, handing one of them to Andre. Thank you. Andre took the cup, sipping it. What's this? It tastes good. A mix of calming grass and moonlight root. Ron sat across from Andre. Lady Allen said it can alleviate mental fatigue. It looks like you could use some right now. Andre's mouth twitched slightly. Clearly Ron's words hit the mark. He stared into the liquid in the cup, seemingly pondering how to respond. We are friends, right? Ron softly asked. At least that's what I believe. Andre lifted his head, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Of course, I think so too. Then if there's anything bothering you, feel free to talk about it. Ron's tone was calm and sincere. I can't say for sure that I can help, but at least I can listen. Sometimes, saying out loud some terrible things can make you feel much better. Andre sighed again, put down the teacup, clasped his hands together, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. I don't know where to start. He finally spoke with a rare trace of vulnerability in his voice. This matter, it's too complicated. Ron patiently waited, not rushing him. He knew that in moments like this, the best comfort was to give the other person enough time. Do you remember last month when we were chatting idly, you mentioned Trish, and my reaction was a bit unusual? Andre finally spoke again. Ron nodded. I did notice, but it wasn't convenient to ask at the time. This wasn't the first or second time. Whenever that girl who transformed from the daughter of the hunter to an intermediate apprentice was mentioned, Andre's emotions would fluctuate. I saw Trish once at the herb store more than half a month ago. He continued calmly, maintaining a sense of appropriate distance. She seemed very busy. Yes, as the disciple of Lady Corina, she now holds a significant position. Andre's tone carried an inexplicable emotion, pursing his lips into a straight line. Do you remember when we had just gathered at the Black Mist jungle? Back then, she was still very. His voice grew lower, a flash of nostalgia and bitterness in his eyes. Ron didn't respond, just listened silently. He had a premonition that the other might be about to reveal some long-hidden secrets. Andre hesitated, fingers subconsciously fiddling with the button on his lapel. I once wanted to approach her, to pursue her. It was when I first arrived in the Black Mist jungle, still harboring some foolish ideas from the kingdom. Ron raised his eyebrows. You pursued Trish, seriously? Don't look at me like that. Andre rolled his eyes. After all, I'm also the 13th prince, and back in the royal capital, you know how many noble young ladies sent me secret glances. And then, rejected, Ron asked straightforwardly. Of course I was rejected. Andre laughed self-deprecatingly. Her wording was quite direct. I came here to change my destiny, not to relive the miserable life of the past. You pampered royal person, better not bother me. Tusk tusk. That's quite a blow. Ron couldn't help but laugh. So you were heartbroken and saw reality for what it is. Andre punched Ron hard on the chest. Knowing his attack was completely harmless to him, have you laughed enough? Yes, it was then that I truly recognized the rules of this world. No matter where you are, the weak are only fit to look up to the strong here. No one cares which prince you are, they only care about how strong you are, but that's just a small part of the problem. He continued, his voice getting lower. In fact, those people who sent me to the Black Mist jungle never hoped I'd become a qualified wizard apprentice. Ron raised an eyebrow. Waiting for him to continue, the royal family long lost hope in my spiritual talent. Andre offered a bitter smile. Their real purpose in sending me here was to cultivate my knight qualification using the abundant, extraordinary resources here. Knight qualification. Ron was a bit surprised. Yes. My talent in knight cultivation is far better than my spiritual power, Andre explained. The royal family's plan is to make me a guard knight for someone they heavily invest in and hopefully become an official knight here. His voice suddenly turned painfully. And that so-called heavily invested person was initially who I wanted to get close to. Trish. Ron finally understood a part of this complicated relationship. But he felt that Andre's pain seemed to have deeper reasons. Trish rejected you. Which made you feel embarrassed, I understand, Ron said softly. But this doesn't seem enough to explain your current state, because it got worse. Andre almost shouted this sentence, now that my plan to please Trish failed. They are starting to demand that I follow another female apprentice, Cynthia. The name made Ron slightly frown. Sorry, I don't think I've ever heard you mention this person. She came to the Black Mist Jungle 10 years ago. The blonde boy's expression turned into a drought field with no rain for months. She's now an advanced apprentice. Although she just got promoted not long ago, his fingers clenched tightly. Almost digging into his flesh, Cynthia. Her reputation is terrible. She always toys with her servants in her spare time from cultivation, especially the handsome young men. The blonde boy's face looked extremely pained. His fingers joined to make a rotating drill gesture. This crazy woman likes some very particular games, like using thorny ball grass to drill into sensitive parts of those men. It said she consumes one servant a year on average. Ron was a bit taken aback at this. Faintly feeling phantom pain below, he began to understand the source of Andre's suffering. The royal family actually demanded that he serve such a person, which was almost equivalent to being sent as a male concubine, and the lowest kind at that. Does the royal family know about this? Ron cautiously asked. Of course they do. A flash of anger and despair appeared in Andre's eyes, but they don't care. In their eyes, gaining the support of an advanced apprentice is worth much more than a mere unloved 13th prince. His voice almost choked. Ron, I don't know what to do. I've always hoped to escape this fate through my own efforts, but your progress isn't fast enough. Ron took over the conversation, and my breakthrough gave you a glimmer of hope. Andre nodded. Complicated light flashing in his eyes. I originally hoped to form a stronger alliance with you. But even if you became an elementary apprentice, the influence and strength are far from enough to oppose an advanced apprentice, so you've been hesitating whether or not to tell me all these. Ron finally understood. Because you're unsure if I could help, or if I'm willing to risk offending an advanced apprentice, Andre nodded weakly. I know it's selfish, but I really don't know what to do. Ron pondered for a moment, then stood up from the chair and patted Andre on the shoulder. Don't look so down. I've never seen the Grand 13th Prince look like this before. He walked towards his cabinet, rummaging through it while teasing. If those girls who adore you in the royal capital saw you looking so glum, they'd be heartbroken. Andre, who had been frowning, was amused by his joke. Don't mention those boring social events, it's all just pretense. As he spoke, he shook his head, although the gloom in his eyes slightly lessened. Hey, check this out. Ron retrieved a delicate crystal bottle from the depths of the cabinet with slightly glowing blood-red liquid inside and casually tossed the bottle to Andre. Andre barely caught it, almost dropping it. Hey, be careful, this isn't a marble game. He curiously held the bottle up to the light. What is this? It smells a bit like strong liquor. If liquor could sell for 5 magic stone fragments a bottle, I'd have opened a tavern by now. Ron grinned. This is a Kai blood potion I crafted yesterday under Lady Allen's guidance, specifically for knight cultivation. Andre's eyes lit up instantly. Are you kidding? I know this potion, you can't even find it in the market. He carefully examined the liquid in the bottle. Wait, can you really refine something of this level? Your progress is astonishing, going from a 6th-class star candidate apprentice to now. It's like you're a different person. Come on, don't really think of me as some kind of monster. Ron pulled out several small bottles of different colors from the cabinet and casually placed them on the table. Look, these are my recent masterpieces. The blue one stabilizes spiritual waves, the green one alleviates meridian pain. He picked up a bottle of transparent potion and shook it. And this baby, it's particularly effective for breathing technique cultivation, It can increase efficiency by at least 30%. Andre reached out to take a look, but Ron smacked his hand away. Don't touch, these are my treasures, each bottle is worth about 10 magic stone fragments. You weren't this stingy before. He pretended to complain, but his eyes glittered with anticipation. Are they really that magical? Do you want to give it a try? Ron raised an eyebrow. You can take a bottle back with you. I guarantee it will advance your breathing technique rapidly. Andre blinked, cautiously inquiring. What conditions do you need to specify? Although we're on good terms, I don't want to sell myself. Get lost, I don't have such a disgusting hobby. Ron laughed and shook his head, playfully throwing a punch that almost knocked Andre over. You really are a product of growing up in the palace, so vigilant. He put away those potion bottles, suddenly adopting a serious expression. Speaking of which, Andre, Lady Allen promised to teach me the gem-level meditation technique after my breakthrough. Andre's smile froze. What did you say? Gem-level meditation technique. Seeing Ron wasn't joking, he was almost speechless with surprise. My God, she actually has. Isn't that core knowledge strictly guarded by the schools? The condition is that I need to help her collect some special materials. Ron shrugged. Honestly, the items on the list aren't easy to get, but the opportunity is rare, so I've decided to give it a try. You know, Ron, Andre shook his head with a sigh. I'm starting to regret only ever thinking of you as a playboy before, if I had known you had such potential. Stop overthinking it. Ron waved his hand, recalling the times they'd hung out together in the past. Back then, I was indeed a jerk, only thinking about drinking and messing around. The two laughed simultaneously, instantly lightening the mood. Seriously, Andre reined in his laugh and looked at Ron earnestly. If you can really help me get through this tough time, I'm willing to be your guard knight. Ron was sipping his tea and raised an intrigued eyebrow at this. Are you serious? I've never been more serious. Andre's eyes were unwavering. I'd rather follow a familiar friend than become that lunatic's plaything. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. As far as the royal family is concerned, I'm already a failure, but my knight cultivation talent is decent, following you. At least I can maintain my dignity, right? Ron put down his teacup, his expression turning serious as well. Then I'll be impolite and command you, but here's a suggestion you can consider fully enhance your knight skills. Picture this. He tapped the tabletop with his fingers. If you can break through to become an official knight, things would be different in front of the royal family. Even your siblings would have to show respect to an official knight, right? Andre felt he had found a solution. You're pretty quick on the uptake. Indeed, official knights hold an independent status in the kingdom. Even the royal family can't easily command them. Exactly, Ron grinned proudly. I provide potion support. You focus on cultivation without any delays. Wait a minute. Andre looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean by potion support? I know full well these things are expensive commodities. You'll figure out how to get the materials. I'll give you a discount on the refining fee. Ron winked and weighed the magic stone bag on his waist. Special friendship price, slightly cheaper than the market rate. You rascal, Andre laughed and scolded. Now you're really getting the hang of business, but... His expression turned serious. I'll accept this deal. I'll help you gather intelligence and supplies and be on call for combat or errands while you help me improve my strength. It's fair and reasonable. Then it's settled. Ron extended his hand. Andre grasped his hand and they exchanged a smile. Deal. By the way, Ron suddenly remembered something. That Cynthia you mentioned, does she love wearing purple dresses and always speak with a southern accent? You know her? Andre asked in surprise. Of course I don't. Ron smiled mysteriously, but I heard her name at Lady Allen's place. It seems she took some kind of potion with the wrong properties a while back and almost poisoned herself. Andre's eyes widened. Really? Absolutely. Ron spread his hands. Lady Allen even muttered something like big-breasted brainless fool or something. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Simultaneously, it seems I've really found the right allies. Andre raised his teacup, using tea as a substitute for wine, his eyes shimmering with hope, to our collaboration. And to the future, Ron responded with a raised cup. The clinking of teacups was crisp and pleasant, with friendship and trust being more precious here than anything else. Starting tomorrow, I'll need to prepare the list of potion ingredients. Ron said while sipping tea, do you have any channels to get dragon beard grass? It's essential for me to refine Kai blood potion. Dragonbeard grass is not a problem. Andre replied casually, but on your side, what does Lady Allen's list include? Maybe I can help. Upon hearing Andre's inquiry, Ron intended to share a bit of the tasks Lady Allen had assigned him, to seek help from Andre, whose network was far broader. But after a glance at the darkening sky outside, he decided to discuss the cooperation details tomorrow. Observing Ron's demeanor, the perceptive 13th Prince immediately caught on, put down his teacup, and politely took his leave. After seeing Andre off, Ron locked the door and picked up the simple star dust liquid he had previously refined under Lady Allen's guidance from the table. More than half of the silvery liquid remained in the bottle, emitting a faint glow in the candlelight. Better keep the artificial star dew for now, it's not time to use it yet. Ron murmured to himself, glancing at the precious potion given to him by Holt, stored deep in the cabinet. He had a plan in mind once Lady Allen handed over Star Eater's ravings. He'd use this higher quality star dew to accelerate his breakthrough. Considering the complexity of that gem-level meditation technique, relying solely on willpower might take eternity to find a breakthrough. The support from potions would make it much faster. The remaining simple star dust liquid should be enough to advance the sound wave magic to an introductory combat level now. Ron took a deep breath, extracted Darren's notebook, preparing to use the remaining star dust liquid to overcome the final bottleneck. Sound wave vibration, prototype 87/100. He thought for a moment, opened the window to confirm the peace of the night, then took out a piece of dried wood from the herb store to use as a target. Carefully pouring out a small spoonful of simple star dust liquid, Ron slowly drank it down. A cooling sensation spread across his throat, quickly extending throughout his body. He could feel his mind becoming exceptionally clear, thoughts more agile. Although according to Lady Allen, its effect was merely a youthful version of the real star dust liquid, it was sufficient for his current task. Simple star dust liquid effect slightly increases spiritual power stability, slightly increases casting precision. He sat cross-legged on the bed, opened Darren's notebook, and earnestly studied any unresolved sections. Under the influence of the star dust liquid, those once obscure and difficult symbols and notes became clearer and easier to understand. As time passed, he gradually understood some of the essence. Darren's sound wave magic core was not merely invoking vibrations, but guiding magic particles in the air to resonate with specific spiritual waves, forming an attacking sound wave. With the mental stability provided by the simple star dust liquid, Ron closed his eyes and began constructing the sound wave magic model within his spiritual space. It was no longer a simple droplet shape, but a spiral energy structure, formed by 3 layers of different density spiritual power intertwining, creating a complex but stable energy vortex. Each layer's angle and speed of rotation were extremely particular. He adjusted them one by one as per the instructions in Darren's notes, under the clear senses brought by the star dust liquid. Feels like tuning a musical instrument string by string rather than merely constructing a magic, he thought to himself. As he infused spiritual power, the spiral energy vortex began to expand, emitting a faint humming sound as it rotated. Initially, it was a barely perceptible vibration, but soon, as Ron began to channel magic power, that vibration gradually gained substantial destructive force, stirring the surrounding air. Sound wave vibration, prototype, experience points +1. Sound wave vibration, prototype, experience points +1. Sound wave vibration, prototype, experience points +1. Magic construction, introductory experience points +1. Ron did not stop, continuing to adjust the direction and intensity of the energy flow. After transitioning to Wizard Apprentice, 1.5 stars, and gaining the magic construction profession skill, he noticeably improved his speed in refining the sound wave vibration prototype. He discovered that when his spiritual power vibrated at a specific frequency, it not only efficiently constructed the magic model, but also significantly reduced magic power consumption. It's like finding some kind of resonance frequency. Immersed in the construction of the magic model, Ron didn't notice the piece of wood on the table suddenly vibrate slightly. When he snapped back to reality, he found that his spiritual power had unconsciously constructed a complete sound wave magic model, already starting to affect the physical objects around him. It just happened unconsciously. It seems the effect of the simple star dust liquid is better than expected. He quickly focused his attention, bringing this unexpected gain under control. Sound wave vibration. Ron recited the magic name in his mind, simultaneously releasing a condensed spiritual power to drive the spiral-shaped energy vortex. An almost invisible ripple shot out from his palm, striking the piece of wood on the table. In that silent moment, countless tiny cracks suddenly appeared on the wood's surface, and then the entire piece shattered, turning into a pile of wood chips. Sound wave vibration, prototype, experience points +8. Breakthrough sound wave vibration, prototype 100/100, right arrow sound wave vibration, proficient 1/100. Gained additional trait, microwaves hard to detect when launching attacks. He could hardly believe he had managed to master the sound wave magic so quickly, not only crossing the introductory threshold, but advancing directly to proficiency, earning the additional trait for the skill. Perhaps it was because he had been refining this magic model from the prototype concept. Ron thought as he reached out to touch the wood chips, finding they had been shattered into dust so fine it could be called powder, far exceeding the apparent destruction. What surprised him further was the unexpectedly low magic consumption during the magic casting, only about 0.2 of his magic power, but causing destruction comparable to most attack magic. Additionally, the magic's advantage was that it was almost silent during activation, unlikely to arouse much warning, making it a perfect weapon for stealth attacks. No wonder Oliver is so interested in this kind of magic. Ron thought to himself, if, as Lady Allen said, it could be combined with a curse, it's indeed possible to create an attack method almost indefensible by apprentices. This idea left him both excited and cautious. Such power in different hands could yield entirely different outcomes. Fortunately, I'm no longer that weakling who can't defend himself. Ron exhaled softly, looking at the gradually brightening sky outside the window. This newly acquired sound wave vibration might be another important ace for him in this perilous black mist jungle. He finished the remaining simple star dust liquid in his cup and gently closed his eyes. Now all that's left is Star Eater's ravings. Once the materials on the list are gathered, I might be able to advance another level. After transitioning to a wizard apprentice, his perception of the magic power within his body became exceptionally clear. Although magic power and spiritual power are closely related, they are entirely different types of energy. Spiritual power is primarily used to construct and maintain magic models, while magic power is the fuel that actually drives the magic effects. Opening his own attribute panel, he once again confirmed his current status. Current combat professions: Wizard Apprentice 1.5 stars, Knight Squire 1 star. Current life profession: Magic Potion Apprentice 1 star. Attributes: Constitution 1.5, Spirit 2.4, Magic Power 0.7. Basic Magic Potion Making Proficient, Basic Meditation Max 0 ring. Slime Splash Proficient Max, Magic Potion Refining Beginner, Herb Recognition Beginner, Basic Swordsmanship Proficient, Breathing Body Refining Beginner, Magic Construction Beginner, Spiritual Interference Beginner, Sound Wave Vibration Proficient. Special Talent: Dual Soul Sun's Protection Remnant. Power Level: Elementary Apprentice. Magic Power 0.7. This means he could support multiple magic releases without exhaustion. As he knew, pure auxiliary 0 ring magic like Slime Splash consumes about 0.1 magic power per release, while some high-energy offensive 0 ring magic might consume up to 0.5 magic power at most. That means I can now continuously release 7 auxiliary spells or barely release 1 or 2 offensive spells. However, with sound wave vibration, there's no need to spend extra effort learning more. It should be sufficient as an attack method during the apprentice period for quite some time. Ron calculated secretly. He still remembered some words he overheard in Lady Allen's shop. After an apprentice is promoted to an official wizard, they can learn special techniques called super magic, which greatly enhance magic effects by consuming multiple times the magic power. This is why many official wizards, even though their physical qualities aren't particularly strong, can still cast terrifying spells capable of altering the world. Not only wizards. Andre once mentioned during a casual chat that non-wizard professions like bloodline knights can also utilize magic power. They usually infuse magic power into their bodies, activating a temporary enhancement state called life burst, which, although less efficient than wizards, is still incredibly powerful in close combat. Perhaps this is why the direction of the magic swordsman profession is unique compared to conventional professions. I'll have to find more opportunities to ask Andre for information in these areas and see if I can uncover more hidden profession routes. Ron took a deep breath and looked up again at the window. The night in Black Mist Jungle had deepened, with a few dim stars faintly penetrating the thick fog, bringing a faint glow to this mysterious place. He shook his head, deciding to first utilize his new privileges as an elementary apprentice to visit the library. Perhaps he could find more information about advancement routes. The library in Black Mist Jungle is located on the third floor of the main tower, a tall and dark circular space mostly occupied by a maze of countless bookshelves. Each bookshelf is dotted with faint blue magic crystal lamps, providing just enough light for reading. Ron presented his elementary apprentice badge, and the guard, a middle-level apprentice with an expressionless face, nodded slightly, allowing him through. The elementary apprentice area is on the left. Do not attempt to enter areas beyond the red line. The guard mechanically repeated the warning, evidently having said it countless times. Violators will be punished. Upon entering the library, Ron could feel the magic power fluctuations in the air. Every book here was protected by a protection array, preventing damage or unauthorized removal. His gaze swept over row upon row of bookshelves, searching for materials related to advancement. Finally, he found a somewhat aged apprentice promotion guide in an inconspicuous corner. He found a quiet corner to sit down and carefully opened the book. The first chapter detailed the division of apprentice levels: elementary, middle, advanced. According to the book, given Ron's current power, he was just at the starting stage of an elementary apprentice. However, what truly piqued his interest was the chapter on official wizard advancement, and he quickly turned to that section, beginning to read with concentration. The advancement to an official wizard is essentially a qualitative transformation of spirit and magic power. The book stated, this process is referred to as opening ceremony, indicating the opening of a spiritual door to a higher plane of power. Frowning, Ron continued to read. The opening ceremony requires strict conditions. Firstly, spiritual power must reach a critical threshold. Secondly, one must complete the apprentice phase of a gem-level meditation technique. Thirdly, at least independently complete the improvement model of one type of magic. Finally, complete the ritual process under the guidance of the master. During the ritual, the apprentice will drink a specially made key potion. This potion will temporarily break the mental barrier, allowing the apprentice to face higher levels of power directly. If the apprentice is inadequately prepared, the ceremony will fail at best, or lead to mental collapse and even death at worst. As he read, a strange feeling welled up in his heart, and something seemed to be changing on the panel. He immediately turned his attention to his profession panel, surprised to find that the advancement information for the wizard apprentice had already updated automatically. Wizard unknown direction, 2.5 stars. Advancement conditions. 1. Spiritual power reaches 4.9. 2. Mastery of any gem-level meditation technique determines advancement direction. 3. Mastery of at least one magic determines advancement direction. 4. Complete the opening ritual. Traits: energy circuit, radiation field, super magic techniques, spiritual shock, shared across different advancement directions. Perhaps as the exploration deepens, the panel will automatically reveal more hidden profession paths and advancement conditions. But when Ron clearly saw the wizard's advancement conditions, he felt a wave of pressure. 4.9 points of spiritual power, seemingly only more than double his current level, but he already vaguely felt that the values would become harder to increase as he progressed. It might be that a 0.1 increase in spiritual power later would be 100 times harder than before. The mastery level of gem-level meditation techniques and magic, all these require a lot of time and resources. He calculated in his mind. To continue advancing, the key is still to quickly collect all the materials on Lady Allen's list to obtain the gem-level meditation technique she has. The prohibitive items listed on Lady Allen's list were obviously unobtainable through normal channels. According to Andre, the black market is the most likely choice. Sunset Tavern, Lizard Alley, Blackwater Bay. Ron recalled the underground trading places mentioned by Andre. Start with the safest place to experiment. Don't aim too high. He reminded himself, the most important thing now is to steadily enhance my power, especially to find more potential profession advancement routes. There might be other more special profession advancement routes. He pondered the possible combinations. Wizard, knight, alchemist, these three main lines are confirmed, but what chain reactions would result if I add other extraordinary professions? Technical extraordinary professions such as enchanter, alchemist. Knowledge type, extraordinary professions like historian, astrologer. Even in the game, some distinctly hierarchical alien bloodlines can also be transformed into professions. Like blood race, demons, high-tier undead. Each has the potential to create a magical synergy with his existing professions. A lot of data collection and field investigation is still needed. Ron sighed, every step must be carefully planned. He listed his near-term goals in his mind. First, collect materials from Lady Allen's list to obtain Star Eater's ravings. Second, use artificial star dew to aid in meditation, and quickly master this gem-level meditation technique. Third, gain an in-depth understanding of the internal power distribution and rules of the school. Fourth, explore more potential profession advancement routes. Continuing to read, he found more descriptions about realms beyond official wizards and brief descriptions of the world outside the Black Mist jungle. Ron muttered to himself, although there are many official wizards here, according to the book's introduction, the Black Mist jungle seems to only count as a relatively small-scale extraordinary gathering place. Just as he was about to gather more information, a librarian approached, indicating that the library was about to close. With a head full of new information, he left the library, his heart already starting to plan his future path. Official wizards might seem godlike in the eyes of mortals, but what kind of power do those higher-level existences like the Great Wizard, Witch King, or even the legendary demon god possess? Eroding history, folding reality, altering laws, reflecting madness, perhaps just like the ancient texts say. And outside this land, the endless sea, fairyland, dragon tomb, great abyss, even that other world connected by the extraterritorial Stargate. Do these places, which are like myths in the mouths of apprentices, truly exist? And will he have the chance to witness them with his own eyes? Back in his room, after taking care of his personal hygiene, Ron lay on his bed, letting his thoughts slowly settle down. Tomorrow is another new day, and every sunrise symbolizes new opportunities to him. Take it slow but never stop. Stopping would just make me another skeleton here. He softly warned himself, then slowly drifted into a dream. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains into the room, and Ron had already opened his eyes from the meditation state. Before leaving yesterday, he had already taken leave from Lady Allen, and today he decided to try and search the black market for those special materials. Thinking of this, he once again retrieved that slightly glowing parchment, carefully examining the items recorded on it. Dream-eating spider's eye fluid, moon shadow bat's heart ash, crystal moss moonflower pollen. In the booklet of precautions he received last time when certified as an elementary apprentice, he found most of the materials listed in the Forbidden Transactions section. These things can indeed only be obtained through unconventional channels in the black market. Just as he was contemplating countermeasures, there came a quick knock on the door. Ron went to open it and saw Andre dressed in practical dark casual clothes, his blonde hair simply tied back, evidently prepared for the day's informal activities. "Good morning, esteemed ally." After the teasing greeting, he slipped inside without ceremony, lowering his voice after closing the door. "Have you considered today's itinerary?" Ron nodded, pointing to the parchment spread out on the bed. "The primary task is to find these materials, at least to get a general idea." Andre leaned in to look, his brows gradually furrowing. "Good heavens, this list. What exactly does Lady Allen want to refine? Even the thirster's tongue moss is on there." "You know this thing?" Ron was somewhat surprised. "Of course, it's a common material for advanced spells of the curse element." Andre's expression turned serious. "It said that to extract material potent enough to be used as a casting medium, one must let a normal person die of thirst in the desert." Ron's heart tightened. Whatever Lady Allen wanted to refine, it didn't seem like any benevolent magic potion. But he quickly made up his mind since he had already agreed, he must do his best to complete it. Luckily, there's you, the jack of all trades who knows a little about everything. He patted the blond youth on the shoulder. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to start with finding these things. It really is an honor to be able to help young Master Ron. Andre showed a faintly smug smile. Regarding the black market, I do know some inside information. He looked at the sky. These days are a good opportunity. Every month around this time, the Sunset Tavern holds a special trading event. We might get lucky. Ron quickly packed up his personal belongings, including some magic stone fragments, self-defense weapons, and a few bottles of self-made potions, and the two of them quietly left the apprentice dormitory area. Through a few rarely traveled paths, they gradually moved away from the center of the school toward the commoners' settlements and marketplaces on the outskirts of the Black Mist jungle. Be cautious of the surrounding spies. Andre whispered reminders as they walked. Though the school doesn't explicitly prohibit apprentices from going to the black market areas, if caught directly trading prohibited items, they wouldn't refuse the magic stone fragments delivered to their doorstep. This must be so-called entrapment. Ron nodded, keeping it in mind, and heightened his vigilance of the surroundings. Through his multi-profession sharpened perception, he could feel that as they approached the Black Mist jungle's edge, the magic power fluctuations in the air grew increasingly chaotic. Various chaotic energy traces intertwined, forming a unique atmosphere. Passing through several winding alleyways, they finally arrived in front of a dilapidated two-story wooden building. This is its Sunset Tavern. Andre looked up at the shaky sign in front of the entrance. On the surface, it's just an ordinary tavern, but in reality, it's the safest underground trading place in this area. Pushing open the creaking wooden door of the Sunset Tavern, they were immediately hit by a complex aroma mixed with alcohol, tobacco, and various alien race scents. Ron wrinkled his nose, trying to adapt to the overwhelming smell. Inside, the lighting was dim. A few magic crystal lamps barely illuminated the cramped space. Beyond the visual and olfactory senses, the low chatter of various creatures mixed with the clinking of glasses, forming a kind of eerie harmony. Strange-looking alien races crowded together, some with bodies as tall as mountains, yet huddled in corners sipping from giant wooden mugs of liquor. Others, small and nimble, could down a mug bigger than their heads in one go. Their soft conversations or solitary drinking made the place appear both mysterious and dangerous. Ron's gaze swept across the tavern, noticing a few humans dressed in varying attire mixed in. Those in the tattered garb typical of exiles, those in noble-style luxurious robes, and others appearing to be hunters or mercenaries, their eyes generally watchful and sharp. Over there, Andre gently tugged Ron's sleeve, speaking very quietly, gesturing with his eyes towards a corner of the bar. See that gray dwarf? That's Otto, a somewhat reliable intermediary I know. Following his direction, Ron saw a gray dwarf with a bushy beard, sitting at a high stool, half a mug of beer in front of him. The dwarf looked like a crumpled rock brought to life, his skin a grayish-brown, his calloused hands tightly clutching the mug, as if it were a priceless treasure. The two moved towards the bar. Andre skillfully gestured to the bartender, then whispered to Ron, "Let me handle this. Otto doesn't like strangers directly inquiring about transactions." The bartender quickly brought over 2 mugs of foamy, cloudy liquid, Ron cautiously taking his, the liquid giving off a tangy, sour scent with a layer of foam on top. Andre took a gentle sip of his, then casually turned to the gray dwarf. "Long time no see, Mr. Otto. Today's ale tastes just as awful as ever." The gray dwarf didn't lift his head, only sliding his coarse fingers along the rim of his mug. "Oh, which old friend has come by?" His voice was deep and raspy, as if 2 rough rocks were rubbing against each other. "The guide to Highland veins you helped me find last time was immensely useful." Andre spoke in a specific code, lowering his voice even more. "Unfortunately, I encountered some trouble and had to abandon the book. Truly a pity, it was a rare treasure." Upon hearing this, the dwarf slowly raised his head, a pair of blue eyes beneath thick eyebrows gleaming with a shrewd light. Those eyes, in contrast with his rugged exterior, were clear and sharp, revealing a wisdom not fitting his appearance. "Hey, it's you, little prince," he said softly, cautiously glancing around. "It seems you have some special needs again." Andre nodded slightly, a secretive smile playing at his lips. "My friend and I are looking for some special materials to write a new guide. You know, academic research always requires a variety of resources. The dwarf turned his gaze to Ron, scrutinizing this unfamiliar face, as if a merchant assessing the value of goods. A new friend? He doesn't look like the type interested in guides, more like the scholarly type who locks himself in a room to study. Don't be fooled by appearances, my old friend. Andre casually slid a magic stone fragment in front of the dwarf. His insight in certain fields might just surprise you. The dwarf covered the fragment with his hand, his stubby fingers deftly making it disappear into his sleeve, a slight smile forming at his lips. These days not much surprises me, Your Highness, but since you say so, I look forward to it. He stood up, gesturing for the two to follow. Come, let's talk in the back. A quieter environment is more suitable for discussing academic matters. The three of them passed through the bustling main hall of the tavern, avoiding those immersed in alcohol or conversation, and entered a narrow corridor. Old oil lamps hung on either side of the corridor, casting eerie shadows on the walls in their dim light. At the end were several tightly closed wooden doors, all looking identical. Otto took a peculiarly shaped key from his waist, carefully inspecting the doors before selecting one and inserting the key into the lock. As the key went in, hidden runes on the door lit up faintly, then quickly dimmed. The dwarf expertly turned the key, accompanied by a crisp click as the lock opened. Inside was a small circular room, its walls adorned with various maps and dried herbs, the air filled with a peculiar fragrance, seemingly a hybrid of dozens of herbs. A round table and several chairs occupied the center of the room, with a magic crystal lamp glowing softly on the table. Please have a seat, guests. The dwarf locked the door and climbed onto a specially made high chair, looking down at his visitors. Now, what kind of materials are you looking for? Here, we can dispense with those cumbersome secret codes. Ron glanced at Andre, who nodded slightly, signaling him to speak directly. He took a deep breath and pulled out a special piece of parchment from his jacket. We need these. Ron carefully revealed only a few relatively less sensitive materials from the list, including moonshadow bat heart ash and crystal moss. Otto took the parchment, his thick eyebrows gradually rising, blue eyes sparkling with surprise and curiosity. Oh, this is not an ordinary materials list. His fingers gently traced over the glowing words on the parchment, raising his head, his gaze shifting between the two. Especially this crystal moss. It has been a highly sought-after resource recently, its price soaring several times, and it's almost impossible to find on the market. Why? Ron asked instinctively, then realized it might touch on some sensitive topics. The gray dwarf cast him a long look, the lips beneath his beard flattening into a line. That falls under our industry's trade secrets, not something I can share with you guests. He paused, seemingly weighing something. However, it is true that the market fluctuations for all kinds of rare materials have been much larger than usual lately, especially those related to wizards. Finishing, Otto waved his hand. All right, back to business. I can help you find these materials, but it won't be quick and they won't be cheap. You need to be prepared. Roughly how many magic stone fragments would we need? Ron asked directly, deciding to cut to the chase. Need a list? Otto calculated on his stubby fingers. Even if you only need one of each, it would take at least 170 or 80 magic stone fragments, and some might require a complete magic stone for the transaction. He squinted slightly at Ron, apparently evaluating the young man's financial capacity. Selling you just one or two individual materials would be rare. Ron's brow furrowed, the price far exceeded his budget. Did Lady Allen overestimate his financial capacity, or did she underestimate the current market value of these materials? After a moment of thought, he said, we can purchase them in batches. Let's start with the easiest ones to find. Andre interjected into the conversation at the right moment, his tone relaxed yet cautious. If we can get samples, we might need to evaluate their quality. In a place like this, it's wise to compare goods. Oh, Otto looked at Ron with slight curiosity, his blue eyes shining with investigative light. You know how to evaluate these materials. At your age, you don't seem to have enough experience. Ron nodded calmly and confidently. I have some experience in magic potions. Interesting. The dwarf rubbed his thick beard, producing a rustling sound, the corners of his lips beneath the beard lifting slightly. Typically, a magic potion apprentice visiting the black market would bring a trustworthy evaluator, staying fully wrapped up to avoid recognition. He scrutinized Ron, but if you can identify the materials yourself, that indeed makes things easier. However, Otto suddenly stopped, a sly look flashing in his eyes. Boasting is not a good habit, young one. He retrieved a finely crafted small wooden box from beneath the table, its surface carved with intricate runes, each line glowing faintly. Today you are in luck. I happen to have some stock here. Care to take a look? Let's test the depth of your experience. Ron's heart stirred and he nodded. I'd be delighted. He sensed that this was some kind of test from the other party, but he had confidence in his abilities. Otto opened the wooden box. Neatly arranged inside were several crystal bottles and small pouches. The room's light refracted off the bottles, adding a layer of mystery to them. Check this out. He took out a small bottle containing grayish-brown powder, shaking it gently. This should be the Moon Shadow Bat Heart Ash from your list. Recently acquired stock, top-notch quality. Ron took the bottle, using his herb recognition skills to carefully observe it. He gently shook the bottle, letting the powder inside reveal its true color in the light. The genuine Moon Shadow Bat Heart Ash should appear silver-gray, with a faint blue luminescence under the light. Most importantly, it should have a unique energy fluctuation, enough to cause a slight tremor in those with acute perception. But the grayish-brown powder in front of him, although similar in texture, was distinctly lacking the necessary magic power fluctuations. Its color was also too murky, more like ordinary mineral powder or an inferior product repeatedly refined. During this process, his skill experience was also steadily increasing. Counterfeit identified, herb recognition experience points +1. I'm afraid this is not genuine, Ron said softly, placing the bottle back on the table. His voice calm yet courteous. The genuine Moon Shadow Bat Heart Ash should not be this color. It should be closer to silver and exhibit a faint blue glow under light, especially when the bottle is gently shaken. Most importantly, the real thing has a special magic fluctuation that can be felt even through the bottle. A hint of surprise flashed in Otto's eyes, which was quickly replaced by admiration, his lips curling into a subtle arc under his beard. Nice eye, this is indeed a counterfeit. I just wanted to test your professional level. He retrieved the bottle, a hint of appreciation in his tone. In this line of work, distinguishing between real and fake is a basic survival skill. Then he took out a more exquisite-looking small bottle from the depths of the box. This bottle was evidently much more valuable than the previous one, with intricate runes engraved on the body and a silver thread sealing the stopper, appearing particularly solemn. This time he simply handed over the bottle without speaking further, the message quite clear. Ron took it again. This time the gray powder inside exhibited a faint silvery blue sheen with a finer texture, as if moonlight had been captured and solidified into powder. He carefully removed the stopper and lightly sniffed it, a subtle cool sensation instantly spreading through his body from his nostrils. His spiritually sharp perception told him this was indeed genuine Moon Shadow Bat Heart Ash, and of quite good quality. The unique magic fluctuation was almost exactly as described in ancient texts. Precise identification, herb recognition experience points +2. This should be authentic and of good quality. Ron nodded, a tone of certainty in his voice. The distinctive energy fluctuation is very evident, likely from the heart of a healthy adult moon shadow bat, and the extraction process is quite professional. I knew it. The dwarf's face broke into a satisfied smile, his thick beard quivering in accompaniment. No wonder Lady Allen chose you as an assistant. You really do have an eye for quality. That's the most valuable talent in our field. Seeing Ron's somewhat cautious expression, Otto waved his hand to explain. Don't be nervous, young man. Being in this line of work long enough, you'll always catch some news. Lady Allen's shop is legendary in the Black Mist jungle, so her new assistant is bound to attract some attention, especially when. He glanced meaningfully at Ron, when that assistant exhibits unusual talent. But don't think I've acknowledged you just yet. Otto squinted his eyes. Identifying a few times isn't enough to prove your true level. He stroked his dense beard, leaning forward slightly. What I'm about to take out next is a bit more challenging. Let's see if you've really got what it takes. Otto took out a flat tin box from even deeper within the wooden crate, its surface covered in a thin layer of verdigris, looking quite aged. He carefully opened the tin box, revealing a cluster of green, fur-like material, glinting subtly under the lamplight. This is the crystal moss on your list. At least that's how my supplier labeled it. The dwarf pushed the tin box towards Ron. It's not commonly seen on the market. I'm curious how much you know about this. Ron's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, he had read descriptions of crystal moss in Lady Allen's materials, but rarely encountered the actual thing. The genuine crystal moss should be dark green and would display a crystal-like glisten when the observer's angle of vision changes. The most critical thing is, it should have a special attraction effect on spiritual power, almost like it softly calls to the user. He carefully touched the green material with his fingertip, feeling its texture and energy fluctuations. The touch was soft, but lacked the expected crystal hardness, resembling more of a dyed normal moss. Moreover, it completely lacked the spiritual attraction, instead giving off a slight repulsive feeling. I'm afraid this isn't authentic either, Ron judged cautiously. The real crystal moss should have a unique crystal structure, showing a refractive effect similar to crystals under light. Moreover, it interacts uniquely with spiritual power, almost actively drawing the user's attention. This sample lacks those characteristics, likely a counterfeit fashioned from normal moss after special treatment. The dwarf's eyes widened, eyebrows almost reaching his forehead. Good boy, you can even see through this. He slapped his knee, letting out a hearty laugh. This is indeed a fake. At least half of the crystal moss on the market is this kind of imitation, but very few can see through it at a glance. Andre watched on in amazement from the side. Never having imagined Ron's mastery in magic potions was already at such a level. The dwarf nodded with satisfaction, offering a genuine smile beneath his beard. You win, young man. I acknowledge your abilities. You certainly have a rare talent, Lady Allen wasn't mistaken. So the price? Ron went straight to the point, knowing this test had come to an end. It was time to discuss the real transaction. For you, 10 magic stone fragments. Otto extended 5 short, thick fingers, then added 5 more from the other hand. That's a very favorable friendship price. I would usually ask for at least 15. Ron furrowed his brow slightly. The price was still high, quite a large expenditure even for him who had recently saved a bit. He pondered for a moment, his gaze falling onto the pile of materials he had just identified, a spark of inspiration flashing. Could I make a small request? He said calmly with a negotiating tone. If I help you identify some other materials, could I get a better price? After all, I've just proven my worth. Otto's blue eyes twinkled with shrewdness, the corners of his mouth turning up beneath his beard. Smart proposal, you do have a knack for negotiation. He stroked his beard, as if contemplating something. This is a rather common way of trading in the black market, exchanging skills for discount. The gray dwarf seemed to quickly calculate something in his mind, thick fingers grasping slightly on the table surface. Then it's settled, you help me identify 10 materials, I'll give you a 20% discount. How's that? Ron smiled slightly. Deal, but I must say in advance I will only speak the truth. If any material is of poor quality, I will speak frankly. Of course, Otto readily agreed, revealing a broad smile beneath his beard. Honest evaluations are more valuable to me. I need to know what my goods are truly worth, rather than hear flattering lies. In the following time, Ron seriously appraised various peculiar materials for the dwarf, ranging from the pollen of otherworldly plants to the fluids of certain magical beasts, and even some rare mineral crystals. Each was meticulously analyzed with the ability of herb recognition, providing an accurate evaluation. Forgery judged successful, herb recognition experience points +1. Precise identification, herb recognition experience points +2. Current progress, herb recognition beginner 43/50. Unconsciously, his herb recognition skill was on the verge of breaking through to the next level. This was much faster than increasing proficiency by assisting Lady Allen in the herb store, perhaps because these materials were hard to distinguish and tested professional level further. Otto's expression gradually transformed from the initial merchant, like wariness, to one that could almost be called admiration. You know, young man. After appraising the last material, the dwarf said with a deep meaning, you are one of the most talented magic potion apprentices I've encountered over the years. More than half of those so-called professional appraisers aren't as accurate as you. He took out a crystal bottle filled with silver powder and carefully sealed it. This bottle of moon shadow bat heart ash, 5 magic stone fragments deal. It's a 50% discount from the original price, the biggest discount I can offer. Ron accepted the price with a smile, calculating the lucrativeness of the transaction in his mind. Obtaining a bottle of high-quality moon shadow bat heart ash at the price of 5 magic stone fragments was indeed a good deal. Young man, you know not to trust others too much, that's good. Before leaving the cubicle, Otto whispered to Ron, his blue eyes flashing with shrewdness, completely breaking through the first impression given by his rugged exterior. If you really intend to collect all the materials on the list, you will have to take a trip to Lizard Alley. Although it's more dangerous there, it's also a place to find more rare treasures. He added with deep meaning, remember, in the black market, no one will be responsible for your losses. If you buy fake goods, you can only blame your own poor eyesight, as there will always be someone trying to deceive you, just like I did just now. Bidding farewell to the gray dwarf Otto, Ron and Andre left through the narrow back door of the Sunset Tavern. The outside weather had subtly changed, the already not-so-bright sunlight filtered by the eerie mist unique to the Black Mist jungle, forming a dark red halo. These eerie halos enveloped the entire settlement, adding a touch of eerie color to this already abnormal place. This time's harvest is not bad. Andre breathed a slight sigh of relief, his gaze falling on the crystal bottle carefully held in Ron's hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. To buy genuine moon shadow bat heart ash for 5 magic stone fragments, people wouldn't believe it if you told them. Ron nodded, carefully placing the crystal bottle containing the silver powder into the deep interior pocket, checking twice to ensure the stopper was tight before feeling relieved. This material, although not easy to evaporate, would quickly lose its efficacy if damp or contacted with certain energy fields. Otto was right, we do need to check out Lizard Alley next, he said in a low voice, with a hint of fatigue. The items on that list are unlikely to be found in significant amounts in relatively safe places like the Sunset Tavern. Lizard Alley is not like here. The blonde boy's usual elegant and composed demeanor was replaced by a rare tension. It gathers all sorts of desperados, including some apprentices expelled by various schools in the surrounding area for wrongdoing, and even more dangerous alien race mercenaries. The two passed through a messy bazaar, the air filled with a mixture of smells, boiling potions, baking bread, rotting vegetables, and some fishy odors Ron preferred not to guess about. Vendors of various races hawked their wares in different languages, forming a noisy background noise. Anything specific we need to watch out for? Ron asked in a low voice, conveniently avoiding a one-eyed vendor loudly calling them over. In such matters, Andre clearly had much more experience than he did. Don't easily reveal your true identity, especially as a member of a school. Andre also lowered his voice, guiding Ron towards a concealed path. While those vendors usually don't attack customers directly, it doesn't stop them from selling our specific information. The entrance to the path was crudely framed by a few crooked wooden boards, with a sign written in an unknown language hanging above it. The intentional ambiguity of the sign already indicated the unofficial nature of the place. Ron stopped to ponder for a moment. Do we need to disguise our identity? No need for special disguise, just don't wear the apprentice badge or the apprentice robe. Andre pointed at their casual clothes. Like now, we just look like 2 young adventurers from the outside world, or some noble heirs seeking excitement. Such people are common in Lizard Alley and won't draw much attention. He smiled slightly, tugging at his plain dark shirt. However, just in case, we should avoid calling each other's names. Got it, Ron nodded with understanding. If anyone asks our background, no, probably no one would be that bored. With their consensus, they passed through the skewed wooden door frame and stepped onto the path leading to Lizard Alley. The path was winding and twisting, with dark brown mushrooms of peculiar shapes growing on both sides. A closer look would reveal their surfaces covered with fine hairy substances, emitting a faint glow, providing minimal but sufficient illumination in the dim environment. It feels a bit like a deliberately designed route to attract attention. Ron observed those unnaturally arranged mushrooms and commented quietly. Indeed, the layout of the entire path had a deliberately orchestrated trace, as if creating a certain oppressive atmosphere. You're half right, Andre responded softly. These are indeed artificially cultivated, but not to attract customers but for surveillance. He pointed at those seemingly ordinary mushrooms. These peeping mushrooms can sense the general situation of passers-by and transmit information through the mycelium network. Lizard Alley's managers use them to screen visitors. If you are law enforcement or harbor ill intentions, the mycelium network will quickly sound the alarm. Ron nodded silently. In this world where extraordinary powers prevail, even the most inconspicuous creatures might possess unexpected abilities. Lizard Alley, as the name suggests, initially gathered many lizardmen merchants. Andre explained while leading the way. Lizardmen have a knack for trade. Their original homeland was in the southwest swamp zone, but as human territories expanded, some bordering alien tribes were forced to migrate. Initially, a group of lizardmen merchants found the environment near the Black Mist jungle suitable for their survival, and the management here was loose enough, so they settled and started small-scale trading. He brushed aside a cluster of particularly dense mushrooms with his hand, revealing a clearer path. But now it has become a trading district mingling various races, and almost anything can be found there. And one more thing. He suddenly stopped walking, turned to face Ron, and his expression became particularly serious. The merchants of Lizard Alley are notorious for their deceit. They particularly love to play tricks on outsiders. Testing customers with counterfeit goods like Otto does is just the basic. There are many more tricks waiting for you. I understand. Ron nodded, unconsciously revealing a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. You saw my ability to identify the authenticity of herbs earlier, so there's no need to worry too much about being deceived. Combined with the enhanced perception I've gained after advancing to an elementary apprentice, it should be enough to deal with most of the fraudulent tricks. Andre sighed, his expression becoming complicated. He has always been very envious of his companion's advancement and talent in magic potion making. However, although the things here are difficult to distinguish in terms of quality and authenticity, the price negotiation is much more flexible than in the school marketplace. With your ability to differentiate, we can also buy more regular materials to take back later. Passing through a desolate forest of withered trees, the brittle sound of branches breaking echoed underfoot, and the air was filled with a scent of decay. Ahead, a narrow stone road suddenly appeared, distinct from the previously chaotic path. This road was smooth and orderly. On both sides stood some oddly shaped stone pillars, each carved with totems of multi-headed dragons. Some have been eroded by the elements, rendering them indistinct, yet the fierce dragon heads could still be discerned. Here we are, Andre lowered his voice. This is the entrance to Lizard Alley. Ron could feel the difference between this place and the Sunset Tavern. A more chaotic magic power fluctuation permeated the air here. Traces of various energies intertwined chaotically, forming an unsettling ambience. It was a mix of different extraordinary systems and alien bloodline auras, without any discernible pattern, yet marvelously maintaining a fragile balance. Upon stepping on the stone road, Ron felt a slight sting from his feet, as if something was scanning his body. He instinctively became alert, but Andre's expression remained calm. It seemed to be just a routine check. Don't worry, it's just the entrance's defensive mechanism, confirming whether we are carrying large-scale, destructive, extraordinary items. Andre whispered an explanation. They have no restrictions on personal weapons, but do not allow powerful alchemy explosives that might threaten the entire market. Ron breathed a sigh of relief and continued to move forward. Through the simple arch formed by the stone pillars, the scene before him was astonishing. This was no mere alley, it was a narrow but extraordinarily long street, densely packed with various temporary stalls and simple shops on both sides. Contrary to the hidden nature of the Sunset Tavern, the transactions here were conducted entirely openly, with shouts, haggling, arguments, and laughter blending into a unique symphony. All sorts of bizarre-looking creatures traversed the streets and alleyways, such as lizard men with skin that appeared scaly, varying in size yet clad in brightly colored fabrics, with metallic ornaments clinking. Short-statured goblins with pointy ears, eyes darting restlessly, seemingly judging which targets was suitable for theft. And even a few trolls reaching 3 meters in height, hunched over carefully to avoid the low-lying canopy, their rough skin etched with tribal tattoos. There were quite a few humans too, but most looked like exiles or adventurers, dressed in shabby clothes, watching warily, in stark contrast to the pampered apprentices within the school. Pay attention to those marks. Andre pointed to some special symbols hanging on certain stalls. Red triangles represent extraordinary materials, blue circles are weapon equipment, and yellow squares denote various exotic treasures. We mainly look at those stalls with red triangles. The two slowly advanced along Lizard Alley, occasionally stopping to inspect those stalls marked with red triangles. Most stalls displayed common herbs, snake fang grass, evening primrose, silverlight mushroom, and so on. Occasionally, they could spot slightly rarer items, such as dragon beard grass or fire crystal orchid, but the rare materials on Lady Allen's list were hard to find. Through a narrow alley, Ron carefully avoided the debris and unidentified liquids scattered on the ground. The air was filled with a weird aroma, mixing the odors of herbs, rotting flesh, and alien body scent. Andre pointed to a crude tent made from animal hides, where a small green-skinned goblin was fiddling with various bottles and jars. This goblin is an alchemist. Though his level is average, his collection of materials is quite comprehensive, especially some night cultivation resources. As they approached the tent, the goblin immediately looked up, a pair of yellow-brown eyes gleaming with shrewdness. "Ah, esteemed guests, what treasures are the young fellows looking for?" The goblin spoke in heavily accented common speech, revealing a mouthful of sharp yellow teeth. "We need materials for making Kai blood potions," Ron said calmly, while keenly scanning the various goods inside the tent. "The rhizomes of fire crystal orchid, red iron grass, and dragon blood leaf, if you have them." The goblin's eyes lit up. "Oh, a young bloodline cultivator, that's rare around here." He delved into the depths of the tent, rummaged for a while, and then brought out several small cloth bags and glass bottles. "Here they are, top quality, and the price is reasonable." Ron carefully examined these materials, using his herb recognition ability. The rhizomes of fire crystal orchid glowed faintly red, a sign of top quality. The leaves of red iron grass had a slight serrated structure at the edges, delivering a strong, sharp sensation when touched. The dragon blood leaves sealed in small glass bottles appeared a deep dark red, seemingly retaining a trace of vitality. "Not bad, these materials are very fresh, and the quality is quite good." Ron nodded with satisfaction, then asked, "What's the price?" The goblin rubbed its hands. 5 pieces of fire crystal orchid roots, 3 pieces of red iron grass, 8 pieces of dragon blood leaves, all 3 together for 16 magic stone fragments. Considering you're new customers, I'll give you a discount. How about 15? 10, Ron said directly, his tone firm. The standard price for these 3 herbs together wouldn't exceed 12 pieces, and your dragon blood leaves must have been stored for over 2 weeks. Their potency is starting to decline. The goblin's expression stiffened slightly, but immediately switched to a smile. "Oh my, young man, you have a sharp eye. All right, 12 pieces, that's the lowest I can go. Any lower and I'll be taking a loss." After some bargaining, Ron finally secured the materials for 11 magic stone fragments. "You plan to use these to refine Kai blood potion?" Andre asked after leaving the goblin's stall, his eyes alight with curiosity. "That's right," Ron carefully put away the materials. "Lady Allen taught me some formulas. Kai blood potion is beneficial for night cultivation, especially when used with breathing technique. The effect is even better." Andre suddenly brought up another topic. "I've heard that magic potions involving the spirit are difficult to refine and have higher requirements for the refiner." "That's true," Ron nodded. "But breathing and physical enhancement potions are relatively simpler. If successfully concocted, both of us can benefit." The two continued to walk through Lizard Alley, occasionally stopping to inspect potentially useful materials. "There won't be anything particularly valuable at these ordinary stalls," Andre whispered after looking over a few stalls. "The real treasures are hidden in those inconspicuous corners." Ron had noticed this as well. Most of the items displayed prominently were entry-level herbs, while truly valuable materials were hidden in special containers. Only when customers showed enough willingness to buy and ability to pay would merchants bring them out for display. "Look over there," Andre suddenly said softly, indicating a corner deep within the alley with his eyes. "That stall seems a bit different." Following his gaze, Ron saw a small stall almost entirely shrouded in shadow at the end of the street alley. There were no signs hanging there, yet the stall had several small bottles emitting a faint glow, appearing especially striking in the dim environment. "Let's go check it out," Ron said softly, and the two carefully maneuvered around a few customers who were loudly bargaining, heading towards the hidden stall. As they got closer, Ron noticed the vendor was a peculiar alien creature. The upper body was human-like but covered with fine black scales, and the eyes were bizarre vertical slits. When he turned his head, those eyes reflected cold light. The lower body, meanwhile, was entirely serpentine, coiled to support the upper torso. A serpent merchant, and he seemed fairly old, with the edges of his scales starting to fade, showing an ancient gray-white color. "Do you two seem interested in my wares?" The serpent merchant noticed their approach, hissing as he spoke, his voice carrying a chilling maturity. "It's rare to see such perceptive young customers. We are looking for some special materials," Ron said calmly, deliberately concealing his eagerness, though his eyes kept scanning the stall for potential targets, such as crystal moss or nightcap pollen. Oh, the serpent's vertical pupils contracted slightly, showing evident interest along with a trace of scrutinizing. "Young man, you have a keen eye. These aren't common materials." He assessed Ron and Andre up and down, seemingly evaluating their purchasing power and background. A moment later, the serpent's expression relaxed somewhat, extending a scale-covered hand to retrieve a tin box from beneath the stall. "You're in luck. I happen to have some crystal moss here. Rare stuff. Naturally, the price is steep." Ron took the tin box, using his herb recognition skills to closely examine the green substance inside. This moss was noticeably different from the fake. One auto had shown it was a deep dark green. Moreover, when Ron slightly rotated the tin box, he could clearly feel the unique calling of spiritual power, as if the moss was actively drawing his attention. The sensation was both strange and enchanting, like hearing a song only he could understand. Precision recognition, herb recognition experience points +2. "This is indeed crystal moss," Ron nodded, but his expression remained calm without showing excessive surprise or eagerness. "However, the quality is average. Judging by the color, it must have been harvested over a month ago, and its potency has diminished." The serpent vendor was visibly stunned, a hint of astonishment flickering in his vertical pupils, clearly not expecting this young man to so precisely assess the material's state. A tinge of embarrassment flashed across his scale-covered face, but quickly returned to the practiced demeanor of a seasoned merchant. "Sharp eyes, young man. Not many of my customers can do that," the serpent said, his tone now bearing a genuine note of praise. "Nevertheless, it's still quite a rare material. 20 magic stone fragments. This price is quite fair considering the current market scarcity of crystal moss." Ron shook his head, placing the tin box back on the stall. 10 at most, considering its freshness is much reduced. I trust with your experience, you know better than anyone what such a drop in potency implies." 10, the serpent let out a hissing laugh. "You're undervaluing it, young man. This is genuine crystal moss. Even with some loss in potency, it's worth 15 magic stone fragments. Not a cent less. Do you think you're at a wholesale market?" Ron and the serpent merchant engaged in a round of intense bargaining. Finally, they agreed on a price of 12 magic stone fragments. After paying, he carefully tucked the tin box into his arms to ensure it wouldn't jostle or be squeezed while walking. "What other materials are you searching for?" The serpent merchant now clearly had a better understanding of the buying power of these two young men, his tone friendly, his forked tongue restlessly darting in and out from the corners of his mouth. "Perhaps I can help. I've been doing business here for 30 years and know quite a few suppliers." With the transaction complete, the serpent was particularly enthusiastic, even taking out some rarely displayed stock, hoping to make more deals. However, it was unfortunate that the serpent's inventory did not include other items on Lady Allen's list. "I have to say, you've really impressed me," Andre said lowly, looking admiringly at this now highly skilled trader. "Where did you learn these transaction skills? In the royal capital, you didn't seem interested in these matters at all." "I owe a lot to Lady Allen's guidance." Ron deflected, unable to reveal the secret of merging with an otherworldly soul. "And I discovered I do have a bit of a knack for it, this feeling. It's rather magical, like establishing some kind of resonance with it." Andre nodded in agreement. Everyone undergoes some unexpected changes, especially in such life and death environments under pressure. Potential often gets unlocked. In the next few hours, they visited several stalls in Lizard Alley. With Ron steadily improving his herb recognition experience points, thanks to his precise identification skills. At a stall specializing in rare plants, he found the third material on the list, Thirsty Dead's tongue moss. This thing looked like a shriveled piece of gray tissue, covered with a layer of fine crystal structure, emitting an unsettling aura. Its method of acquisition was extremely cruel, as Andre had mentioned before. It requires binding a living person in the desert to die of thirst, then extracting specific tissues from the corpse. This inhumane practice makes it nearly impossible to obtain through legitimate channels, forcing one to seek it in the gray areas of the black market. The stall owner was a hunched old woman, her skin exhibiting an unhealthy yellowish hue, with eyes sunken so deeply into the sockets that the pupils were almost invisible. "This is the real Thirsty Dead's tongue moss, young man." The old woman's voice was hoarse and dry, like a throat deprived of moisture for a long time. "Not many know about this item, and even fewer can recognize it. What are you doing to be interested in such a thing?" Ron didn't answer directly, instead reaching out to take the glass container. The moment his fingers touched the container, an intense feeling of thirst suddenly struck him, his throat feeling as if it were on fire. This was the most distinctive trait of the Thirsty Dead's tongue moss. It induces a strong sense of thirst in those who touch it, mimicking the dying pain of the deceased. Precise identification, herb recognition experience points +2. Breakthrough herb recognition, beginner 50/50, right arrow herb recognition, proficient 1/100. Gained additional trait, high-speed identification, increased identification speed, slightly increased accuracy. An odd sensation welled up in his heart, and Ron felt that his perception ability towards herbs had suddenly reached a new level. Previously, he needed to carefully observe, touch, or even taste to determine the authenticity and quality of a material. But now, with just a glance, he could quickly capture the key traits of a material and make accurate judgments. It was like a blurry vision suddenly becoming clear, or a complex musical score being simplified to a simple melody, all details becoming clear and distinguishable in an instant. "What's wrong?" Andre noticed Ron's sudden pause and asked quietly, a hint of vigilance in his eyes, worried about any potential traps. "It's nothing, just a new discovery." Ron smiled slightly, suppressing the joy in his heart, outwardly maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. He discreetly hid the joy of his breakthrough in his heart and continued focusing on the current transaction. "This is indeed a genuine piece, and it is very well preserved. 10 magic stone fragments, that's the highest price I can offer." 10, the old woman let out a sarcastic chuckle. "Young man, do you know how difficult it is to acquire this material? At least 20, and that's already a discounted price for your keen eye." Ron shook his head, placing the glass container back on the stall. "I'm well aware of the market trends. Even in a place like Lizard Alley, Thirsty Dead's tongue moss doesn't exceed 10. 15, that's my final offer, you'll definitely make a profit." After some haggling, the deal was finally made at 15 magic stone fragments, lower than Ron had expected. Having bought the 4 main materials, the pouch at his waist had noticeably deflated. He had spent dozens of magic stone fragments, nearly half of all his savings. "I need to think of ways to earn some magic stone fragments." He pondered to himself, maybe I could use the high-speed identification ability to do some appraisal work on the black market. As he packed up the materials and prepared to leave, Ron noticed a peculiar gleam in the murky eyes of the old woman. It wasn't just the calculative look of a merchant, but a deeper, almost greedy observation, as if seeing a fat prey. "Be careful, I feel that old guy has some ill intentions." After leaving the stall, Ron whispered to Andre, "The way she's looking at us, it's not like how you look at customers, more like prey." Andre nodded slightly. Indeed, people doing business in places like this are rarely just simple merchants. Most have other identities: information brokers, bounty hunters, or even spies for certain factions. As they turned a corner, Ron sensed his intuition being triggered. He didn't turn back, but his spiritual power subtly unfolded, forming waves to probe out. "We're being followed," he said calmly, his voice low enough for only Andre to hear. "Judging by the footsteps, there are at least 3 half-beastmen and a goblin scout guiding them. They've been following us since the old guy's stall." Andre's expression suddenly turned serious, his hand quietly moving towards his waist, where a small but sharp dagger was hidden. "Half-beastmen, this is not good." Their physical strength far exceeds ordinary humans. I can barely handle one on my own, 3 would be. Should we shake them off? No hurry, Ron smirked slightly. Let's let them think we haven't noticed, see what they want. Andre gave him a questioning look, but nodded, trusting his decision. The two continued walking forward, casually stopping at various stalls, acting just like ordinary customers. But Ron's spiritual power remained focused on the 4 sneaky followers behind them. The physique of the half-beastmen was terrifying. Even the smallest among them had shoulders twice as wide as those of an average adult, their exposed skin showing an unhealthy bluish-gray tone. Their faces were somewhere between human and beast, with tusks exposed, and eyes sunk deep in protruding bone sockets, emitting a disturbing yellow glow. Oh, striking was their equipment. Unlike ordinary street thugs, these 3 half-beastmen wore matching leather armor, wore axes hung at their waists, moving in unison, clearly trained in combat. This was not some makeshift robbery gang, but a well-trained mercenary squad. Something's not right, Andre frowned and murmured. Those guys don't look like ordinary thugs, more like some kind of bounty hunters, well-equipped and organized. Ron sneered. They probably got the word from that old woman, knowing we're easy targets. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, quickly identifying a suitable alley for setting an ambush. It was a dead end, with a narrow entrance and walls on either side almost devoid of windows, making it an almost perfect battlefield. Follow me? Ron suddenly grabbed Andre's wrist, quickly heading towards the alley. We'll wait for them there. Andre was a bit surprised, but followed quietly. The 2 of them quickly entered the alley, pretending to be looking for something, but in fact, they were carefully setting up the battlefield. Sure enough, moments later, 4 figures appeared at the entrance of the alley, spreading out in a fan shape, blocking the only exit. Moonlight shone from behind them, casting 4 sinister shadows on the ground, slowly extending towards Ron and Andre. Looks like our luck is good today. The leading half-beastman let out a low growl, his voice as jarring as a saw scraping over metal. 2 fat lambs have walked right into the wolves' den. He bared his bloody mouth, revealing a row of knife-sharp teeth. I heard you've got quite a few nice things. Hand them over, and maybe you'll get to keep your lives. We're just ordinary travelers passing through. The hooded boy was somewhat frightened, his voice even trembling slightly, but his feet were quietly closing the distance. We don't have anything valuable on us. Please let us go. The 3 half-beastmen laughed loudly, their laughter filled with mockery and cruelty. The goblin at the back stared greedily at Ron's waist pouch, licking his lips as if he had already seen the magic stone fragments inside. No need to pretend, kid, the half-beastman leader said harshly, stepping forward aggressively. We've been watching you for a long time. We know you spent a lot of money today. Now, hand over your purse obediently or else. He brandished a sinister war axe that gleamed with a cold light, the blade still stained with dried blood. Otherwise, I'll chop you into pieces. Ready? Ron whispered to Andre. The fear on his face vanished, replaced by a calmness almost cruel. Andre gripped his dagger tightly, nodding slightly. I'm not sure what you have planned, but I'll follow your lead. You take the one on the left, leave the rest to me. Ron instructed simply, while quietly slipping a small vial of agility potion into Andre's hand. If things get dangerous, drink it. It'll boost your speed. The half-beastmen had lost their patience. With a roar from their leader, the 3 giant figures charged towards them, their massive bodies appearing particularly menacing in the narrow alley. Seeing the 3 half-beastmen step into the range of his spiritual power, Ron's eyes began to emit an eerie cold light. His spiritual power erupted instantly, forming an invisible ripple that spread outward. Spiritual interference. This was a basic ability of an elementary apprentice, with limited effect against apprentices of the same level, but against these instinct-driven half-beastmen, it was extraordinarily effective. The invisible spiritual wave swept through the entire alley like a violent wind. The movements of the 3 half-beastmen suddenly slowed, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes, as if they had been struck on the head. They shook their heads, trying to dispel the confusion invading their minds, but in vain. Now, Ron shouted, while his spiritual power spiraled into an energy structure. Sound wave vibration. Invisible ripples shot from his palm, silently penetrating the air and directly hitting the leading half-beastman. An invisible force tore at the insides of its body. An expression of extreme pain appeared on the half-beastman leader's face, with dark red blood seeping from its nose and mouth. A flash of sword light passed. Ron and the half-beastman leader crossed paths. The ironwood sword enhanced with the sharp trait easily slashed its throat. The half-beastman, struck with a fatal blow, released the war axe, grasping its throat weakly with both hands, emitting a twisted gargling sound. Then the over 2-meter-tall giant fell heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming still. One-hit kill, basic swordsmanship experience points +2. On the other side, Andre didn't waste the opportunity Ron created. He charged at the half-beastman on the left like a flash of lightning, the dagger slicing through the air like a cold light, directly stabbing at the opponent's throat. Although the half-beastman's skin was tough, under the influence of spiritual interference, its reaction was clearly half a beat slow and failed to completely evade the lethal strike. The sharp dagger sliced through its neck, bringing forth a spurt of blood. The half-beastman let out a wail, staggering backward but did not fall. These alien species have exceptionally strong life energy, capable of continuing to fight even when severely injured. Meanwhile, the third half-beastman had already recovered from the spiritual interference, roaring angrily and brandishing a giant axe as it charged at Ron. Ron remained calm, raised his hand again, condensing his spiritual power. Another invisible ripple was shot out, this time hitting the third half-beastman directly in the chest. The effect was the same as before. The massive body suddenly stiffened, then fell heavily, rolling on the ground in agony, letting out beast-like howls. With two half-beastmen down, the situation was completely reversed. The last one, though injured, was still struggling to support itself, fiercely attacking Andre with the war axe. Andre moved nimbly, dodging left and right within the narrow alley, barely avoiding those lethal chops. Seeing its companions fall one after another, the goblin hiding at the back finally realized the seriousness of the situation and turned to flee. "Don't let it." Andre was preparing to shout a warning while avoiding the half-beastman's attacks. Before he could finish his sentence, Ron smiled coldly, quickly concentrating his spiritual power once more, choosing a more stable magic construction to ensure a fatal strike. The third ripple shot from his palm, traversing space at incredible speed, accurately hitting the fleeing goblin's back. The goblin's body twisted bizarrely in the air, then fell heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Unlike the half-beastman, the goblin's body was far less resilient, and this hit destroyed its internal organs completely, leaving no chance even for a few struggling twitches. Seeing its companions fall one after the other, the last half-beastman lost its will to fight. It stared at Ron in fear, eyes filled with disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend how a seemingly frail human boy could possess such terrifying power. Wizard, it seemed scared out of its wits, dropped the war axe and turned to flee. HMPH. Ron leapt forward, throwing the ironwood sword in his hand, accurately hitting the junction of the half-beastman's unprotected waist and abdomen. The massive body crashed to the ground, and Andre stepped forward to deal 2 more slashes, putting an end to its struggles completely. In just a few dozen seconds, 3 tall and fierce half-beastmen and a cunning goblin lay defeated, while Ron and Andre were almost unharmed. This battle, which should have been fraught with danger, under the terrifying spiritual attacks of the wizard apprentice, became a one-sided massacre. "Is this the power of becoming an apprentice?" Andre said, panting, his eyes filled with awe. "I used all my strength to barely handle one, but you took down 2 half-beastmen and a goblin in just a few breaths." Ron didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked over to check the goblin's corpse. The feeling was strange. Even though he understood the law of the jungle, this indifference to the bloodshed before him, as though he had lost basic empathy. One can overlook killing, but not life, he reminded himself silently while searching for the spoils. The goblin's clothes were ragged, but Ron still found some scattered magic stone fragments in its pocket, indicating it indeed relied on selling intelligence and participating in raids for a living. In addition to that, there were some random small items, a few scattered gold coins, a rusty small knife, and even some shriveled jerky. Just as he was about to give up, his fingers touched a hard and cold object. It was a delicate silver pocket watch, carefully hidden by the goblin in the lining pocket. The watch's surface was engraved with intricate patterns, though covered in a layer of dust. Its remarkable craftsmanship was still visible. Ron's spiritual power instinctively reached out to the watch, and he was surprised to find that the object was actively responding to his probe, like a long slumbering creature suddenly awakened. A peculiar energy fluctuation emanated from the watch, resonating with his spiritual power, causing an inexplicable sense of familiarity to rise in his heart. "What is this?" Andre walked over, curiously looking at the watch in Ron's hand. "It seems quite valuable, probably stolen by the goblin before." Ron did not immediately answer, but focused on feeling the energy fluctuation coming from the watch. This energy was unlike any magic power he had encountered before. It was purer, more familiar, as if he had touched something with a deep connection to himself. At that moment, a faint light, visible only to him, flashed across the watch, and a transparent panel popped up before his eyes. Detected rare antique Time Guardian's pocket watch, pending activation. Effect can reset the user's current state, limited daily usage. Note, rare antiques are witnesses of history, usually possessing powerful and unique effects, and have the potential to advance into glory legacy upon meeting certain conditions. Ron's heart trembled, joy almost uncontrollable, yet he maintained a kind of calm composure outwardly. Not to mention the potential future advancements. Currently, the reset state function of this Time Guardian's pocket watch was already very useful to him. However, despite curiosity about how to reset his own state, the present moment was definitely not the right time. "This watch looks pretty nice. It should be an antique." Ron calmly responded while putting the watch into his pocket, pretending not to know its true function. Although its collectible value surpasses its practical value, taking it home is better than leaving it here. Andre nodded. He was a smart man and did not press further for answers. Moreover, their top priority now was to leave this place of trouble quickly to avoid further complications. "We need to hurry and leave." He glanced at the last half-beastman still twitching on the ground and stepped forward to stab the vital spot again. "Though your magic is strong, I'm not sure if there are other forces behind these mercenaries. Perhaps more trouble is already on its way." Ron naturally did not object and quickly tidied up the magic stone fragments on the ground. The two of them swiftly left the alley, disappearing into the intricate streets of Lizard Alley. On the way back, his mind was completely focused on the unexpected acquisition, Time Guardian's pocket watch. Where there's one, there's another, if this wide world is filled with similar rare antiques. Ron mused silently, his fingers unconsciously stroking the silver pocket watch in his pocket. "Then another item has been added to my ultimate goal list. I was previously worried about how to change professions to 3 stars or higher without specific items, but now it seems there's no need to worry." With these thoughts, he followed Andre away from Lizard Alley, heading towards Apprentice Dormitory area. Walking out of the complex streets of Lizard Alley, they tacitly chose a little frequented path for their return. Andre looked at the gradually darkening sky and suddenly sighed. "It's a pity we couldn't find sunshine grass in Lizard Alley today. I had received some news earlier that someone here was selling this extraordinary plant." He said regretfully, "If we could gather some, our speed in cultivating the crown-breathing technique would be much faster." Ron nodded. "That plant is indeed precious. It is said that many light and heat magic require it as a casting medium. It's not surprising that it might have been acquired by those who recognize its value as soon as it appears." The two of them continued along the wooded path, their steps making soft rustling sounds on the dry leaves. But Ron's thoughts had already drifted to farther places, recalling the night advancement routes Andre mentioned, and his own unexpected acquisition of the rare antique. Speaking of which, he suddenly spoke with a hint of curiosity in his voice. "How much do you know about the knight's advancement routes, like bloodline knights, demon hunters, or magic swordsmen?" Andre's eyes flickered with an exceptionally complex expression, slightly teasingly saying, "You asked the right person. If before you wanted to inquire from me about these extraordinary related knowledge, I would have charged extra for it." He looked around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then continued, "The 3 main advancement routes each have their own characteristics and requirements. Bloodline Knight is the most traditional and safest route, mainly through awakening and strengthening the extraordinary bloodline within to enhance power. Everyone has residual bloodlines of various ancient creatures lurking in them, and Bloodline Knight cultivation is about awakening and utilizing these powers." Ron was about to nod in response, when suddenly, a semi-transparent information panel appeared before his eyes. Profession advancement information unlocked. Bloodline Knight 2 stars. Change profession conditions. 1. Physical attribute reaches 2.0. 2. Breathing body refining achieved proficiency. 3. Basic swordsmanship achieved proficiency square root. 3. Complete bloodline awakening ceremony. Trades. Bloodline activation, constitution enhancement, life burst. He spoke thoughtfully. So we need to perform the bloodline awakening ritual. That's correct, Andre said solemnly. This ritual requires specific potions and guidance. There's a certain risk, but the success rate is relatively high. Once awakened, the power increases quite steadily, and its compatibility with other cultivation methods is also very good. What about the demon hunters? Demon hunters take a more aggressive route, Andre explained. They directly alter their body structure through a special stitching method to gain special abilities similar to half-demonization. This method is riskier, with a failure rate exceeding 70%, but the power surge upon success is more significant, particularly in terms of resistance in various aspects. As he finished speaking, Ron saw an information panel appear before him again. Profession advancement information unlocked. Demon Hunter 2 stars. Transfer conditions. 1. Physical attribute reaching 2.5. 2. Complete demon beast organ stitching. 3. Successfully withstand rejection response. Traits: hunting evil, abnormal resistance, demonization. Ron remembered the strange signs he had seen in Lizard Alley before. Those people might be cultivators who took the demon hunter path. As for the magic swordsmen, Andre's voice dropped lower. They are rarer and more powerful, perfectly combining magic with swordsmanship, capable of directly channeling magic through swords to unleash attacks similar to magic. But this path demands extremely high talent, not only excellent swordsmanship talent, but also a considerable degree of spiritual power. Almost all magic swordsmen were already sword masters before advancing, and they possessed outstanding spiritual talent. In fact, individuals with such dual talents are extremely rare, which is why the number of true magic swordsmen is so scarce. Ron felt a spark. This path seemed well aligned with his current development direction, both the physique enhancement of a knight and the mastery of spiritual power of a wizard. He also saw the third information panel appear before him simultaneously. Profession advancement information unlocked. Magic swordsman 2.5 stars. Transfer conditions. 1. Physical attribute reaching 2.5. 2. Spirit attribute reaching 2.0 square root. 3. Basic swordsmanship reaching mastery. 4. Breathing body refining reaching proficiency. 5. Complete magic sword creation. Traits: Dharma seal, weapon enchantment, magic surge. However, Andre added, I've heard that those with the sun's protection have the chance to embark on a more unique route after becoming magic swordsman, the Crown Knight. It's a legendary profession recorded only in ancient royal records, said to directly channel solar energy with unparalleled combat strength. According to ancient records, those Crown Knights were exceptional magic swordsmen before becoming Crown Knights. Perhaps it was because of the perfect fusion of swordsmanship, magic, and the crown power that they achieved unparalleled power. At this moment, Ron saw another information panel appear before him, but this one was different from before, as the text on the panel was faintly visible and incomplete. Rare profession advancement information partially unlocked. Crown Knight 3 stars. Transfer conditions not fully unlocked. 1. Pre-profession employment magic swordsman 2.5 stars. 2. Possesses the talent sun's protection complete. Hint: more related information is needed to fully unlock. Crown Knight? Ron was somewhat surprised. This is indeed the first time I've heard of it. It seems that even in the school's basic data library, there is no relevant information. Because there hasn't been a Crown Knight for many years now, Andre explained. In the century since its founding, the entire Farrukh Kingdom has had only 2 Crown Knights. It is said that their power even surpassed many research-oriented official wizards, which is why the royal family at its peak was almost on par with the Black Mist School. As they spoke, they continued to traverse the small paths in Lizard Alley. In short, Andre concluded, no matter which route you choose, a solid foundation is necessary. Mastery of the crown breathing technique and complementary swordsmanship is essential. Ron deeply agreed, knowing that the Time Guardian's pocket watch, and the materials collected this time would undoubtedly become a powerful assistant in accelerating his growth. "Thank you for sharing," he said genuinely. "This information is indeed valuable to me." Andre laughed upon hearing this and teased, "Haha, if you really want to thank me, then charge me fewer magic stone fragments in magic potion refining. That would be more practical than anything." Talking about discounts would mean the end of friendship. Ron replied with amusement, then unconsciously quickened his pace, swiftly leaving this area not suited for leisurely chat. After returning to his dormitory, he carefully used spiritual power to probe various parts of the room, ensuring there were no surveillance or traps before finally relaxing. After securely locking the door, he took out the silver pocket watch from his bosom and examined it carefully under the candlelight. The pocket watch emitted a gentle silver glow in the candlelight, while the black gemstone embedded in it resembled a sleeping eye, deep and mysterious. He wiped away the remaining dust on the surface, making the ancient patterns instantly clearer. Upon close observation, these patterns were indeed not ordinary decorations, but a kind of ancient rune he had never seen before. These runes did not belong to the commonly used wizard school rune system, nor did they resemble any other known transcendent forces markings. They were more like some mysterious characters from distant time spaces, with each stroke containing an indescribable power. The Time Guardian's pocket watch. Time Guardian, it sounds like some sort of profession. He mused inwardly, gently stroking the black gemstone with his fingers. Time Guardian's pocket watch, pending activation. "How do I activate you?" he murmured internally, cautiously probing the inside of the pocket watch for possible clues with his spiritual power. The black gemstone on the pocket watch seemed to sense his intent, suddenly glowing with a trace of dark red light, as though a pair of eyes were beginning to watch him. At the same time, he heard an ancient and hoarse voice echoing from the depths of his heart. "With blood as the pact, with time as the oath." Ron instinctively understood how to activate the pocket watch, as if a distant yet familiar memory fragment was remapped in his mind. He put down the pocket watch, found a small knife, and gently nicked his finger without hesitation or fear of pain. A drop of fresh blood slowly dripped onto the black gemstone of the pocket watch, perhaps an exceedingly important droplet in the river of destiny. The moment the blood made contact with the gemstone, it was like molten iron poured into an icy lake. A strong energy fluctuation burst from the pocket watch, rippling outward, then quickly contracting. The black gemstone quickly absorbed the drop of blood, like a thirsty traveler greedily sucking the last drop of water. Soon after, the entire pocket watch began to emit a faint red glow, and a small gear-shaped symbol appeared in the center of the gemstone, slowly rotating, as if measuring the invisible passage of time in the world. Rare antiquity successfully activated. Time Guardian's pocket watch, initial stage. Effect can reset the user's state, with the option to retain some positive states. Current energy quota, 10/refreshes daily. Tip: fulfill special conditions to gradually unlock the watch's functions. Ron's eyes lit up. This kind of state-resetting function, besides saving his life at critical moments, was simply a godsend for someone like him who was developing multiple professional paths. Although this world had extraordinary power, and perhaps many methods to extend life, or even transform directly into an immortal species, time remained the most precious resource. While the bonuses of multiple professions were good, improving multiple skills simultaneously would inevitably become slow, especially in this key developmental phase he was currently in. This pocket watch was like tearing open the shackles of time for him, allowing him more growth in the limited daylight. However, the traveling back and forth between the Sunset Tavern and Lizard Alley today, as well as the fighting, had actually left him quite exhausted. In theory, after transferring to the Wizard Apprentice, both his physical and spiritual power recovery rates had greatly improved, so he shouldn't feel so fatigued so easily. Could it be that the consecutive usage of spiritual interference and sound wave vibration earlier drained too much spiritual power? Or has the accumulation of high-intensity cultivation over the past days finally taken its toll? Either way, he thought, since the pocket watch hinted it could absorb negative states, why not try it with this feeling of fatigue? Ron closed his eyes, concentrated, and felt the fatigue in various parts of his body. Indeed, from spirit to body, there was a pervasive sense of weariness. He gripped the pocket watch tightly, channeling his spiritual power into it, trying to guide this fatigue into the watch. At first there was no response, but when he recalled the rhythm of the crown breathing technique and tried guiding the feeling with a specific rhythm, a miracle happened. A sense of ease replaced the previous heaviness, as if something was drawn out from his body and spirit. Successfully reset negative state, fatigue energy 1. Ron felt an unprecedented ease and relief, with every cell in his body seemingly becoming more active. The original fatigue was swept away, replaced by an indescribable sense of refreshment. This feeling, it's simply magical. He stretched his body, surprised to find he felt even more energetic than when he got up. Logically, so late at night, he should be ready to rest, but now he felt refreshed as if he had just woken up. Since that's the case, I should utilize this new tool to the fullest. The fatigue value is already cleared, so I can continue training to accumulate more fatigue until today's energy quota is used up. The room was small, but enough for practicing basic sword momentum. And ever since the incident with Davod next door, the area around his room had become deserted, so he didn't need to worry about disturbing others with late-night sword practice. The wooden sword drew graceful arcs in the air, with each move accompanied by precise breath control. Sword light danced, and sweat gradually soaked through his jacket. A half hour passed, then an hour. When the muscles in his arms began to protest, with soreness spreading clearly all over his body, Ron knew it was time. He stopped, panting, feeling the fatigue signals from his body. This fatigue wasn't just simple mental exhaustion. It was the micro-tears in muscle fibers after extreme training, a painful stage the body had to go through before growth. Training ended, basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Ron closed his eyes, focusing on the pocket watch, and in his mind thought about resetting this negative state. He vividly imagined how this fatigue would transform into nutrients, nourishing his swordsmanship skill. An extraordinary feeling emerged at once. The soreness in his arms felt as if an invisible hand gently soothed it away, like spring winds melting winter snow, or warm water washing away scars. Instead, there was a feeling of lightness and comfort, as if he hadn't just gone through extreme training but a comfortable hot bath. Meanwhile, the black gemstone on the pocket watch flickered, and a tiny number 2 appeared beside the gear symbol. Successfully reset negative state, fatigue energy 1. Succeeded. Ron's eyes gleamed with joy and curiosity. He carefully savored the wonderful feeling brought by this reset, akin to condensing a long recovery process into essence, eliminating all unnecessary pain and waiting. After the physical fatigue was relieved, he could immediately continue practicing without needing long rest. This meant he could complete more training in the same amount of time, almost doubling efficiency. Ron's eyes shone with determination, knowing that once his swordsmanship broke through to the next stage, it would bring unprecedented qualitative change. During previous conversations with Andre, he had repeatedly emphasized the importance of swordsmanship in the knight's progression. Moreover, among all his current skills, basic swordsmanship was closest to its next stage. According to the game's skill settings, maybe breaking through to mastery would unlock. Let's focus on improving swordsmanship, he told himself, making up his mind. In the following hours, Ron plunged into a nearly frenzied training rhythm. He repeatedly practiced every move of the Corona swordsmanship until his limits, then used the pocket watch to reset the fatigue and continued training. This repetitive cycle allowed him to complete what might have taken days of training in just one night. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Current progress, basic swordsmanship proficient 20/100. When the pocket watch displayed the number 10, Ron tried resetting again but found he couldn't increase it further. The gear symbol inside the gemstone spun a bit, as if reminding him he had reached the daily limit. Today's reset limit reached, please try again tomorrow. Ron heaved a long sigh, filled with satisfaction as he looked at the progress of his basic swordsmanship. In just one night, he had significantly improved the experience points of his basic swordsmanship, and as he advanced to proficiency, skill experience points became increasingly hard to gain, making tonight's rapid progress especially valuable. He could sense that his understanding of Corona swordsmanship was undergoing subtle changes. Actions that previously required deliberate thought were gradually becoming instinct, with the boundary between sword and body starting to blur. It was as if the sword was no longer an external tool, but a natural extension of his body. Continue tomorrow. Ron looked at the moon now high outside the window, knowing it was time to rest. Although the pocket watch eliminated physical fatigue, his spirit still needed proper relaxation. He carefully put away the pocket watch, placing it within arm's reach on the bedside. Lying in bed, Ron recalled the day's gains, a slight smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. Instinct told him that this Time Guardian's pocket watch was far more than it seemed on the surface. Time Guardian, he murmured to himself, slowly closing his eyes and drifting into sleep. The first ray of morning sunshine pierced the mist of the black mist jungle, slanting onto the wooden sign of the herb store. Ron got up early, carefully placing the few rare materials into specially made containers. He felt the peculiar sensation brought by the pocket watch, even though he engaged in intensive practice the night before. His body remained as relaxed as usual, with no trace of fatigue. On his way to the herb store, he chose a less traveled path, cautiously observing the surroundings, wary of any possible danger. Since the last conflict with the half-beastman mercenary in Lizard Alley, Ron thought it was better to be more cautious now. He pushed open the door to the herb store, the wind chime emitting a crisp sound. The store was still dimly lit, the air filled with a peculiar fragrance of mixed herbs. Ron was surprised to find Lady Allen already working behind the counter, bending over a wooden cabinet, organizing something, her long pale hair swaying gently with her movements. "Come in, I've been waiting for you for a while," Lady Allen said without lifting her head, her voice carrying its usual hoarseness. "I apologize, ma'am, I didn't mean to be late." Ron instinctively apologized, even though he was sure he arrived earlier than the appointed time. Late, Lady Allen finally raised her head. A glimmer of surprise flashed in her ghostly green eyes before returning to a sharp, all-seeing gaze. "You came even earlier than usual today. I just arrived even earlier. Isn't it normal for an old lady to wake up early? Boy, don't always be in a rush to apologize. It makes others think you're easy to bully." She straightened her back, emitting a few light creaks, leaned on her cane and approached the counter, looking at Ron with interest. "So what have you gained? Let me see what you've brought back." Ron took out the carefully packaged containers from his pocket, placing them on the counter one by one. Each container was specially treated to ensure the internal materials wouldn't be damaged or contaminated by movement. "Moonshadow bat heart ash, crystal moss, and withered tongue moss, I've obtained these," he reported simply, his voice calm and confident, devoid of any intent to boast or seek praise. Lady Allen's eyebrows slightly raised, a rare look of surprise flashing in her eyes. Her fingers stretched out like eagle claws, picking up the crystal bottle containing the Moonshadow bat heart ash, examining it carefully under the light, her posture like a seasoned jewelry appraiser scrutinizing a suspicious gem. "Good quality, one might even say excellent." The old witch sniffed lightly and evaluated, her tone carrying a hint of praise, something rare for her usually stingy with compliments. "Where did you get these from? How much did you spend?" Ron simply described his experiences at the Sunset Tavern and Lizard Alley, naturally omitting the final conflict with the half-beastman mercenary. "You bought this quality of heart ash for just 5 fragments." Lady Allen exclaimed in surprise, an incredible expression appearing on her aged face. That cunning dwarf Otto actually offered such a price. He's known for his shrewdness, reportedly even calculating 3 parts off his dead mother. "I helped him identify some herbs in exchange," Ron humbly explained, trying to downplay his accomplishments, yet couldn't completely hide a trace of pride in his eyes. "Oh," Lady Allen's gaze became sharper, like a knife peeling open a fruit, aiming straight for the core. "Your herb recognition skills have reached a level that even Otto acknowledges. That old fox doesn't easily think highly of anyone." Her ghostly green eyes focused tightly on Ron, resembling an alchemist scrutinizing an experiment behaving contrary to expectations. "In just a few months, from a candidate apprentice to having this level of herb recognition capabilities, Ron, your progression speed is astonishing, even somewhat unusual." The old witch, speaking as she rechecked the 3 items of materials with professional precision and accuracy, ensuring everything was correct before carefully storing them in the drawer. "Honestly, I didn't expect you to find these materials so quickly." Lady Allen stared directly into Ron's eyes, her voice serious and earnest, a stark contrast to her usual slightly acerbic tone. When I gave you this list, I originally anticipated it would take you at least 3 months, possibly longer, to find just one item. My plan was for you to collect them in stages, first teach you the meditation technique that could cultivate to the advanced apprentice stage, and then, once you had enough strength, you could delve further. She paused, her ghostly green eyes becoming even deeper, as if they could pierce the fog of time. But since you've reached this point, I won't be stingy either. I will fully impart to you the first 2 stages of the Star Eater's ravings from elementary to advanced apprentice, and from advanced apprentice breaking through to official wizard. Ron's heart nearly skipped a beat, the blood in his entire body seeming to flow faster. This was far more generous than he expected. Originally, he thought she would hold back, according to convention. Little did he know Lady Allen would be willing to impart the content, including breaking through to an official wizard. This level of extraordinary knowledge is strictly confidential within the school, usually only obtainable by signing a contract to serve the school for decades or even a lifetime. Thank you very much for your generosity, ma'am, Ron said sincerely, aware that Lady Allen's help far exceeded the ordinary mentor-apprentice bond, also keenly sensing the deeper meaning behind her actions. In the Black Mist jungle, no one is generous without reason. Lady Allen's nurturing towards him clearly saw his potential, just like Holt before, investing in his future. The more she gives, the greater the return she'll reap from him in the future. But this relationship, purely based on a foundation of transactional exchange, made Ron feel particularly secure. Compared to those pretentious and insincere cares, a naked interest-based relationship is more reliable because both parties are clear about each other's bottom lines and expectations. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, Lady Allen's voice interrupted his thoughts. Star Eater's ravings isn't just any meditation technique. I've previously mentioned it sprang from the mad inspiration of a traveling wizard, containing many truths that shouldn't be known, enough to drive someone insane. Her expression turned unusually grave, a trace of worry Ron had never seen flashing in her eyes. This meditation technique is divided into 3 stages. The first stage will allow you to reach the level of an advanced apprentice. The second stage can help you break through the bottleneck of becoming an official wizard, and as for the third stage. The old witch's voice suddenly dropped, carrying a hint of warning. That part of the content, with your current cognitive state, you're not qualified to even grasp any general information. Why, Ron couldn't help but ask, his curiosity getting the better of him. Because that part of the content could easily drive a cultivator to madness. Lady Allen spoke calmly, but an almost imperceptible fear flashed in her eyes. When mastering the first 2 stages, your spiritual power and self-control need to be sufficiently strong. Otherwise, only endless darkness and madness await you. At this point, the old witch's slightly hoarse voice unexpectedly carried a rare trace of concern. I've seen too many talents destroy themselves in their eagerness for success. You have great potential, there's no need to take that risk. I will keep your warning in mind. Ron solemnly nodded, feeling the underlying concern in Lady Allen's words. Though their relationship was built on mutual benefit, Ron was convinced that Lady Allen truly wanted to do her best, or at least didn't want to see a promising young apprentice fall into madness prematurely. Just as a cultivator wouldn't want their carefully nurtured seedlings to bloom too soon, affecting the final harvest. Lady Allen took down an extremely ancient-looking leather scroll from the shelf behind her, its surface mottled with traces left by time. Continue your usual work this morning. In the afternoon, I will officially begin teaching you the first stage of the Star Eater's ravings. Ron nodded in agreement and began his morning routine. Sorting herbs, making simple magic potions, recording the traits of newly arrived items. These mundane tasks, at this moment, were full of meaning in his eyes, with each operation deepening his understanding of magic potion making. He worked with focus and efficiency. These seemingly simple chores would undoubtedly become a solid foundation for his greater achievements in the future. Magic potion refining experience points +1. Basic magic potion making experience points +1. Near noon, the shop door was pushed open, the doorbell making a crisp sound, and a breeze carrying a strange floral fragrance wafted in. Ron looked up and instantly recognized the visitor. Trish, in a deep gray robe, stood at the door, the sunlight behind her outlining a radiant silhouette. Since their last brief reunion, Trish had evidently further transformed. The face that was once emaciated from hunger now had graceful contours, and her eyes exuded confidence and determination, the light blue sapphire badge on her chest reflecting light. "Lady Allen, I've come to pick up the magic potion the master requested." Trish's voice was gentle but her words clear. Lady Allen looked up at the clock and lightly nodded. "You're not a second off from the agreed time. I like punctual children." She retrieved a delicate wooden box from beneath the counter, its surface carved with intricate runes, forming an invisible protective barrier. "Tell the wizard Corina that this time the potion's effectiveness is 30% stronger than last time, but the usage remains unchanged. Also, the consumption of rare materials exceeded expectations. The price might need to be raised next time." Trish took the wooden box, adeptly inspecting the seal before carefully placing it into an inner pocket of her robe. "The master has already taken into account the fluctuation in material prices. This is additional compensation." She took out a small pouch from another pocket, from which came the sound of objects colliding. Lady Allen received the pouch, pinching it lightly as if weighing it, then nodded satisfactorily. After the transaction, Trish turned her gaze to Ron, who was tidying herbs nearby. Compared to last time, her eyes were noticeably more scrutinizing and curious. "Ron, long time no see." She nodded slightly, her voice carrying a hint of probing. "I heard you've successfully been promoted to an elementary apprentice. Congratulations." "Thank you," Ron replied politely, setting down his work and wiping the herbal juice from his hands. "You seem to be doing well too. I assume Master Corina's guidance has been effective." "Each has their gains." Trish responded lightly, but her eyes could not conceal a hint of pride. "Ron, since you two are old acquaintances, why not take Trish to the back for a cup of tea?" Lady Allen suddenly spoke up, her tone slightly mischievous. "It's just as well. I have some rare materials that require my solitary attention." The two of them exchanged smiles, somewhat helplessly accepting this arrangement. Ron took Trish to the small lounge at the back of the herb store. It was a simple but cozy space, with a courtyard outside filled with various medicinal plants. He poured each of them a cup of fragrant herbal tea, the tea a pale amber hue, emitting an invigorating aroma. "You've changed a lot," Trish said directly as soon as they sat, her bright eyes locking onto Ron. "From a struggling 6th-class star candidate apprentice to your current status as an elementary apprentice. I've heard it's because of your talent in magic potion making." Ron smiled slightly, finding no offense in the girl's candor. "Just a matter of effort. Unlike you, naturally endowed with 3rd-class star spiritual talent, destined for an extraordinary future." Trish sipped her tea, a complexity flickering in her eyes. She set her cup down, her fingers gently tracing the rim. "Everyone has their path. I am indeed fortunate to have been noticed by Master Corina, but such fortune comes with a price." Ron nodded lightly, indicating understanding. "Every power and status has its corresponding cost. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This is the most basic rule in the extraordinary world." "By the way, how is Andre lately?" Trish suddenly asked, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible concern, though her expression remained aloof and cool. Ron was momentarily taken aback, but quickly remembered that Andre had previously mentioned trying to pursue Trish, only to be directly rejected by her. "He's doing well. Though his spiritual cultivation progress isn't ideal, his talent for night cultivation is indeed remarkable." He could only answer truthfully, though this wasn't exactly an embarrassing matter. "Lately, he's been focusing on breathing technique cultivation, and the progress has been fairly smooth." Trish nodded slightly at this, a look of concern flashing in her eyes. "Listen, Ron, I know you've been getting closer to Andre lately. I'm not trying to interfere with your choice of friends, but I must remind you to be wary of those from the royal family. They are all skilled in scheming. Especially someone seemingly gentle like Andre often hides the deepest intrigues." "I understand," Ron said, looking into the girl's eyes, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. "In the Black Mist jungle, everyone has their own plans. Rather than worry about being schemed against, one might as well increase one's value so that schemes become win-win cooperation." Trish nodded in agreement. "Well said. It's because of such a mindset that I have my current status." She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. "Ron, it seems you are much smarter than I imagined." At this point, the brunette girl hesitated, as if choosing her words carefully. Actually, I have a personal request, apart from picking up the potion today. I would like to commission you to prepare some magic potions for me, Trish said straightforwardly. The renowned alchemists within the school charge exorbitantly high fees, and those ordinary magic potion apprentices can't even make a decent stimulant potion. Since you can work with Lady Allen, your skills must not be too shabby. Ron raised an eyebrow. What kind of magic potions do you need? Mainly some potions to assist in cultivation, stimulant potion, spiritual stabilizing liquid, Kai blood potion. Trish listed. Of course, if you can prepare advanced potions like awakening, I'm willing to pay a higher price. Awakening potion, Ron repeated with a frown. He had read about it in books. It's an advanced magic potion that helps meditators suppress spiritual contamination, typically only attempted by well-practiced magic potion apprentices or professional alchemists. The awakening potion is also one of the crucial means to resist spiritual contamination during the apprenticeship period, so much so that it is indispensable from the intermediate apprentice stage. Its value and the difficulty of its creation naturally go without saying. Sorry, that's not feasible for now, he truthfully stated his refining level, but stimulant potion and spiritual stabilizing liquid are no problem. Trish nodded, not feeling disappointed. Then let's start with these basic ones. Regarding price, as a fellow townsman, I won't treat you unfairly. As she spoke, she took out a small purse from her robe to demonstrate her financial power. I signed a 20-year service contract with the school. In exchange, I received a considerable amount of pre-resources. Ron caught the implication in Trish's words. She exchanged long-term service for current resources and status, which aren't uncommon in the school. For apprentices with excellent potential, the school is usually willing to invest in advance to secure their future service and loyalty. Understood, Ron nodded slightly. If it's just some basic potions, I can prepare them for you, but it'll take some time as I still have to work at the herb store during the day. Time is not an issue, Trish said cheerfully. Quality is the key, shall we settle on that? The two quickly reached an agreement, and Trish prepared several dozen pieces of magic stone fragments as a deposit, agreeing to pick up the first batch of magic potions in a week. Before leaving, Trish suddenly stopped, looked back at Ron. I have a feeling your future achievements won't stop here, if someday you can take that step. She lowered her head awkwardly. After all, she was just a 15 or 16-year-old girl, and saying these social niceties was indeed a bit challenging. Ron shook his head, feeling a bit amused, then swiftly and gentlemanly opened the door for the young lady. I understand what you mean. As fellow townspeople, we should of course unite. Let's keep in touch in the future. After seeing Trish off, he returned to his workbench. Lady Allen was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a note listing some tasks to be completed. The morning passed quietly in busyness, as Ron completed Lady Allen's tasks while contemplating his next development path. The Star Eater's ravings was undoubtedly a major breakthrough, but he couldn't neglect the improvement of other skills either. At this moment, the silver pocket watch in his breast pocket seemed to sense his thoughts, emitting a faint energy fluctuation, as if reminding him of its presence. Indeed, I still have you, my treasure, Ron thought to himself, filled with anticipation. By the afternoon, Lady Allen had already closed the herb store's door, using the movable vines at the entrance to form the word closed. Inside, only a few magic crystal lamps were left, casting a faint glow. In this dim setting, Lady Allen's silhouette appeared even more mysterious and imposing. Are you ready? She asked, her voice low and solemn, very different from her usual sharp tone. Ron took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, ma'am. The Star Eater's ravings is not an ordinary meditation technique, Lady Allen reiterated, seemingly wanting to ensure Ron fully understood the risks involved. Ordinary meditation techniques merely guide the paths of spiritual power, but the Star Eater's ravings can alter the very nature of spiritual power, causing a qualitative change. This transformation is irreversible. Once started, there's no turning back. Ron nodded solemnly. I understand the importance of this decision and am willing to bear the corresponding risks. Very well. Lady Allen carefully retrieved the ancient leather scroll from the shelf, gently unrolling it. The inner side of the scroll was covered in dense runes, some already faded, but the main parts were still clearly visible. At the center of the scroll was a complex rune structure, appearing like dozens of basic meditation runes intricately intertwined in a peculiar manner. This is the core rune of the Star Eater's ravings. Lady Allen pointed to the complex symbol. It is far more complex and dangerous than ordinary meditation runes. If your spiritual power isn't strong enough, or if it's poorly controlled, it's easy to experience a rebound, with mild cases causing spiritual impairment or, in severe cases, complete insanity, of course. With the risk involved, it is much stronger than those few sets of advanced meditation techniques in the school. You will understand its peculiarities once you get initiated. Ron carefully observed the rune, sensing the peculiar rhythm contained within it, unlike the simple and gentle fluctuations of basic meditation runes. This rune gave one a profound and mysterious feeling, like gazing into the endless starry sky, both beautiful and intimidating. The focus of the first phase of cultivation is to stabilize the spiritual force field. To prepare for deeper layers of meditation, Lady Allen explained, you need to fully understand and master this core rune, and then, using it as a foundation, gradually develop a more complex meditation structure. This process might take several years, or even longer given your current spiritual talent in the following time. Lady Allen elucidated the first phase content of the Star Eater's ravings, including the order of rune construction, the trajectory of spiritual power operation, possible obstacles and coping methods. Ron listened intently, keenly memorizing every detail. He noticed that during the explanation, Lady Allen's demeanor was exceptionally focused, and she even seemed to enter some special state a few times, her eyes becoming very distant, as if recalling some long-past memories. That's about it. Next time you need my guidance on the meditation technique, it will be when you become an advanced apprentice, when the outside sky had turned dusky. Lady Allen finally ceased her explanation. After you go back, before attempting anything, make sure to recall everything I said today in your mind to ensure nothing is missed or misunderstood. Ron nodded in assent, bowing gratefully. Thank you for your guidance, ma'am. One more thing. Lady Allen looked at him, her gaze becoming particularly serious. Before you begin attempting cultivation, you must ensure the safety of the surrounding environment. The Star Eater's ravings will cause energy field fluctuations nearby, likely attracting some sensitive existences. It's best to prepare some aura-isolating arrays before meditating. I will remember, Ron promised as he left the herb store. Lady Allen's explanations still echoed in his mind. The complex rune structure was already deeply imprinted in his consciousness, like a seed waiting to germinate. Returning to his dormitory, he took out that silver pocket watch after a day of rest. The watch's digits had reset to 0/10, indicating it could be reset once again. He got up and walked to the window, gazing at the starry sky outside. Tonight, the moonlight was faint, yet the stars were particularly bright, as if countless eyes in the starry sky were watching over the earth. Carefully locking the door, Ron also drew the heavy curtains over the window to ensure no one could spy on the room's interior. He took out a set of protective runes, a standard protection kit he recently purchased from the school's materials store, which could moderately prevent the leakage of spiritual power fluctuations. According to the instructions, he placed the rune kit in the four corners of the room and lit some special incense sticks containing minute amounts of spirit-stabilizing components to ease any discomfort from the first contact with the gem-level meditation technique. First, follow Lady Allen's advice and ensure the environment is safe, Ron murmured to himself, carefully adding the final activation rune on the edge of the array with his finger. Accompanied by a faint energy fluctuation, the array activated, emitting a faint blue halo that lightly isolated his area from the outside world. Everything was ready, and Ron took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged at the center of the array, adjusting to the most comfortable posture. Knowledge always bears weight. He recalled Lady Allen's warning, being discreetly cautious in his heart. The more profound the meditation technique, the greater the risks contained within it. Just like a famous ancient saying in the wizard world goes, true knowledge is a heavy burden. Wisdom often accompanies madness. The basic meditation technique merely guides spiritual power in a specific path, like swimming in a safe creek. Whereas Star Eater's ravings leads the cultivator's spiritual power into an unknown ocean, facing limitless possibilities, the danger of which is self-evident and no carelessness is allowed. Let's start by stabilizing the spiritual field. Closing his eyes, Ron entered a familiar meditative state. The basic meditation, runes naturally formed in his consciousness space, with the three arcs intertwining into a stable structure. But this time, he did not stop at this stage, but attempted to construct the more complex rune taught by Lady Allen based on this foundation. It was a challenging process. The complex structure, consisting of dozens of basic runes interwoven, was far more difficult to control than he imagined. Whenever he tried to add a new part, the original structure would start to become unstable, almost collapsing. But thanks to the spiritual power boost brought by transitioning to Wizard Apprentice, Ron barely managed to control the precariously formed rune structure. He did not get discouraged and continued to try, again and again. As time passed, he gradually grasped some tricks. The key to its construction was not forceful assembly, but understanding the interrelations between the rune parts, allowing them to naturally integrate. It was like solving an extremely complex equation, needing to find that key variable that unlocked everything. Finally, after who knows how many attempts, a vague but relatively complete Star Eater's Ravings rune formed in his consciousness space. The Star Eater's Ravings rune formed in Ron's consciousness space, and he felt an unprecedented power surging within him. However, the rune's stability was still very fragile, like a sandcastle on the beach, ready to be swept away by tides at any moment. At this moment, he recalled another advice from Lady Allen. When trying the gem-level meditation technique for the first time, you can use that bottle of artificial star dew to ease mental stress, increase success rates, and perhaps if anything unexpected occurs, it could protect you. Ron opened his eyes and took out the bottle of artificial star dew gifted by Holt from his bosom. In the transparent bottle, the silver-blue liquid flowed slowly like a living entity, emitting a faint starlight. Perhaps now is the best time to use it. He carefully pulled the cork, and a cool yet mysteriously scented fragrance immediately diffused throughout. The scent evoked associations of the night sky, stars, and those untouchable cosmic secrets. Ron took a deep breath and drank the artificial star dew in one gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat and instantly transformed into a strange energy flowing throughout his body. He felt an unprecedented clarity, as if his brain had been thoroughly cleansed by some force. Artificial star dew effect activated. Spiritual power stability increases. Meditation efficiency rises slightly. Special effect triggered. Spiritual shield effectively resists spiritual contamination information. Closing his eyes once more, Ron found his consciousness space exceptionally clear. The once precarious Star Eater's Ravings rune had stabilized considerably, with the connections between its parts becoming more apparent. Under the influence of the star dew, he could understand the internal logic of this complex rune from a whole new perspective. The parts that once puzzled him now seemed so natural, as if breathing indeed a matter of course. Skill Star Eater's Ravings detected as burgeoning. Additional trait spiritual flow activated. Basic meditation experience will directly convert into Star Eater's Ravings experience. The effect of the artificial star dew allowed him to progress to the entry stage at an incredible speed, almost unbelievable. Current progress, Star Eater's Ravings, entry 1/100, right Star Eater's Ravings, proficient 1/300, obtained additional trait. Intuition, a certain probability of obtaining unique inspiration during meditation, glimpsing traces of reality inspiration has currently been triggered. Remain highly cautious, the consciousness space suddenly expanded. The original dark background tearing like thin paper, revealing the heart-palpitating scene behind, an endless starry sky unfolded in front of him. Myriad stars pulsating like living things, their distances constantly altering, as if the entire cosmos was caught in some chaotic dance. What was most unsettling was that those stars seemed to possess their own consciousness, gazing at Ron in an indescribable manner, causing him discomfort like being scrutinized naked. Is this the true nature of Star Eater's Ravings? Ron marveled in his heart, inexplicably feeling a sudden terror. Lady Allen's explanation suddenly acquired tangible meaning. The so-called Star Eater's Ravings was not merely a meditation technique, but more like a novel cosmic perspective, a reinterpretation of the essence of spiritual power, a challenge to human cognition. In a trance, he heard a peculiar sound, not through the ears but directly resonating in the depths of his consciousness, like someone whispering in his mind. It was a sound indescribable by any human language. Neither speech nor music, but a fusion of both, more accurately. It was a sound that ought not to be heard by humans, for they contained information and concepts beyond the ordinary brain domain capacity, with each syllable bearing the weight to pierce through ordinary reason ravings. Ron instantly understood the origin of this meditation technique's name, though the sound's information was not entirely comprehensible. It carried a strange rhythm, as if narrating the universe's deepest secrets as he listened. The content within the ravings grew clearer. They narrated an ancient story about the death of stars, the decay of galaxies, and the awakening of some ancient existence in the universe. More terrifyingly, as this information poured in, he began to see some dreadful visions. In between the stars, something was moving, unimaginably vast and grotesquely distorted beyond human comprehension. It writhes, stretches, devouring every planet and even stars it passes by, like a massive black hole, but even more conscious. Ron suddenly realized that the residual image he was witnessing might be what the traveling wizard who created Star Eater's ravings had seen. Undoubtedly, it was a cosmic-level horror, an ancient entity beyond human understanding. This is what they call the weight of knowledge, so heavy it defies imagination. No wonder that traveling wizard went mad. As this thought surfaced, his mind began to become disordered, his brain throbbing with pain as if pierced by countless sharp blades. In fact, he wasn't directly staring at this entity, just inadvertently glimpsing a corner between the gaps of the stars. But it was precisely this glimpse that sent an indescribable fear sweeping through his entire body. His spirit was dissolving, his thoughts collapsing, like an ant trying to understand a volcanic eruption, or a drop of water attempting to encompass the entire ocean. My thoughts are overloading, must stop this contact. The ocean of consciousness was sending Ron constant danger alarms. The observer hurriedly attempted to interrupt the meditation and return to reality, but found his consciousness was firmly captured by that sight, unable to easily detach. The stars began to flicker at an unhealthy frequency, and the ravings grew sharp and piercing, like countless insects crawling in his mind. No, this isn't what I wanted, must control it. At this critical moment, the effect of the artificial star dew suddenly erupted to the extreme. A thin silver-blue light film formed around his consciousness, like a protective shield, filtering out most of the information that could shatter reason. Artificial star dew effect activated, spiritual shield. Currently resisting external spiritual impacts, protection level, 83%. With the help of this layer of protection, Ron barely maintained consciousness clarity. He clearly realized that if not for consuming the artificial star dew early, he might have sunk deep into moderate contamination by now. Star Eater's ravings experience points +10. The protective array in the room was still steadily operating. The incense had burned out, and a faint, fragrant aroma lingered in the air, a remnant of the dissipated artificial star dew energy. Ron opened his eyes, finding himself soaked in cold sweat, but still relatively clear-headed, far from as bad as he had anticipated. Lady Allen's warning was correct, and the cautious early use of artificial star dew indeed protected him at the critical moment. Calming down, Ron noticed his lips were also bitten from prolonged tension, a trace of blood sliding down his lip corner. Warning, spiritual contamination detected. He immediately stretched out his hand to pick up the silver pocket watch by the bed, channeling his consciousness into it, attempting to eliminate this abnormal state. The black gemstone on the pocket watch immediately lit up, starting to absorb the negative state from him. Successfully reset negative state, moderate spiritual contamination, energy 5. As the pocket watch reset the spiritual contamination, Ron felt his mind gradually clearing, his thoughts returning to order. The feeling of being disturbed by countless strange thoughts disappeared, leaving only a faint fatigue. That was too dangerous, he murmured to himself, still breaking into a cold sweat. Even with Lady Allen's warning, he hadn't expected the first meditation of Star Eater's ravings to be so thrilling. However, danger and reward often coexist. His spiritual power seemed to have undergone some special tempering through this experience. Just as muscles need to be torn to reassemble stronger, the mind needs such extreme experiences to reach new heights. spiritual power has endured the ultimate challenge. If not for the prepared pocket watch and star dew, today would have been. I'd better be even more cautious next time. The dangers in this world are indeed a bit too much. Ron sighed, feeling deeply grateful. He opened the window, letting the fresh night air flood into the room, relieving some of the subtle oppressive feelings still lingering in the room. The night was deep, yet his mind was exceptionally clear. He knew this was a normal reaction brought by the leap in spiritual power, requiring at least a few hours to truly calm down. Since I can't sleep, I might as well use this time. Ron retrieved a notebook from under the bed, planning to roughly document the experience and feelings of this meditation for future reference. Once the records were complete, he felt his spirit finally beginning to relax, and his eyelids gradually grew heavy. In fact, after the pocket watch had reset the contamination, the energy gauge still had 5 points left to use, but the heavy spiritual burden rendered him unable to train further. Luckily, the pocket watch gauge refreshes daily at midnight, so practicing more after returning from Lady Allen's tomorrow afternoon shouldn't be wasted. As he lay in bed, he recalled the visions of the stars he saw today, the feeling of grandeur mixed with terror still vivid. This is the path of the wizard, where the weight of knowledge and the boundaries of madness stretch out. With such thoughts, he finally sank into sleep. In the morning, Ron stood at the window, watching the dawn light dispel the mist above the black mist jungle, slightly alleviating the fright from last night. In the brief sleep just now, he had a very peculiar dream. In the dream, he was walking in an endless sea of stars, surrounded by a sound of indescribable ravings. In the depths of the star sea, something was watching him, its gaze ancient and cold, enough to send chills down his spine. Was it an illusion born out of my exhaustion? Ron rubbed his eyes, the professional panel showing all status normal. The pocket watch last night should have completely reset his contamination state. He shook his head. Now the most important thing was to quickly grasp the core tenets of Star Eater's ravings, to prepare for the challenges ahead. First go to Lady Allen's to report last night's experience, then continue studying. Ron already had a plan in mind. The herb store was quiet and peaceful in the morning, a faint herbal scent permeating the air, as Lady Allen sorted the previous day's accounts behind the counter. "You're here," she didn't lift her head, seemingly knowing Ron's arrival in advance. "Yes, ma'am," Ron replied respectfully, closing the shop door behind him. Lady Allen was already waiting inside, her deep green eyes locking onto him the moment he entered, as if trying to see through his soul. "I see you've already tried it," the old witch, without any pleasantries, pointed out directly, faster than I expected. Ron did not deny. "Yes, ma'am. I made my first attempt last night." "How did it feel?" Lady Allen's expression was inscrutable, neither showing delight nor worry, just purely professional inquiry. "It was overwhelming." Ron carefully chose his words. "I saw the stars, heard strange whispers, and witnessed some indescribable terrifying sights. Some entity was devouring stars and galaxies." Upon hearing these descriptions, the old witch's expression subtly changed, but quickly returned to calm. "I see, it seems you indeed have extraordinary inspiration." She appeared lost in her thoughts. Most people on their first attempt can only see vague starlight, at most hear some intermittent ravings. But you directly witnessed the devourer's scene, quite unexpected. As she spoke, Lady Allen stood up, leaning on her cane, approaching him with a complex expression on her face. "Ron, do you know how long it usually takes to successfully enter the first phase of Star Eater's ravings?" Ron shook his head. He genuinely did not know. For an average apprentice, even one with the best fourth-class star quality, it takes at least 3 months to barely construct a complete initial rune. "But you..." Her voice carried a hint of doubt. "And you managed it on the first night." Ron was startled, not expecting his progress to be so unusual. "Maybe it's because I had a good foundation beforehand." "It's not just about the foundation." Lady Allen shook her head. "This indicates you have a high affinity with Star Eater's ravings. It could even be considered a natural harmony." She pondered for a moment, seeming to reassess something. "There must be something special about you that I haven't yet noticed. But regardless, this is a good thing." Then, regarding the spiritual contamination and dreams during meditation practice, Ron tentatively asked, "Ah yes, this issue is crucial." Lady Allen nodded. "Any gem-level meditation technique will cause some degree of spiritual contamination, Star Eater's ravings even more so." The higher the quality and the stronger the inspiration one has, the greater the influence because they can perceive more realities inaccessible to ordinary people. Her tone became more serious, even carrying a warning. In the world of wizards, there is a saying inspiration is a curse. Because the higher the inspiration, the easier it is to prematurely encounter certain realities, leading to mental breakdown, madness, or even worse. Many good wizard seeds fall into madness in the abyss before fully growing. Ron nodded thoughtfully. That's why I've heard some people, despite having exceptional talents, choose a slower, more stable path. Exactly. Lady Allen looked at him with appreciation. Knowledge itself bears no good or evil, but every piece of knowledge has its price. Sometimes that price is time, sometimes money, but the deepest knowledge often costs the integrity of one's mind. She paused, seemingly considering whether to continue the topic. Your mental resilience is unexpectedly strong, but don't become complacent. The spiritual contamination from gem-level meditation techniques accumulates. Each session brings a degree of contamination. If the meditation is overly eager to make quick progress, it could lead to irreversible damage over time. I'll bear that in mind. Ron nodded, silently grateful for the pocket watch's help. Lady Allen didn't further question how he dealt with spiritual contamination, implying she accepted he had his own methods. Then let's continue today's tutoring. However, first, let me verify your state once more. Her hand suddenly extended, aged yet powerful fingers pressing on Ron's temples, a surge of icy energy instantly permeating his consciousness's surface layer. Ron reflexively wanted to resist the intrusion, but forcibly restrained himself, allowing Lady Allen's spiritual power to probe within his consciousness's surface. The old witch's spiritual power, like an experienced snake, agile and precise, shuttled around his consciousness space, checking for any possible anomalies. A moment later, she withdrew her hand, her expression slightly complex. Your state is good, much better than I expected. It seems Star Eater's ravings is indeed particularly suitable for you. Actually, had the additional traits not triggered that special inspiration, cultivating Star Eater's ravings steadily would at most cause mild spiritual contamination, coupled with the artificial Star Dew's auxiliary effect to mitigate the contamination. The impact would be even smaller. Lady Allen probably hadn't expected Ron to advance so rapidly. In the following time, Lady Allen elaborated on how to consolidate the structure of the initial rune and how to gradually extend the depth and breadth of meditation. This session of teaching was more in-depth and specific than yesterday. She even personally demonstrated some key steps for Ron to more intuitively understand. Remember, don't rush into achieving success. Before leaving, the old witch emphasized again, the first phase of cultivation usually requires at least 6 months to stabilize and consolidate. Even if you have exceptional talent, you should remain cautious. Ron solemnly nodded, expressing his understanding. I've heard of too many geniuses ruining themselves out of arrogance. Lady Allen looked deeply at him. Don't become one of them. Leaving the herb store, Ron's thoughts were a whirlwind. The cold wind rustled through the branches, whispering like the elusive ravings among the stars, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Devourer, what is that? He mumbled in his heart, his mind once again recalling the terrifying sights witnessed during last night's meditation. The massive entity beyond mortal comprehension traversing the sea of stars, devouring one star after another like a hungry beast gnawing on prey in the prairie. This can't just be an illusion. Ron paused, gazing at the vaguely visible high tower between distant mountain ridges. It was the residence of an official wizard within Black Mist Jungle. The tower's top consistently emitted mysterious glows, like a lighthouse in the night or a giant eye watching all. Who exactly is Lady Allen? Why does she possess such a meditation technique? This question felt like a stone, weighing heavily in Ron's heart. Since first meeting Lady Allen, he sensed that this elderly woman was shrouded in numerous mysteries. Those deep green eyes contained not only wisdom, but an unfathomable ancient aura, as though she had lived far more than a century. Moreover, the phenomenon of her rejuvenation into youthful beauty during those few days of peak magic power fluctuations, each month, was something no ordinary wizard could achieve. Star Eater's ravings. Ron softly muttered the name, feeling the peculiar rhythm of each word dancing on his tongue. Where exactly did this meditation technique originate? Is it truly just the creation of a mad wizard? His thoughts intertwined like a labyrinth, each question seemingly leading to more doubts. He took a deep breath to bring his thoughts back to rationality. Regardless, this meditation technique indeed benefits me greatly. He weighed in his heart. Since Lady Allen is willing to impart it to me, I should seize this opportunity, even if there are intentions behind it that I have yet to comprehend. After all, Ron looked at his hands, speaking internally. In this world, power is the guarantee of survival. If one is constantly paranoid, nothing will ever be accomplished. The evening breeze dispersed the mist at the treetop. The glow from the distant tower spire grew brighter. He donned his hood and turned towards the dormitory area.